This is The Extra Sheep, the unofficial Age of Empires 4 podcast hosted by myself, Socerton, along with Beale and Sir Nevels. And back again today with us is the long-awaited CalerbCalmari. Welcome in, guys. How you guys doing?
Hello.
Feeling good.
What's up?
I got to see the Squid Boy in the flesh was it like a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, it was like when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. It was great.
We went and got some fries and ice cream. It was a fun time.
Mm-hmm.
A little jealous.
Yeah.
Me too. I was a little offended.
Well, you should be.
Yeah.
It was
I was cool enough. Yeah. I was just a phone call away. I mean, you guys could just call me. I'll make the trip.
Just make the trip all the way to the coast. That's for anyone who doesn't know how far away that is. Anyone who doesn't know, that's like over 1,000 miles. We're talking like 2,500 kilometers. Like, it is insanely large a distance for anyone who doesn't know.
Well, you guys just gave me a heads up ahead of time. I got on the road immediately. Dropped what I was doing down the road.
38 hours of straight driving.
Yeah, I'm going to the West Coast in December, but it's Southern California.
Yeah, so the West Coast is also like 1,000 miles north and south. Yeah.
But you like saying you're coming to the East Coast. Oh, you're going to North Carolina?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That'd be like saying, I mean, again, for the Europeans, that's like saying I'm going to be in Moscow while my friend's in Turkey. Like that's the difference. That's the distance we're talking about. Like it's a long way away.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You guys got me get over here.
Crazy.
East Coast is still the best coast, man. I'll come on. You guys come over here.
West Coast, man. West Coast is you guys are rude out there. You guys know you guys are rude out in the East Coast. We are so much nicer out here.
You're nice, but we're decent folks.
Yeah, we're decent. I'll get it to you up there. In Maine, up in Maine, I feel like it's got a reputation for being a nice place. I'll give you that. It's really like New Jersey, New York, that area.
New York most definitely.
I mean, I don't know how Detroit is, but
Detroit, we're good. We're hardworking, blue collar. Yeah, blue collar. You know, we're just we're factory people.
Just honest to goodness working men. I love it.
The way I've heard it described is, on the East Coast, Northeast, your car breaks down, someone passes you, they're going to pull over, help you change their tire, but they're going to be like, what are you doing, you moron? Like, this shouldn't have happened. On the West Coast, cars will just pass you by like, oh, that sucks for you. I'm so sorry.
There you go.
That's so true, bro. I love it.
You get like the Mountain West, though, I would say. Because I grew up, Caleb, you're in Wyoming, and I grew up in like a little bit in the Mountain West, a little bit from anywhere from like Utah, and my wife's family's from Utah, and you break down out there and you'll get like a casserole as they fix your car for you.
Yeah.
So,
dude, one time these people came into town, somebody gave them a ride to the gas station I was working at. And then two people gave him, like completely separated from each other, gave him $100 each. A third guy drove him down there and paid for the tire replacement. It was like I was like, I need my car to break down. What the heck is going on here?
There are some genuinely really good people out in the country in this country. Like there are some I think it's just a matter of when you're in an urban place, people just kind of do their urban life and just kind of there's too many people to worry about. But out in the country, you get some country bumpkins, man. Like that Southern, like I think there's a thing of like Southern hospitality, right? And it also applies to like middle of nowhere country as well. Like so in the northern part of the country as well. It's just kind of a rural thing where like people will bend over backwards just to make sure, like, how you doing, Jim? Let me help you out. It's like such a meme. Like, it's so true, though. It gives me faith in
you get that, or you get the other opposite. So when I was back over in Oregon, before we came to see you, we were looking for my aunt's dog that got out. That was a long weekend. Anyway, my cousin went looking for the dog and knocked on somebody's door, and he answered the door with a machete.
Yeah.
So you either get
either got a shotgun, get off my property, or
so you either get like crazy people that are going to kill you, or you get the nicest people in the world. It's
and there is no in between.
Exactly, there is none.
Anyways, now that you guys have heard a little bit of our fun American culture in the different places we live, we've been talking about this episode, getting ready for like a long time. Ever since the moment we finished our last episode, we've been in the background, like on our Discord talking like, guys, what are we going to do for this episode? Like, how are we going to get this all in one episode? I wrote the outline. I still don't know how we're going to, there's so much to talk about, and we're not even, my extra sheep today is literally going to be whatever I didn't get to. I'm just going to talk about at the end because I've got so many thoughts, so many things like this whole, what do you do when you have like a million sheep? Like how do you pick one extra? Right.
Like a prairie out here.
Yeah, it's like a prairie out here, guys. There's sheep for days.
It's like prairie mixed with like Frisian marshes mixed with like, dude, it's so much to talk about in one episode.
Well, let's start with at least. I think first of all, I realized this too. As our last episode aired, I was just saying, because I had that miss thing where I thought the patch was going to go live with the new expansion on that Tuesday, and it wasn't. And I was like, oh, good. I was really worried that our episode was going to be immediately irrelevant with the patch going live. But it wasn't. But then the Tuesday I posted the episode, they released the patch notes. And I was like, well, we're already behind the times again. So about 2 weeks ago, they, as from this being listened to for all you viewers, they released the patch notes. And we have some big changes to talk about. I know there's all the talk about how the civs are playing. We have done run-ups and talk about how these civs were conceptualized already. We've talked about kind of what we were expecting from them. We will get into the civs and the maps and how they actually play now that we have real hands-on experience. But we got a whole list of patch notes for season 6. We have to go over this. There are some big changes. Let's see. I guess we'll just start from the top. I've got the actual ageempires.com/news, Age Empires 4 update 9-1-109. First of all, new maps. They announced 3 new maps coming into the game, just as is. And I think we can thank our dear friend Bitterlin and all the other devs who worked on this. These are awesome. The 3 maps are Canal, Gorge, and Rocky River. Those are now in the game free, not included in the expansion. These are just added to the game, just added in.
Those are all tournament maps.
I was going to say, those are all maps that we know.
Bitterlin created those maps as well. I remember the episode we had him on researching, like, okay, what maps does he have credited to him? Canal and Gorge for sure. And then Rocky River is an interesting one because it basically combines 2 tournament maps, Rocky Canyon and Dry River, which is really funny. When we'd run that in Rising Empires, people would get confused on which map was which.
Yeah.
All the time. And so it makes sense to just
make them one map so nobody's confused anymore. Yeah. I like it.
Yeah. Bitterlin, I know you're listening to this. Excellent job. I don't like Canal very much. I don't like playing on it very much just because it's very difficult with the hybrid.
Great job. Actually, it sucks.
I love Gorge. Gorge is one of my favorite maps. And I want to talk about this one. The 2v2. I didn't realize I ran some 2v2s. Was it with you, Sir Nevels? You, me, and I think Racket shout him out. And then who was it? Shoes?
Yeah.
Our friend from morenights.com.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I think it was
maybe
us
when first launch.
Yeah. And at first launch, we did some 2v2s on this map. And the cool thing about this map, so you start in the middle. You're both like imagine the map has like the left and the right of the map, or I guess the top and the bottom, depending on how it's oriented. Usually it's top and bottom. What I've seen is got cliffs, and it kind of rolls down into a nice valley. You are in the valley, but your TCs are all in a row. So when you're playing 2v2s, especially 1v1s, you don't notice it because your TCs are on either end, right, of inside this valley. In 2v2s and beyond, apparently in 4v4s it gets really weird, but in 2v2s. Especially, I think this is a really cool 2v2 map because you start in a row. So you've got a front seat and a back seat, essentially, with your 2 civs. So you and your partner are front seat, back seat. And that is just so interesting. So I had the thought it'd be really cool to see like a 4v4 with like Beastie and Marine Lord in the front, and then like a diamond guy behind them, and then like a platinum guy behind those guys. And then in the back of the bus have like 2 gold players and just see what happens. I love to see something like that. That'd be so wild. Because it is really weird. It plays very interesting where the front guys have to kind of hold the fort while the guys in the back are kind of just booming, essentially. It's a cool map.
You make a good point because that was originally just a 1v1 tournament map. So it's never been used in a team context before. I do like that spawn. I do love the team maps that kind of change the feeling or do something a little different than like, okay, one guy's over here, one guy's over here, where you get the front and back. I really love water holes, which is normally if you play 1v1, you're on one side of the map, your opponent's on the other, and there's 2 giant ponds in the middle. If you play 2v2 on that, you still have the 2 giant ponds in the middle, but both teams now have a safe pond behind them. So it changes. It's like, oh, you can still safe fish now in 2v2, but now you can be aggressive over these middle ponds without losing everything.
Yeah.
It's cool how it changes things up.
Yeah, team games there's a lot of potential for interesting spawns to determine stuff. It'd be kind of cool, and I don't know how you'd ever code this to make this work. It'd be kind of cool because I think team chemistry is dependent based off of like, I mean, you're going to pick like what kind of civs you want to play. Like one person's going to maybe be like an aggressor. One person might boom. Usually in like a 3v3, someone booms, someone aggresses, and then someone does a bit of both or does one or the other, you know? It's not good to do all, I mean, unless you all are rushing, or there's different like strategies you can come up with, but it's hard to kind of determine things based off of where your civ is. Like if you could decide like in Rocky Canyon, for instance, or sorry, in Gorge, if you could decide who's in front and who's in back, that would be really interesting if you had that choice going, I want to spawn in the aggressive spot, or I want to spawn in the back spot, because you don't really know until you're in the game. And I mean, that's part of the game too. So I don't know. Interesting thought.
No, Hideout did something very similar, and I will go to bat for Hideout as a team map. I think it does something kind of interesting compared to like 1v1. I don't like different lanes, but at least in like a team setting on Hideout, you can at least have army in multiple places on the map. So it's not like, oops, I chose the wrong side. But depending on the order of the names in the lobby, you can configure it to who is going to be, if you do like 3v3s, the guy in the middle position. So you can like choose like who's on the end, who plays pocket.
So it depends on like who you like invite to the group first and who accept you can kind of.
There is a way, to set it up that you can have a guy be like, I want to play pocket this game.
That is interesting.
100%.
Is that actually like consistent? Like you can do that?
Yeah,
repeatedly?
I believe it is.
Now I want to talk to Bitterlin. Now I need to like talk to Bitterlin to get all the deets if he'll share it with me.
That just seems really, I don't know. It feels like if that's already kind of a thing, why don't they just make it a hard implementation, and why keep it like this soft locked kind of weird?
That was kind of my thoughts. I wonder if there's a reason for it, or if they should, man. Because I've noticed this a little bit, and that's something I was thinking about. Because it would either add, I can see arguments for both too, right? Because either implement that or maybe get rid of it entirely. You know, that way there's either a choice to be made or there's not. There's either a strategic choice or the not. That way you don't get, I don't know, you don't want to have an unfair advantage to one team and not another because they don't know about the little exploit or something, you know?
I still think it'd also be a good idea to do the Age of Empires 2 thing where civs have like team bonuses too. If you want to like really have like, I don't know, maybe a whole team game patch where they like make it so you can pick your position and add some more synergies. I don't know. I think they could expand on team games quite a bit, but I know they like to focus on 1v1s as like the core gameplay. So
yeah, I'm just curious if you run into the problem like other games where you can queue roles. Like if you were joining, God forbid, ranked teams without a team.
Oh yeah, man.
You how many people are going to choose to play pocket every time versus people are that excited to play flank?
Yeah, it's a problem. League of Legends is pseudo solving, where they have the roles that are least played indicated as priority roles, and so they intentionally reduce the queue times for people queuing for those.
So you know
so that way you get into a game way quicker if you're picking a low pick rate role. Not only because the system just naturally will grab you because there's more games waiting for you, but because they kind of intentionally skew it that way as a reward.
You know,
so it's kind of a.
I gotta admit, I was not expecting to talk about this on the podcast today with our outline. I just wasn't expecting this to be our topic to talk about, but I really like this discussion. This is really interesting to me right now.
Yeah, we got to this discussion discussing the first map out of 13. We jumped into.
Oh boy,
what do we do with team games?
That's why the hard thing with this patch is that there's just so much to talk about and so much to explore, and I just want to get to it all. Obviously, we're not going to get to everything today. We will. We have another episode before our live one comes up, so we will get to more. But man, this podcast is going nowhere, guys. Let me just say, we're going somewhere, but we're not leaving anywhere. Like, we got so much to go over.
Nowhere.
We're going nowhere. Wow. Yeah, I like that, Caleb. I like what you said about like maybe prioritizing that. That'd be really interesting. It'd be a lot. The devs would have to really focus in on that, but I was also thinking, as you said, that they prioritize 1v1s, which makes sense. The balance probably needs to revolve around that first and foremost, just because that's kind of the classic way to play. But don't the statistics show that more people play team games than they do solos?
Oh yeah.
So I mean, it's not like you can't consider that at all either. So
I mean,
it's
solution with the team bonuses is like the way to do it. So AoE 2, every civ gets like their buffs and stuff like that. Like, you know, in AoE 4, French can have reduced cost on their eco buildings, but every civ also has another team buff that's only available in team games, and it buffs the entire team. So, because you know how like French English is kind of meta for teams, because strong knights, strong archers in feudal, tough to deal with if you want to be super aggressive. But you can have different sort of team bonuses that would incentivize maybe picking like a civ that isn't normally meta for team games.
Yeah, like, you know, ABBA makes everybody's berry bushes better. So then all of a sudden the English people are going for berries early on instead of farms or something like that, where it's kind of a buff that kind of changes the way the whole team focuses. And obviously that gets like really extrapolated in like 4v4s, but it's yeah, and I think it's a cool idea. And I think there is a discussion to be had somewhere by the devs about the direction they want to take the game. Is 1v1 paying off like we want, or should we really try and capitalize on our team game audience and maybe that's how you grow the game? I don't know.
I mean, honestly, like 1v1, I feel like is in a really good spot right now. So if they wanted to make that effort, especially because I know team ranked solo queue needs some sort of overhaul, because like they're not able to find quality matches. Like that is something over and over of just like, yep, I'm a silver, ran into 2 diamonds and a conqueror again on team ranked. And jumping into a match on your own is a terrible idea in general. You know, it shouldn't be, but it is. And they've tried adding in like the voice chat thing, which I don't think I've ever actually used that feature, truth be told. I think I just use Discord when I go into teams and just jump in with my own group. I always jump into my own group. I never do team games unless I have someone to play with. Which again, if you're looking for someone to play with, let's shout out the Griet Barra real quick. Check out the Griet Barra, guys. It's a great Discord to find people to play with who are always on, always playing. If you need teammates, you will find them. Anyways.
Yes, sir.
You don't need to send an invite link anymore. You can actually now search it and it comes up as
there you go. Just about to say that. Yes, sir.
That's big.
Yes,
that's
sir.
big.
Yep. Oh yeah, man. It's every day growing. Every day, boy. It's gonna be a good time.
The Griet Barra,
So,
great
community hub.
Yeah.
Community hub right
From
there.
the bottom, now we're here.
Yeah. First like 50 people who joined Griabara way back.
I don't
About a
think
year
I'm
ago at this
I don't
point.
know what number I would be.
Exactly.
I don't think I'm number 50. I don't know. I realized I went on a tear, actually. I'll get to this later with Ayyubids, but I went on a tear on AoE 4 and I looked at my rank and I've never been more than like 9,000 or whatever in the world. But I went on an absolute tear yesterday, and I'll get into this later. I ended up being like 1,098. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's really up there. I realized how high being like Plat 3 is. Like it is up there as far as like number of players. So that bell curve gets sharp.
I don't want to stomp on your dreams, but it also has to do with how many people who have ranked so far.
I know.
Yeah.
Also went on a tear, and I was ranked 64th in the world.
Yeah.
2 hours.
I know. But it felt really good. It did feel really good. Yeah, you're right.
No, you're still doing great. You're still doing great, I remember last season I was ranked like 81.
Let me have this.
Let me have number 64.
You had to screenshot it and act like you got there, like, you know,
like at the end of the season.
at any point in time, in the season.
I screenshotted mine. It's like,
There you go, dude.
100.
You just got to post it
There
at the
I
end of
am,
the season.
yeah.
Like, no big deal.
Anyways, back to the patch notes. We got so much to talk about, and we're too good at talking now. Empire Wars has come to quick match. I actually was in shout out to OGCon who invited me into a game just off the cuff a couple days ago to do a team game. I was looking for just a quick game. I wasn't streaming yet. I just wanted like a one-off game. He actually was like, "Oh, you want to hop in a game?" And I was like, "Heck yeah, I want to hop in a game." I hopped in a quick team game with him in his Discord. And it ended up being an Empire Wars match. I was not ready for this, guys. I was like, "What the heck?"
Yeah, it's a big thing.
It was like, whoa, but it was on Continental. It was a fun match. But Empire Wars is in quick match now. I think that's huge for that style of game. I think the tournament that EGC TV put on was a big win in that regard. I think it really kind of put Empire Wars on the map. And yeah, I'm glad to see it at least in game accessible, so you can just jump into a game. Like I think that version's good for the game.
Yeah, if I can make a quick little critique, like, don't get me wrong, Empire Wars, I'm happy to see developers showing some shine to it and actually making a playable game mode in quick match. But I really, and I've heard a lot of people say this, and I'm not trying to critique the devs, but I really feel like they might have kind of I want to say missed the ball, but they really Empire Wars is great, but they probably should have made it a FFA mode. Like that mode is so popular, and like Empire Wars, I'm not gonna say it's not as popular, but it's way more. The community, but like the community has asked for like a Nomad like public FFA mode for so long. Like from pro to like the lowest league, like FFAs are extremely, especially with the Nomad mode like added on there. Like it's so popular in the community. Like I mean, if you go to Greer Bar, like every day they're on like an 8-man FFA mode Nomad every day.
There's a dude like literally named Nomad AOE.
Exactly.
He was in my chat the other day. I saw him.
Like, and you know what I'm saying? Nomad's cool. I mean, not Nomad, excuse me. Empire Wars is cool. Like, you know, it is a good way to, like, you know, kind of takes the pressure of, like, the early build order off your hands. And kind of, it's pretty fun to jump to a game and just seeing how they spawn you and, you know, how they basically set your economy up off rip, which is fun, you know. But, like, honestly, if I had to make anything, like I really think they should have made that Nomad, keep saying Nomad, the Empire Wars. I think they would have got a lot more pat on the back if they made it a Nomad FFA because the community's been asking for it forever. But Empire Wars, you know, bears can be choosers. So Empire Wars works too. I haven't played it yet though.
Well, you know, there's more patches to come, right? There's more time.
Exactly.
It's not like the
That's
game
true. Exactly.
I do hope because there are other games that have like standard game modes. You got your quick match, you got your ranked, you got your teams, whatever, and then they'll have like the fourth weird mode that rotates through. Like they'll have a queue for, okay, we're gonna do this. Like I know Hearthstone used to do what they called tavern brawls, and it was like every week it was a different rule set for how you'd play the game. Overwatch has its arcade mode, and every week they'd roll out like a new, like, okay, we're doing 3v3 elimination this week. I think potentially with enough different game modes, they could do that. I do think Nomad is just way more popular than Empire Wars. I don't know. I do know so many people who'd be excited for QM, like hidden ELO based Nomad. And I don't know literally anybody who was like, yes, we got Empire Wars now.
Yeah.
A little bit of miscommunication between the community and the devs on that one. Like, Empire Wars is
bad.
Cool.
Again, I don't think anyone's complaining
it's not bad.
about Empire Wars. But it's not as big a hit as an FFA, like Nomad FFA would be. Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I'll complain about it. I think Empire Wars made sense when they were trying to make Age of Empires 2 into like an esport. The purpose of Empire Wars was, I think that became like a game mode in the AoE 2 Definitive Edition release when they, like the third remaster of the game, they added Empire Wars because I think they were aiming for a weird esport angle because all of the Red Bull Woololos for AoE 2 were all Empire Wars, not the standard game.
I've noticed this. I've noticed this about the devs, and maybe it's about the people pushing. I mean, I don't want to talk about. We don't really know what's going on behind the scenes at all. But I've noticed this. That is kind of the way, and that's I would explain like why there's so much focus on 1v1s too. Is that's the way most competitive scenes go, and they've been working a lot. I mean, obviously Red Bull, or not Red Bull, but EGC TV has been a big part. So much so that their stuff has been promoted on the actual game now. Those tournaments are kind of what they're using to drive. It's huge for them, and it's good. I'm glad that's happening. I am, but I feel like they're leaning into the devs, or at least Microsoft in general, is definitely seems like leaning into those 1v1s, the pro scene, trying to make that a thing. And that would probably explain why there's Empire Wars.
One more thing on Empire Wars, just because I was getting there, but I think it was added to AoE 2 to get rid of AoE 2's Dark Age, because I don't know how much competitive AoE 2 any of you have played, but the Dark Age sucks. Yeah, it is the same build order basically for every civ for the first like 3 to 5 minutes.
Every civ isn't all just one civ.
It involves like weird things like luring boars and some weird micro stuff. Where like in AoE 4, if you're playing a civ, you've never played them before, and you don't know how to do their Dark Age, just go 7 on food, 3 on gold. You'll get there up to feudal in a decent time. That's fine. You don't have to do You don't have to lure boars or do anything weird. If you want to play a standard Dark Age build order, there you go. Also, AoE 2 didn't have sheep all over the map. So I think Empire Wars was AoE 2 trying to cut out what they deemed like the really boring part of the game, where AoE 4 doesn't have a really boring Dark Age.
Yeah, the Dark Age is
especially
really
with the number of civs that can like have aggression in Dark Age now. I don't know. It is disappointing that was chosen over Nomad or any other game mode, really, because I think it's trying to do something. It's trying to solve a problem that was in AoE 2 and not 4.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's like that joke of like the angels in heaven making all the animals, and like St. Peter comes up with like the platypus, and like God's like, no one asked for this. What is this? I didn't ask for it. Like, I'll use it. Sure, I'll put it in Australia. I guess I didn't ask for it. It's kind of what that reminds me of. It's like no one asked for it. Like I'm glad. I mean, I don't think anyone hates it. No one hates Empire Wars. No one's like, boo, this shouldn't be in the game at all. But it's like, of all the things, this is what you came up with. I mean, okay, like I guess, but like that's a little odd. Like weird flex.
Yeah.
But okay.
It's sorry, I stepped away to grab my soapbox for a minute. So there is a game, was a game, F in the chat, a game called Spellcraft. Spellcraft was a super sweet, like half MOBA, half like RTS kind of thing, where it was like an auto battler, but your units had like active abilities that you could use to reposition or specifically have them target things. And it was this really, really cool hybrid game. And they had some issues, and they released this really wide open beta, and they had like Sneaky play it from League of Legends. They had Day 9 play it, and all these people tried it. And the people that tried it liked it, offered some decent criticism, and then the game basically got shut down. Because they made the game with the intention of making the next big esport. And when that has, I don't think, ever worked out for any game ever.
Yeah, Overwatch just lost so much money on the Overwatch League.
Oh yeah.
And that game, it had really good foundations and it had this really cool setup. And they went, well, we just can't get a broad enough appeal, so we're shutting it down. And it was like the you could see the love and care that went into the gameplay and the mechanics and the art, and it got killed by some people who are like, this is supposed to be a moneymaker, make it happen. And that's something that was, I saw like Assassin's Creed style open worlds tried to do the same thing in the 2010 era. There were all these crazy huge open world games that were just empty of content because their goal was to make the next open world game.
Everyone wanted to be
cool
Skyrim.
graphics.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to be Skyrim. Everybody wanted to be that.
Even Starfield wants to be Skyrim, and it's not because it's
oh my
empty.
gosh! Do not get me started on Starfield.
Yeah,
I mean,
don't get me started on Starfield.
That's exactly the point. Everyone's trying to catch that same flame in a bottle, and it is very reactionary. That's exactly what it was. I mean, that's exactly what's. I mean, this is an AoE 4 podcast, but we talk about other games every now and then in context of this. And that's exactly what happened with Starfield. It is especially after Baldur's Gate being released early, guys. Baldur's Gate.
Oh my
way
gosh,
better.
that was so awkward, bro.
Starfield, man, it feels like you're talking to a bunch of robots. It's so like I've seen some streams, and
there's 100 load screens, and I want to throw up.
It's terrible. Anyway. Terrible game. Not what anyone. I mean, if you want all the cheesiest of Bethesda gimmicks to be in your Bethesda game, you might like Starfield. But if you want a good, Bethesda's trying to be a Bethesda. Starfield's trying to be a Bethesda game, and it's like, no, just give me a good game.
It worked for Skyrim because of when it was made and because of the time and gaming it was made. And to make a game like that nowadays, it has to look like Elden Ring did or like Baldur's Gate 3 does.
Baldur's Gate story is so much better.
100% agree with that. Like, so I didn't play Skyrim on release. I didn't play Skyrim until like 2018, and it still sucked me in because.
I guess that's fair.
World design and like the loop of what you do, like stumbling upon settlements and little caves and stuff. That's fantastic. I love walking in a direction. Oh, there's a cave. You go inside, kill some guys, get some loot. Maybe think about how I'm going to build my character. Like, oh, what am I going to put points in? Am I going to like? Maybe I want to change over to like, I don't know, short swords or something. So maybe I'm going to level that up on some rats or whatever. go sell my loot. Like, oh, now I can maybe smith a better short sword, and 12 hours have passed.
Well,
Where from everything I've seen from Starfield is go to menu, click place, and I just played through Oblivion, and that's what Bethesda is really good at. The open world, like walk through, stumble through a world, run into things.
Imagine having your open world and having nothing. And that's the thing is it's the nothingness. There's not enough because there's no context. It was trying to be the next big thing, and it just kind of lost itself. It lost, to borrow Tim's favorite phrase, it mistook the trees for the forest.
Yeah, really. Just as a person who has put actually 100 hours into Starfield, I'm just gonna say, okay, I'm gonna say something right here. Starfield is not a bad game for 2011.
Yeah,
like Starfield needs to listen. Bethesda's been criticized very heavily based on them still using the Creation Engine 2. They need to kind of evolve their gameplay. And the thing about Starfield is that it was basically like it was like a No Man's Sky at home. It was like they want to be like a little bit
at home is so good.
Every other like Bethesda game with their open world, it really is like kind of streamlined. It's kind of like it was like kind of seamless, or air quote seamless transition of going from town to town. It was kind of just one big open world. Where Starfield, it's like Bethesda in space. And I don't think Bethesda in space works that well because the game had a lot of missing features. I know, but I'm gonna keep it brief because it's actually the AOE4 podcast. But basically all I'm saying is that the game feels dated. You look at that, like me and my brother, we played heavy, and we were talking about it, like you guys said. Probably playing Baldur's Gate and then going to Starfield, it feels like the NPCs are just the most non-memorable NPCs on the planet. Yeah. And basically not even go too deep into it. I'm just saying the Creation Engine 2, I think Starfield, people thought it was Bethesda's next big thing that like everyone's been anticipating. But really, I look at Starfield as filler for Elder Scrolls 6.
I hope it is. I hope that's all it is.
Starfield. I think people put Starfield on a pedestal. I don't think Starfield is really meant to be that genre-defining game.
Starfield would have been Game of the Year in 2010.
They marketed it like it should have been.
The marketing. The expectations were high.
You gotta remember it though, because like this is something I say all the time. Microsoft, I would really argue that. Microsoft's best franchise, one of the most favorable and loved franchise is Age of Empire. Like a lot of Microsoft's original IPs, they or IPs they bought, really are they just closed on the Activision deal, and now Modern Warfare 3 is being dookied on it's just like the worst Call of Duty. Like everyone's talking about it's the worst campaign ever. Like Microsoft really doesn't have their fans are holding on by literally a thread of skin. They're just holding on as much as they can. And that's the one thing. See, people look at Age of Empires and talk about the numbers all they want. Oh, well, it's not, it's only this amount of people playing. Oh, look at the current players on Steam. But Age of Empires 2, 3, 4 now the expansion. I don't think there's another game out there. I mean, they're kind of winning their Halo fans back. But Microsoft is really struggling with keeping their fans enthused about their games. And the one franchise that people love, fan-supported tournaments, fan-funded tournaments, fan donations. I mean, look at Beastie Cutie Lily dude's about to hit 10,000 subs. People love this game and the players in it. Is Age of Empires. I think that's why Microsoft can never really close the door on Age of Empires. It's their original IP. And their fans, one of the only, I would say, IPs they have, not only, but one of the few they have that the fan base loves.
Yeah, it's in a good spot right now.
Seriously loves.
They're being smart to not mess with this too much.
Yes,
I agree.
I think Empire Wars, kind of back to the original point and kind of to continue us on past this. I think Empire Wars was a little tidbit of them going, well, Age of Empires 2 has this cool esport themed thing. Let's kind of copy paste that into our game.
Yeah.
And I think we're probably going to see a little bit of that over time because, the professional esport competitive scene is a scene in this game. It just, it just feels weird when they make that decision over like what fans are begging for, and that kind of stuff over time does tend to damage relationship with customer. And I have seen non-video game companies do this. Company I used to work for that I won't talk about had done this even to the point of abandoning their like original owners and stuff over tiny changes over a long period of time. You can just feel it was different. So it's something you have to be really careful with, although I think in small doses, it can set up for things down the road. You just got to be really careful not to never add Nomad free for all.
Yeah. And thank goodness, like if this was like, they kind of announced Empire Wars and it was kind of a new thing, and they kind of slowly been getting it more and more a thing. But at the same time, the nice thing is that the real expansion was way bigger than that. And honestly, I do get the sense they kind of have leaned into the pro scene a little bit. But that isn't to say they can't still add a Nomad. It doesn't. I mean, we have no idea if they will or won't, but like it feels like they certainly could. And the expansion, I will say, as far as player base and numbers go, this game not only has the content right now, but also is just being accepted and loved by the fans right now as well. I mean, I think the player spike is bigger than when I saw it. It's one of our Reddit posts. We'll get to it later, but I've got a post that has a statistics that shows the bumps in player base, and it's big. We're in a huge heyday right now. This is excellent for the game. Yeah, I'm glad that we're not going the way of Starfield with this, where it's not just an empty game. Well, it kind of comes down to the thing where like a good game needs a couple of things. It's a good movie. I'm a videographer by trade, so a good movie has a couple of things. It's either spectacle. You got a good spectacle, a good story, maybe good characters. That's more for a video. So a good spectacle, good story, and we'll say maybe a good gameplay, good game loop, right? In this case, like Age of Empires isn't really big on the story bit, but it's got quite a good spectacle where the design is excellent and the gameplay loop is excellent. A game like Starfield, the gameplay loop, not there. What are you doing? You're not like with the old what is it? Skyrim had the great gameplay loop of finding those caves. It had the content filled in there as well, and it had story. The story was a little weak in Bethesda. That's always been. But I mean, Starfield's missing like all three. The spectacle, it's like 2010 graphics. Like it doesn't look good. Whereas Age of Empires, like it's an RTS, so it doesn't need to look like crazy good. But they redid the water even in this patch. It looks way better. I mean, they have done so much, and the sound design is just top. We've talked about it a lot. It's just top notch. Anyways, let's get back to the patch notes. Yes, we're not getting anywhere fast.
I want to argue that the story for Age of Empires is the best story ever because it's the story of history. So, I'm just saying.
I will say the campaigns are pretty good in that regard. I would say it's not the biggest story-driven game, but yeah, it's not bad. It does have some fun stuff there. So you're right. As far as multiplayer goes, maybe a little less, but yeah.
Well, there's not lore while you're gathering sheep.
You're not gathering lore.
Yeah. No lore. The lore that I say, I played Jonah Arc 1-7 straight. That's the lore. That's the lore. That's the story.
I was mentioning, I grabbed a sheep. It's like, oh, look at that sheep. Like, come here, Dolly. I was like, actually, Dolly is the first cloned animal ever. I actually said that midstream. I was like, giving some random bits and bobs. Yeah, I think it's why streamers do super well with this game is because they do add that story to it, which is what the one thing it's lacking. So, I mean, you just get the perfect recipe for an excellent game. Next up, walls are easier and simpler to build. We'll talk about this a little more in depth as we get to it in the patch notes, but big change there. Several updates have been made to the AI, and there's some balance changes and fixes. Let's actually dive into the actual patch. It's been live as of November 14th. It'll be live until 11:59 Pacific time on December 4th. Biggest thing is that, let's see, I'm scrolling down trying to get to the actual map pool. The map pool we talked about a little bit. Actually, the ranked map pool, for a second, I just want to say, they're a little basic. It's a little bit basic as far as the maps. I feel like I've seen the same couple maps again and again and again and again. But the maps that are in that map pool are really, really good.
Kind of like there's no misses.
I'm not using a downvote. This is the first pool.
That's what I say. I feel like there's no misses.
Nope.
I'm going to downvote Himayama because I don't know if I can say that too many times.
I call it the Wembenyama map after the basketball player. But
I think Himayama.
We still need the Nevels code words for all of them.
Oh yeah, listen. Hey, it's a Patreon, so I'll give you all of them. That's what the Patreon. So like,
we'll have to do that.
Like, I was talking to Shoes about the other day. Yeah, it's a little. I'm not the most friendly.
My name is Wembenyama after the guy, the basketball player, the young kid who's just a stellar athlete.
Oh, he's going crazy.
He's going nuts. Anyways. The map looks really great. I like the rock. Is it not the Rocky Canyon? What's the cliffside? Is that what it's called? with all like the zigzag cliffs. I like that map a lot.
I like that.
Pardon me for my ignorance. Can somebody explain to me what expansion preview is versus new?
So it means if you didn't buy the expansion pack, you can still play these maps on ranked.
Oh.
Yeah, so
and then Gorge, Rocky River, and Canal are new, added to the whole game.
Yes,
Cliffside, Golden Pit, Hidden Valley are technically part of the expansion, but because they want to put them in the ranked map pool, everybody has access to them.
Yep, you're in ranked. Yeah,
just through ranked.
You can't custom a game with it. Yeah.
Oh, so you couldn't even like practice something on it without?
No, you have to just play in ranked, which I think is good. I think it's okay. I think it's all right.
I think it's a cheat. Yeah, that's a cheeky way to get people to try and buy the expansion.
Honestly, I can't imagine anyone who wouldn't just want to buy the expansion. I mean, why would you?
It's like,
I mean,
$15 or something.
And the game's been on sale as well. The base game's on sale, so just grab the expansion. Give them the money is worth it. $15 for an expansion this extensive. Honestly, feels like a bit of a steal. It genuinely does. Like they could have put it $20. I think 20 would have been perfectly fair. I gladly pay 15
anticipating 20.
Yeah, me too. I was anticipating 20, like 19.99, 20. That's what I was expecting. I'll take 15. I mean, it's $4. That's not a big difference, but I mean, Next. So devs, next time, just so you know, if you're going to release another 6 civs, basically, you can charge us $20. I get inflation. I get it, dude. You guys work hard.
We'll allow it.
I mean, we'll allow lower. I'll pay lower. I mean, I'm happy to, but I will never complain about a $20 DLC expansion. Really, that's this good. I mean, I'll never complain about that. It's like that Fry meme, right? Shut up and take my money.
Yeah, dude.
And while you guys are shutting up, we're taking your money. You can hop over to the Patreon. We got some sweet deals.
Oh, I like that. That was
Caleb
good.
That
was good. That was good.
The number of downvotes for maps in Quick Match has been increased from 7 to 15. By the way, just in case you're wondering.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because they added all these maps in as well. They've added
all the maps.
Yeah, that's on Quick Match. Yeah.
I was like, wait, you can downvote every map and never play? All right.
I think the map pool is 25 or something.
Interesting. Huh.
Yeah. So it's you can now download it. So if you don't like water maps, you can get rid of most of them. Empire Wars is now selectable as a game mode in Quick Match. The ranked map pool, I'm just going to read these out really quick, just so you know. The 1v1 ranked map pool, I won't go over the cliff. It's mostly the same, including Hidden Valley and Hideout. But for 1v1s, it's Arabia, Dry Arabia. They just said Arabia instead of Dry Arabia. That feels weird. That feels like wrong.
It's heresy. They did
it though. I think they did it because they want it to be in alphabetical order, but they want that one to be the base map, so they just called it Arabia. I see devs, whoever made this, I see why. As a marketing guy, you wanted it to be alphabetical order, but Dry Arabia is like the final destination. So you're like, let's just call it Arabia, then it can go in the top of the list. I see you, Dev. I don't know if you're listening. I see you, and I see what you did there. Arabia should be Dry Arabia. I think it should be called Meadows. Personally, it's not dry. It's never a desert. Just call it Meadows. Then you got Canal, which is new.
Nice map.
Cliffside, which is an expansion preview. Golden Heights,
map.
which I'm actually getting kind of tired of. I know it's heresy to say, but I've played it so much last season. That's like the one I actually have downvoted. I'm kind of done with that one for a bit. That's just me.
Still a great map. Still a great map.
Still an excellent map.
Yeah.
Golden Pit, which I actually really like this map. I think it's really fun. That's an expansion preview. Gorge, which is another of my favorites right now, and that's new in the ranked pool. Hidden Valley expansion preview. I've got mixed opinions on Hidden Valley. Himanyama, aka Wembanyama, the expansion preview, and then Rocky River, which is just new. So thanks, Bitterland. Thanks, we appreciate it. We love these maps. Great ranked map pool. Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, man. I can't see any of these maps in this map pool that I would like to downvote. Like
Canal's the only one that I always, it's just because I don't want to do the hybrid.
Yeah, Canal is like maybe more of a challenging map. But it's still a quality map.
I really can't.
I like Canal.
Fight in Dark Age. Get out there and fight in Dark Age, dude.
First time I played it, because I watched some EGC tournaments. Like the player I played didn't know that you could wall in the center, where the boats. Mm-hmm. So they rushed up the field to try to get me off water, and they were had their archer ships just hitting at palisade walls, and it allows so much dynamic play. I love Canal. Canal is great, but I understand, hybrid. Now it's for everybody.
I love plays like that. You wall it off, you see the archer ship come in, and you just sort of lean back in your chair and be like, "Yeah, I'm a strategic god."
Yeah, you didn't see that one coming, did you?
I can see Beale leaning back. He's got his hat in his lap,
taking a little sip of the brew, He thought
such a good image in my mind, Beale. I love that.
But actually, the map I like the most off this is Hidden Valley. I like Hidden Valley actually a lot.
Well, let's go through the patch.
You're right. Let's go through it.
I've got a fun thing from Bitterlin on this. I hope you won't mind me saying. I talked about this to him. I got a fun one on that. We'll talk about that later. But I've got a fun, when we get to the Hidden Valley, I've got a fun little tidbit, little nugget for you guys that I feel like okay sharing. I think is really cool about that map. Anyways, so Empire Wars in Quick Match. This is interesting. It says by popular demand, the Empire Wars game mode is now available as an option in Quick Match. I know we just talked about how no one asked for it, and now it says by popular demand. I wonder if that's marketing speak or if that literally is feedback they got. I got no idea. I'm inclined to think it's got to be just. I'm sure some people love it, but I feel like
maybe I start getting more in these surveys.
Maybe we do. Yeah, honestly, I think that's their number one way to getting feedback, which isn't the best because only people who take surveys are people who are really angry or really enthusiastic, and you want to get the real
or who play ranked 1v1s and are like I would like this. Don't focus on this.
Yeah.
I try to do them, but I get through like 15%. I'm like, and I would rather tap my phone and forget about it. And I'm like, oh, oops, I didn't get it. Yeah, but I try to do my part. I fail every time.
It'd be nice if you could do it in game.
That would be sweet.
Wouldn't that be nice if you could input in game? That would be really cool. That would make it. I would be much more likely to do it if it pops up. Hey, take a quick survey in game.
I think they have like a link in game.
But going to an external link is very cumbersome. It'd be nice if they could do it in game and record the data somehow.
That'd be sweet.
I say that like it's the easiest thing. That's probably, if anyone's listening, they're probably like a soccer, and you've got no idea how hard that is. And I have no idea. I imagine it'd probably be a crazy undertaking. Anyways, back to the patch. The new maps. We talked about Canal a little bit, the wide stretches of. Actually, Beale, you have a whole list on all these maps that you made. Do you want to kind of do that now?
If we want to jump into maps.
We can just do that now.
I mean, I did make a list. I didn't fill it out for everything, but I do have like all 10 maps if we want to go down through.
Yeah, let's try and be brief on the week. We did talk about the 10 that were coming in before a little bit. We can briefly touch on each of those. I've got like a little snippet on how they kind of play out. We had some questions about the maps too, so we can maybe answer some of our questions that we had last episode about how they play. Well, I don't want to go too long on this, but this is a significant part of what we need to talk about today. So we'll start with Canal. We kind of talked about Canal already. I think we can call that one good. It's a scrappy map. Scrappy is the perfect word for it. Scrappy, very much a water map, very big tournament map. I feel like I've seen a lot of tournaments end on this map. It's one I typically downvote because I'm not really good at these types of maps.
It's such a really interesting hybrid map, though, because there's no deep water fish.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to build a mill with like villagers, you can gather those shore fish at a pretty decent clip. But yeah, docking it and being able to defend the middle position with Navy.
Mm-hmm. Well, and being able to send that Navy into your opponent's base too if you win. I mean, it really, the water goes from one opponent's base to the other. It's a river that goes straight back and forth. I mean, it's one of those weird ones where like you're building a dock so you can get the extra production. So you're getting more eco units faster, essentially. You're doubling the rate. It's almost like a second town center with the food. Then you also can move the Navy into your opponent's base. It's a weird map. Very weird. It plays very different than any other map, I think, in the game.
And it's a lot of Dark Age play on this map too. Like, I mean, lower league, I don't think, a lot of people don't participate in Dark Age play, but like when you watch, like, it's like I've spent a lot of my time watching people play because I'm still trying to learn these civilizations. It's insane. But like a lot of times people like will just have like, mass spearmen, or like English used to be really good on this map, or still is really good. And they'll literally they'll fight over this little, like, pro players can really make this hybrid water, even though it's no dark deep sea fish, they'll make like this so useful, and they'll fight over it for a while in Dark Age. Somebody will win, and it'll really upscale them so heavy.
Yeah.
And the way the map spawns too. Yeah, I see what you mean about how the map spawns.
Yeah. Moving on, I'm going to try and keep us kind of at a quick pace here. Gorge, we already talked about Gorge a lot. I think we can move on from that one. The 2v2 play is really interesting. Like I said, we can just move on. Otherwise, I love it as a 1v1 too. Rocky River, we also talked about this a little. Maybe we shouldn't have done maps, but we talked about Rocky River a little bit. Like it's the combination of those two maps that everyone got mixed up.
Dude, I suck on this map, by the way. I don't know why I like it, but I
struggled on this one. This one's tough, and my opponents never go water on it.
I think I might overwater.
It feels like some maps feel bigger than others. Like Gorge, for instance, feels like a smaller map because your TCs are kind of close together. Like it feels like you've got kind of just a quick line right to your opponent's TC. Rocky River is a map that feels very big to me.
Yeah, so does Canal. They feel like they both play big maps.
Yeah, they feel like big maps, even though they're all the same size, but depending on the way the layout, some feel bigger than others. Rock River is what I would call like, it feels like a big map.
Yeah. I need to watch some players play on Rock River. I need to figure out really the best way to play. I think I might prioritize water too much. That water in the middle, I don't know if it's even worth it. But one thing about Rock River, I would say,
it's hard if you're going to go for super tempo instead. Maybe it's not. It really depends on what your game plan is.
It is cool too. One thing I'll say about Rock River, kind of trying to speed up, is just that it's cool if you make a dock in the center and then just make military ships, and like it'll actually be able to, like you can actually, like, if he's trying to send reinforcements into your base or something like that, like it can really turn the tide. You can actually fight land units with your military ships in the center that come out through the dock. Actually, somehow I think only game I've actually won this map, he fought me for the sacred site in the center, and I had like sprinkle ships just lighting up lighting them up along with my ground units, and like it actually turned the tide of battle for me. So that's only I do like, but other than that, I lose this map pretty much every time. It's a good map though. Yeah, I do like. Still not downloaded.
Beale, I don't. In the patch notes, those are the 3 that it mentions because the other ones were announced earlier. Can you go through the list for us? I know you've got a list.
Sure, we'll go down the list. Yeah. So the 10 maps added to the expansion, because those were the 3 free maps. We'll start with African Waters.
I realized I was right, and we were both right on this one. Remember, we were asking about because it's got the water on the sides, and we were wondering,
where's the TC going to spawn at?
The answer is wherever they freaking want. I have seen
somewhere
TCs,
in the middle.
I've seen TCs be north and south, east and west. I've seen them in every like permutation, because I saw that one picture and I was like, guys, I was right. It's north and south. But more often, it's kind of like a little bit of a mix, right? It's a weird.
Yeah, I really like that about this map, where you don't know exactly how close your TC is going to spawn to the water. And if you are almost at that true north and south, you don't know which one could be your water, kind of thing. Things that I noticed about it, the fact that fishing is more important than on Golden Heights, just because there are a lot of deep water fish. And there are 3 bores on each side. So
wait. 3?
Yeah, I don't know if you've... So...
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
I'll describe the map right here. You've got the middle, which is filled with berries. And then to the east, to the west, you have a big pond filled with deep water fish. To the north and the south, you have some cliffs. And up on the cliffs, you've got large gold stone deposits. But you also have 3 bores on each of the cliffs. And I was when I figured that out, I was like, oh, I'm playing Jeanne d'Arc. Like, I am going to farm those bores.
That's crazy.
A number of civs are going to be really good on that map, because I think of like Roos on that map. It's going to be just nuts.
Yeah, I can't remember the deer distribution, but I think there were like,
I know there's at least a pack.
1 or 2 distribution on
the deer distribution.
The deer
distribution.
Got another pun.
Middle, a lot of.
There's a lot of deer in the middle, and then the boar in the back. I mean, you could get a pretty good bounty, and then the fishing for Roos is really good. This is a Roos map and a Jeanne d'Arc map through and through. Wow.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of berries in the middle. I don't know how that's gonna work, like with berry civs.
Yeah, I remember looking at when we did our skirmish, you and I, Beale, our custom game. I was thinking those berries are too far away. You need your resources all in one spot, and those are kind of scattered. I wouldn't, as a berry civ, it's not going to be very good.
Yeah, and also they're like in group of 2s.
Yeah,
like the berries are they're very distributed and separated.
I mean, because a deer pack is going to give you like 700 plus food, and each berry bush is like 250. You might get maybe 500 food plus out of it, but it's like at that point, why bother? Like you're better off with the deep sea fish.
Yeah, I don't think I won't call this quite
especially
a berry.
Considering it's forward in the middle of the map where you're going to get hit. Like that's a very tenuous spot to hold.
Yeah, and you're so close to the enemy TC. So like,
that's where you fight among the berry bushes.
Exactly. Yeah, pretty much.
It's an interesting map.
It's a good one.
I can see it being in the ranked pool at some point too. Honestly.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know if it's.
I don't think it's a great ranked map one, but it's a little. But I could see it. I could see it making a cameo.
It offers some interesting play for it for sure.
I bet it's one that's going to enter the ranked pool to replace one of the other ones that are currently in And then I bet it'll be the one I downvote. I'm just going to make a prediction on that one. But what's next in the list, Beale?
All right, I got Cliffside next. I played one game on Cliffside with Jean d'Arc, and I can't tell you anything about it. So somebody else who's played this map.
Cliffs, right?
Yeah,
I have played this one a lot. Honestly, I feel like it's a great map. My one thing is I haven't gone against anyone who's done this yet. But a civ like Delhi that could wall, I feel like you could potentially wall off your side of the map really easily if you wanted to do that. The sacred sites are kind of up there. I think it's a great Delhi map, and I hate to say that because I hate going against Delhi. But if a good Delhi player can do this and wall off their sacred sites by just kind of closing off, it's like perfect. The sacred sites are always in the perfect spot to wall off like that. I think Delhi would thrive on this map. Otherwise, yeah, there's some little small, like it's like decent sized choke points, but it's not too narrow either. And there's enough gaps that you don't feel like it's not like you have a mountain pass between you. Like you can just easily, they're like little hills essentially. I think I like it. It's a fun map. I've run into the problem though, where all my food has been forward and I have had nothing in the back but a couple of tree patches. So that's one thing I don't love, or maybe that might have been just my spawn. But yeah, it's a pretty fun map, and your TCs feel sort of close more often than not. The TCs don't spawn where I think they will every time, if that makes sense. Like I always think my opponent's going to be somewhere on this map, and they never are. It's always on a different corner. I've noticed that the spawning isn't always like opposite of where I expect them to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on this compared to Lipany? Because I remember
exactly
seeing this originally and just being like, oh, this is like a Lipany thing.
It's like not like Lipany. It's not like Lipany at all, because these things cut between you. Whereas Lipany kind of has two things on the sides, right? And usually like sometimes it could be a weird choke point in the middle. Sometimes the Lipany is just more open. This one has it's very much a zigzag line cutting off your side versus your opponent's side.
Yeah, Lipany. I think Lipany. You can't really describe Lipany. Like Lipany, kind of like it's like the crazy.
It plays like a more consistent. It plays like Lipany. I'll say that it plays sort of like Lipany, but it's a bit more consistent in its seed, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Whereas Lipany is a bit more wild.
I like Lipany. I like Lipany as like a smaller mega random of just like
mega random,
non-water mega random. Actually, that would be such a good map. Is a non-water, a land-only mega random would like a mirrored would be such a fun map to have.
That's pretty much Lipany. I feel like
it almost is. In many ways, it almost is.
It's some crazy spawns. I love this map.
This is a good one. This is one of the ones that I see and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm not upset about it. I like it.
Yeah, I'm viewing right now.
You guys play Forts yet?
I have not run into this one yet.
I think I may have played one game of Forts. Forts is different.
Forts is amazing. I love Forts.
That's the one where like you pretty much get your TC in the water around it.
Yeah,
like, I'm saying you got to go in the center. Yeah,
that little moat that you can't really build a base very well with. Oh man, that's gonna suck for Ottomans. I haven't played as Ottomans yet, but that is gonna wreck them pretty bad. But I do really like Forts because you do have a very defensible landmark TC position. You've got one berry bush, 4 very small wood lines, and small stone and gold deposits. You got to move out onto the map, and the map is just wide open.
Yeah, I'm looking at the map right now. This is crazy.
It's also, I don't know of any other map that only has one market.
Oh,
like the market is in like the middle, but off to the side of the 2 forts.
On this map, it gets really weird. I saw someone playing a team game on it. It gets really weird when you have like 4 or 5 players on it.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
There's like forts everywhere.
Yeah. I love it. I do hope it comes to ranked next season. It is really interesting. Like you can defend your home base, but you're going to run out of resources. And then really the entire map is open.
Interesting.
And then you can't. And then the thing I thought you could do, but you can't. Those ponds around your home TC, you can't fish in them at all. Like it's strictly just so you can't expand too heavy in this little square. Like it's like there's a hindrance. And it looks nice though. It looks nice. This little.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That little home base is pretty.
It
aesthetic.
looks nice. Yeah. It's just cool.
Or go ahead, Sir Nevels.
No. I'm about to say, like, I hope this map does not come to rank you because I would be horrible in this map. I don't think I would do well. But no, it does look cool.
Next one I got is Glade, which I have not played yet.
So I have a report on this one. And I was talking. Bitterlin is in my chat. And I love being able to. I love that Bitterlin. He likes to chat with us. He's a good guy. He doesn't ever like tell you anything that he's not supposed to. But like it's really fun because you can talk about map design with him, and he just will give you his. You can kind of have a fun conversation. I was chatting with him in my stream. I had a really interesting because on the portrait it looks like there's going to be a circle in the middle with 2 little circles on the sides where each base is at. That's not how it happens in practice. Like it could do that, but the seeds can vary. In one particular, this is not for all seeds. I'm going to describe one of my seeds, and this is just this one instance. In this one instance where I was playing against John Dark as Japanese, we had imagine like the top of a halberd, right? Like almost like a little axe kind of look. That's kind of what it looked like. Like I was in the top little pointy part in the very top and my opponent was in the bottom, and we had like a little tiny pocket right next to us. And then the rest of it was kind of like a weird axe shape, like a wedge axe shape in front on the left side of the map. So it wasn't like a circle. It was a really oblong, weird looking shape that was in the middle of the map. So the portrait on this is going to look like a circle with 2 circles. This is not like a mountain clearing where it's a nice circular map. This thing can spawn and have weird pockets all around it with lots of the resources. So it plays very, very interesting. And your opponent's not going to be directly across from you per se. Like they'll be on that general side of the map, but it's not going to be like where you expect kind of in some maps where they're going to be on this corner. I'm in this corner, therefore I'm in Altai at this side. He is therefore right here. I can tell, even though I haven't seen it yet, you can kind of guess what they are. Can't do that on this map. They'll kind of wiggle around. It'll be kind of weird. So this one spawns much more interestingly than I would have guessed based off of the portrait.
Good FFA map. I don't know if you remember this or not, Sock. This is,
I don't know if it's a good. I don't know if I like it as an FFA map because it's not balanced. It's not going to be. It's not equal, if that makes sense. It's going to be weird pockets in different spots. It's going to be uneven. So I don't think it's a perfect FFA map.
We played FFA on this map.
We did, and it was very lopsided.
It was weird. But I think that everyone got their little community.
Yeah,
Everyone got their little community in the corner, and with their little excess community there next to it. I don't think this map. It's better than another FFA map we played. This one.
Well, the other one was just. Turtle Ridge is just a toxic map in general. Crazy. Well, what we did is no one built a wonder. Everyone just decided to ram. We'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that.
We'll get there. But yeah, this I like this map for FFAs. I don't know how I'd be in ranked for sure. I won't go ranked for this, but FFA. It's pretty cool. It is.
I just pulled it up because I haven't looked at any of these yet. Yeah, it's really funky. He's not wrong.
Oh, so very funky.
Yeah, you have like gold and stone and berries and deer, and you have a little pocket, and then you have like the entrance to like mine is like kind of almost just kind of the top of my base, and then I go to my opponent's and he has like this really weird long entrance and it's like completely offset from mine. Yeah, it's really weird.
It's not a fair balance. I mean, I won't say fair is the wrong word. It's not a balanced symmetrical map. So in that regard, it's not symmetrical. Mm-hmm. And so for an FFA, it's not going to be. You shouldn't go into that thinking everyone's got an equal spawn. Your spawn is going to determine a lot on this map.
Yeah.
So on a 1v1, I think as a 1v1, it'd be good for a Nomad. It'd be really fun for Nomad if you all started in the middle, had to find a pocket. That would be fun. That would be some fun.
People fighting over one pocket.
Yeah, I'm saving up something for that.
But I would say, as a 1v1, actually, Bitterlin I think said, I think I could be wrong, so I don't maybe don't quote me on this, but I think when I was chatting with him about this map, I was showing him the spawn. I was like, I was telling him, he was asking my opinion of the maps, and I was giving him kind of an extra sheet preview because he's cool like that and he deserves it. And I was, who wouldn't, right? And I was telling him that it's interesting. And he mentioned to me, I remember him saying that he didn't think it was a great FFA map, kind of because of the way it spawns, but he liked it for 1v1s. And I actually do think it's really fun for 1v1s because you're forced out. I mean, you're never really going to be, or rather, it's good for team games. Maybe not free-for-alls, but good for team games. Because you can kind of wall your opponent in, which is kind of cheesy. It lends itself to some cheese in 1v1s, but like in a team game, I think that's what he kind of thought of it as. It was a team game map where, there's some back and forth and it's a bit more even that way. Whereas maybe a free-for-all, it's a bit sloppy and lopsided maybe.
Yeah. Look at it right now.
Yeah, I'm loading up a generation right now, and I feel like if I played this and I was a China main, this is a great spot for a barbecue.
Dude.
Oh, yeah.
I'm looking at it right there. Like,
yeah,
China.
Actually, Bitterlin mentioned like a barbican on your. I was thinking, imagine dropping a barbican on your opponent's entrance.
Oh, that's so
Yep,
toxic.
that's what I'm looking at. Yeah.
And that's why you'll
That's
never
so
see it in the
toxic.
1v1 ranked map because it is toxic.
That's
Or even
so
a Kremlin. Even a Kremlin up there would be kind of rough.
What's interesting about Glade compared to mountain clearing is that you can go around the borders. The woodline doesn't go, it's not full. You can go on the edges of the map.
Yeah.
And expand out, which is really cool. I am kind of upset that they nerfed the chop throughs because I saw Glade originally. I was like, oh, this is Conky's map. This is absolutely
chop in. Yeah, there is some potential to chop through into smaller pockets next to you. It is at points where the trees are pretty thin, and I guess eventually you could chop through, but it's not going to be like a given play that you're going to actually play it that way. Yeah, for sure. All right, what's next on our list, though? I think we've kicked this horse down enough. What's the next map?
All right, we got Golden Pit up next.
I like this map a lot, guys.
I like Golden Pit too.
This is one of my favorites. I think this is one of my favorites. I love that it rewards someone who's going to take possession of the map. It's not like you don't have gold on the sides either. Like there are 2 gold veins when you spawn. I feel like most times when I spawn, there's 2 gold veins not in the pit. So you can get 8,000 gold, but eventually you're going to need to find that forward gold. This is another one of the ones where I keep thinking that my opponent's going to spawn right directly like opposite from me. And they don't always do that. Again, they kind of, it's not quite as opposite as I'm used to. Like if I'm in a corner, I think they'll be in the corner, and it's not always quite how that works. But I do like this map a lot. I think it's a lot of fun. I love the concept. I love it. I love this map.
Yeah, it's great. So shout out to Rising Empires. They're doing their map contest right now. I literally posted as a joke when they announced it's like, oh, I'm just going to remake AoE 2's Golden Pit and submit that. And now it's
That's actually
now it's an actual map in the game.
That's
so
crazy.
funny.
It's a good map. I like it. I mean, it works. I mean, important resources in the middle, but you still have enough in your base to start at least. It works. It's a good map.
Yeah, it's one of those maps that offers like strategic play. Oh, I'm looking at. Sorry, the way because as we're talking, I'm generating these maps, and I don't know if it's the same every single time, but the neutral trade posts are in the corners, and there's a strip of trees like around them, which makes it seem like it would be really easy to wall them off to like defend them. So I'm wondering if that was done to allow like, oh, so you didn't take the middle. You can't get the gold in the middle, but maybe you can just run trade back and forth. And
I noticed that. I think it is the same. Can you check the sacred sites on that as well? I think I had a sacred site in the back of my base in the corner that would look very much.
One corner is the sacred site. Yeah. One corner is the market. Yeah.
Did they have like a little ring? It was almost like a half moon of trees kind of covering it.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's part of the spawn. I noticed that. I've been Gulam rushing all in, so I've not been really dealing with that. I've just kind of I'm ending it in the beginning of castle, or I'm losing, and I haven't really dealt with that too much. But I've noticed that there's definitely some play potential there that I don't think has been fully explored yet at all. Yeah, I like this is a great map. I like it. I love what it can do.
And I do love like the ring of stealth forests around the pit. Because that adds, like, that's the missing link for what the AoE 2 map was. To have, like, this mechanic that wasn't present there, where you can take the middle, but you better have vision around, because now, if you're in the middle and somebody else wants to take it over, they've got the benefit of stealth coming towards you if you don't have it towered up.
Well, I like that, actually. One thing I noticed is that food becomes an issue on this map. There's not a ton of food. And there's no food in the pit. I don't think there's any food in the pit except for maybe a sheep or two, maybe. But usually sheep don't spawn on the pit. You got to go around. I don't think
I'm taking a look at the food distribution right now. It looks like there's 4 berries per side, 3 that are kind of safe for each player, and 1 more in the middle, and then a big deer camp for each player, and 3 smaller deer camps along the side. And
yeah, it's like 3 deer. It's like not a big camp.
4 apiece. Yeah.
I noticed that. I was playing and I sat a bunch of villagers on the deer, and it felt like I literally put the mill down to go eat the deer, and then immediately it felt like they were done. And I was like, what? You're already idle? Like I thought it was a full size and it's a short one. Yeah, but there's no food in the middle, which I think works so well, right? Because you do need that gold. It is super precious, but like you can't just only camp on that because then you're going to starve. Like you have to have, I love that there's just this give and take to the game. Like you can take the middle and that's good for you. But if your opponent's going trash army, it doesn't matter.
If you can't take the middle, you can still run trade in your back end.
Yeah.
And it's
it's
going to work. Yeah.
No, this is a wonder. This is, I think, one of the best. This is one of the best maps to come in the game, I think. And I'm fully on board. This one and like Gorge are like S tier to me, genuinely. Oh, we need to do it. We got to do another ranked map.
After this, man. 1v1, best of 3. We're on golden pick.
That's so fun. Hey, yeah, I'm feeling my style. I know my build right now. No, we should do a ranked. We should do maybe for our live episode on the 17th. We'll do a that way everyone can see the video too. We'll do a tier list of the maps that have come into the game. Yeah. A current tier list of maps. Maybe we'll just do all maps. We'll do all maps. That'd be fun. Just do a big one.
We gotta do civs eventually too. We gotta do a lot of types of.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait for the civs a little bit. Gotta wait for the civs to see if any hot patches come out, and then see if kind of where things really find. I think it's like Japanese. I feel like they're good. I don't feel like there's a consensus on them yet, and we'll get into this in a little bit. We'll talk about our experiences here in a bit. Beale, what's the next map on the list?
We're going to Haywire.
I have not played this one.
I think I played Haywire.
This is insanity. It's never going to be on the ranked pool. This is an insane map. I think it's based off of, there was a custom map for AoE 2. I think it was called like Chaos Pit. If that gives you any idea of what's going on.
That kind of gives it away.
So, okay. Center of the map, you got a circle of trees, bigger than Oasis, but like a circle of trees that takes up maybe like 2/3 of the map. In the middle of those circle of trees, you're starting town centers. You don't have to exactly cut through to get to the other side. There are holes in the woodline, but you can expand out and take over the rest of the map. And there are like 1 million large deer camps roaming around the map. The neutral trade posts are not at the corners. They're on the edges of the wood line on the outside. It is,
dude, guys. You know what we should do?
So I've played it.
We should do a free for all on this.
What I want to do, we should do a free for all on just like a bigger map size than what they recommend.
Oh, that's a great idea. That way, there's a little bit of
there you
time.
go.
That'd be fun.
Because taking a look at this, I've got a map loaded up with the settings on reveal map. I can see both town centers on the screen right now.
Yeah,
oh my gosh, are you kidding? Wow,
yeah, you spawn super close. You spawn very mad.
They're not. I mean, they're not in range to shoot at each other, but that's wild. That they're within a screen.
Very close. And I'm curious how Mongols would play on this.
Dude,
do you
anyone who's got Dark Age
out, or do you what do you do?
Dark Age Men at Arms Rush, man. Japanese, English, HRE, Dark Age Men at Arms Rush. Actually, wait, RG3 doesn't do that until they get to Age 2. Never mind.
It's crazy seeing this map revealed because I played it a lot when the game first, the first Halo expansion, because it was only a quick match and I played on teams. Yeah, and you don't realize when you spawn in, you got the fog of war. You don't realize how close you are to the enemy. And how, you would think naturally that you would spawn outside of that tree line.
Oh, no.
No, you spawn inside.
In the preview, I was like, oh, are they really doing this? Is that really what the map's going to do?
It's crazy. Spawning inside is, it's so awkward. Once the fight starts, to happen, the game starts progressing. Because, you have to go outside and get
Mongols
resources.
Being nope, see you guys, packing up and going outside.
Oh, dude, that's
exactly deer on the edge.
Yeah, exactly. Yes,
yeah.
Dude, that's exactly how they played too, and I played them on this map. This map is very weird.
A bigger map would be real fun.
I wouldn't mind it. I actually didn't mind it though. Tell you the truth.
All right, stop the podcast. Everyone, open up. No, just kidding.
Everybody, stop!
It was amazing. I played I kid you not 8 hours yesterday straight on stream.
Yeah, I saw you.
One of my longest ones ever, and I was on an absolute tear. I'll probably keep talking about it because it was the best day of my AOE life, and I still want to keep playing. I still want to play more. I'm having so much fun with the game. Man, that I have not played that map, and I want to. It sounds like an absolute. It sounds like you're
that extra sheep guy, and someone on top in Microsoft were okay, have him queue against weaker opponents next 10 games. Much weaker.
He didn't have access to the early access. Yeah. We're just gonna make his day really easy on the ranked ladder for this week. That's what it felt like. I had one guy. I had one guy. I was going against Byzantine. Sorry, this is a bit of a tangent, but it's really funny, and I wanted to talk about it. I was on like a 4 or 5 game win streak, and I was like, okay, when I go on one of those tears that I'm going 3 or 4 in a row. I mean, I don't think I've ever gone 4 in a row. I think I'd gone 4 maybe once or twice before, but like 5 is like unheard of. I'm like, eventually, like you flip a coin enough times, it's gonna go tails, right? It's not gonna always be heads. I was like, I'm just expecting to lose one of these times. Was going against, it was on what was it? It was on Rocky River against Byzantines. I'm playing Ayyubids. I'm planning on fast castling into Ghulam Rush. But I'm doing the gambling wing to get my free units and free stuff and good trades. Not free units, but good tradings to get into some fun units. And I'm scouting. I'm playing the best games I've ever played in my life, guys. I'm scouting him out. I'm looking. I see he's got a hippodrome. Okay, great. I look at his gold, which is forward. He's not on gold. We're in feudal age, and I'm like, he's got nothing on gold. Like, that's kind of weird. He's got a ton on wood. I go over, check. He's got a ton on the berries. Check his back gold. Nothing. Go back to his front gold. Nothing. I'm like, what is he doing? Just building 1,000,000 horsemen? And then they came. Like 1,000,000 scouts came rushing to my base with everything.
Triumph.
Yeah.
Insane. But
I don't think he timed it well. And again, they were scouts, not horsemen. And I had spears.
What?
Yeah. He had like 1,000,000. And I'm talking, he had like 80 scouts. Like he was going full scouts, full villagers, and he sent them all to my base. But I had spears. I had like 12 spears, a couple of ghulams, a couple of skirmishers, and then I had my villagers. He didn't even get, I've got my House of Wisdom and I've got my TC. He didn't even get halfway through my TC. I was laughing. I was just complete. I was like, oh my gosh, this is the greatest free elo I've ever gotten in my life. But yeah, he charged me. It was crazy. Anyways,
that's interesting.
I don't know what I got on that. But yeah, he went full trying to landmark snipe me with just scouts. And I was looking at his gold going like, I literally said in my stream, like, man, is he just like making a bunch of horses? Like, what's the deal? Like, I don't see any units. That's hilarious. And I guessed it right. He came all the scouts, and I just started. I cracked up so hard. I wasn't sure I was going to survive it or not. But I had like 10 spears, and I just surrounded them as they came around my TC and just killed them all. It was so funny. It was.
Yeah. Speaking of Conky, that's like, I remember his strat as Mongols doing that, of just, I'm building Dark Age stables, only creating scouts, only going on food.
Yep.
And I think I hit with that before by him.
Yeah. Well, all of a sudden, it's 12 minutes into the game and 70 scouts are...
I mean, this is a good thing for scouting. I scouted out that he had not only the hippodrome, but I also scouted out a stable. He was hiding his units in the back of his base, I think, where I couldn't see him. But I saw that, and I saw he wasn't on gold, and I guessed right. I was like, I slowed down my castle age. I was like, I'm going to make some more spears just in case he floods my base with horsemen. I'm going to be ready for this because I think that's what's coming. And I nailed it. I was like, that was one of those like lessons learned where like you learn from scouting, and when you're scouting well, you're ready to go. It was a really fun game. It was a delight to beat that off and get him away from me after killing all those scouts. He literally lost everything and then just GG'd. It was so much fun.
That's funny.
Anyways, what's our next one on the list? Sorry, Beale.
Moving on to Hidden Valley. I just booted this up for the first time because I have not played this one yet. Is this
the one with the secret site in the middle? And it's got like the trees that block it and the 2 cliffs?
Yes.
I didn't know
that because I was looking at the preview. I was like, okay, this is either French Pass or the Pit. 2 kind of lower tier maps in my enjoyment rankings. But looking at this right now, a little narrow pit.
Very narrow.
Blocked by a forest. You need to chop through
on both sides
to get to that middle sacred site.
Mm-hmm. Fun fact on this map, guys. I got a fun fact on this. So there's a sacred site in the middle. There's 2 on either side on the wings, kind of like the pit. But imagine again, instead of stealth force, you got 2 little wood lines that you have to kind of like wood wall. You have to kind of chop through them on both sides, though. I was scouting and I was having a hard time finding sheep on this map, and I was like, where are they? And I ran my scout up to the cliff, and I saw a sheep down there next to the sacred site in the middle of the map. And I'm like, well, yeah. I was like, what's that doing there? Like, there's no way for me to get the sheep. By the time I can chop through to get the sheep, what's the point of even having it spawn in there? And then Bitterland, bless his heart, pops in chat and goes, oh yeah, that's actually a bug. We're fixing that. I was like, oh, okay. So fun fact, if you see a sheep in there, it's not supposed to be, because of exactly the reason I said, like, no one's ever going to use a sheep that's in there because you can't scout it. You can't get it. By the time you chop through, you're in castle age. What are you going to do with 1 extra sheep? Like, you're not on sheep. You're on some other more sustainable food source at that point. That's my fun tidbit.
I'm absolutely loving this. Like, I have not looked at a generation of this map before. Taking a look at the wood lines, you've got a tiny wood line near your TC and then nothing except for that wood wall that separates you and your opponent. So the most strategic option is after you chop down the little forest near your TC, you have to work on tearing down that wood wall that separates you and your opponent.
Yeah.
Because cool. The other big like wood lines are at the four corners of the map, and then in the middle on like the wings are some smaller wood lines.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's not my favorite map, but it's interesting. It's fun. It is an interesting. It's very different, very fun change of pace.
I like it because I think initially before we actually saw this map queued up, we thought it would be like a pit or a French pass.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a lot wider.
Like
it's a narrow little thing.
Nothing like the two at all. Like that was my biggest concern. I thought it'd be like just a vertical or like a vertical. I guess the way this spawn, well, it's horizontal pit. And actually, no, like the way it's basically, it's kind of just like I think it's a very like kind of basic map. Like it's like I can't think like a plain like a land map. Like and I like it. I don't think it has the same problem of like you send your army one way and they lose the other. Or like you can wall the way you can wall up
but
now.
You also can't wall. Look at so I just posted a screenshot. Take a look. Where are you going to wall? It is wide open.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, with the walling, well, you can wall one side and just pick, like, kind of.
Yeah. If you go diagonal off of the.
Yeah.
Cliff, like
and with the new walling UI, with the new way the walling works, you could just swing it through all of this.
No resources back there either. Like, you are forced to take. There's no real safe resources.
Yeah, after 10 minutes, after about 10, 12 minutes, you're going to start feeling really uncomfortable if you're holed up in your base. If you got wood and that's like it.
Yeah, the gold spawns kind of on the sides there. It's a weird map.
Yeah.
But I don't mind it. I thought I was going to hate this map. That's probably why I'm like giving it a little more of a pass. Cause like I thought it was going to be like a pit. I don't like the pit.
I like the pit a lot, but the market's ruined it, but I like the pit.
Are there any trade posts in this? In the trade,
they are, but they're kind of
they're not as safe as they are.
You're gonna get maybe, depending on how you do it, you're gonna get maybe 60 gold for it at most.
Yeah, and that's probably why I like. Yeah, I like that because the pit is just like becomes like a trade.
Can we talk about trade and how good it's been lately? Like trade is so good right now. Like not that it's like cool. Good as in it's broken, but like it's in a great spot.
It's in a good spot. Yep.
Yeah.
Balanced is the word.
There you go. Perfect.
If you want to expand your eco by building markets, it's not overpowered, but it also does boost your eco.
Yeah, it's in a great spot. They've done a good job with it.
I have some speculation. Do you think they'll make a unit that can traverse cliffs?
I have a fun fact. The shinobi, the ninjas, the shinobi.
Yeah, I was about to say, the shinobi poof up there?
Here's a fun fact. The shinobi, I bet they can. We should test this real quick because I saw a clip on Reddit where a shinobi can jump and poof through stone walls.
Oh, yeah. That's cool.
So to answer that, Caleb, I think the answer is maybe. Maybe they can. We got to try this out. Okay, right now. Let me open up my game. Actually, no, then it'll be really loud. Everyone will hear it. I'm recording this, so you guys have to do it on your guys' end. Otherwise, you'll hear my game noises.
I'll go back to Hidden Valley as the Japanese.
It's Japanese and make a shinobi.
I'll get back to you. I got to make the the landmark. We'll get to you in 5 minutes.
Exactly. Yeah, we're going to update.
I saw a clip on Reddit.
Sheets and type in a Jiffy, then you can just instant make stuff.
And there you go. Yeah, I saw them.
I'll play this for real.
I saw a ninja poof across a wall, like over a wall, like you just pop. You just teleport.
That is one of the balance concerns for because that's a blink ability when it comes to RTS. like wardens in Warcraft 3 could blink.
Stalkers in StarCraft 2.
Yep.
The tricky thing is shinobi going for shinobi as Japanese is really not good on land maps overall. Like your economy is hurting so bad for it.
What's their combat like? Like I don't know.
The shinobi they are little glass cannons.
They
essentially.
can 2-shot a Vil, right?
I think it's 3 shots. 3-shot a Vil, but they have a pretty fast attack speed. They have only 80 health and no armor, so they are little. They are really
but they
weak.
have blink.
But they have blink. It's not.
Yeah, but they have blink.
It's not a super wide range though. They can't go very far with it. It always feels like not quite enough. Like you blink and then the knight just walks over and hits you anyways. Like you can't do a ton with it.
Not the most distance on it.
Not the most distance on it, which is probably for the better. I'd like another tile. I think would make them feel way better. I feel like they're a little underpowered. Their best ability is the sabotage by far. Being able to just throw something and light something on fire and disable it for at least 30 seconds. That's the best ability.
Yeah, I can see why that's huge on water maps.
Yeah, on water maps, that's why you do it. You
disable the dock.
Sabotage the dock. That's the only thing that I think they're good on. And I think they're good at hybrid maps, especially like Golden Heights. That's where Shinobi shine because you've got one dock, torch it down, you're on the same water. Like you're not going to go more than one dock on that to start. Then you win water. And once you win water, you just that's your eco. Otherwise, the Kura Township, Kura Gathering landmark is just better because it gives you the free farms.
Yeah, their eco landmark is, I don't want to say it's busted, but it saves so much wood.
It saves a lot of wood. I don't think it's busted. I really don't because Japanese they don't have a lot else going for them.
It's also
in feudal
a garrison
in that regard.
point too.
It's a garrison point, but it isn't a shoot. It's just basically like a village. It's
okay. I've just been playing Jeanne d'Arc. So it's like, get out of there. Stop garrison.
It's honestly, Japanese
kill you.
Japanese suffers from a lack of tempo until they get to Imperial Age. Imperial Age, they can swing tempo with crazy with the Ozutsu. Those guys wreck. They're busted. They're overpowered. They probably need to be nerfed. And I hate to say it because it's like the one thing where Japanese just feels unstoppable. Whereas everything else, it just feels like you're fighting for your life. And I love Japanese, but
when we get to that topic, I'm gonna disagree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I played a lot of Japanese for Nevels. I played a lot of Japanese.
I'm almost solely, but we're getting there.
I think we're done with our Hidden Valley talk, so let's go to a Japanese place. Like
I'm super excited to hear about how they teleport though.
Himyamama.
Wimbenyama. This map is interesting. I like it.
It's good. I like it. I actually do like it. I think Cauldron is still better. I would like to play Cauldron in ranked because it's very similar with that one not necessary pond in the middle, but if you can get there and secure it, it's a definite bonus kind of thing. I do like the play on that. I love how open it is. I feel like there are fewer resources than normal on Himiyama. And we were talking about, I know in the preview, somebody mentioned that it looked like Acropolis from AoE 2, and I think that is exactly what they're trying to design it after.
Yeah, the water in this one, there's no fish on it at all, so it's essentially just a water feature. Oh, there is?
There is. Yep, there's 4
yeah, that's right. There's 4 shorefish.
Food.
I always look at it as basically not worth it. It's just it's very rare that I feel
2,000 food. It can it is. I mean, it's AoE. It's a strategic decision. Do you want that increased gather rate to get 2,000 food? Do you have the map control to take the middle?
Yeah. See, I played a lot of Japanese, and with the free farms, it was like, why would I ever move out and go do that? Like, why would I ever when I've got farms at home? We've got fish at home, honey. It's like, why would I?
Pretty funny. Himiyama and the Japanese want to stay home and take the fish in the middle of their map.
Yeah,
named after them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm rather confused about this map. I realize I've not played this map, and I'm not.
My biggest thing.
What makes this map cool? No, you're good. I was actually questioning why would you want to take this fish in the middle of just literally for? what makes it worth it?
It's faster. So I've been playing a lot of
time to get there is going to slow you down.
You just drop a mill. And I know it's slower around. You can drop a dock too and build like 3 fishing ships and be good with it. Mm-hmm. But it does reward map control, but it doesn't reward it to the amount where it is game deciding.
Okay.
It's a bonus, but it's not like with Baltic, like you won water, you win.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Next game. This one is like, you took map control at this time. You can have a bonus of increased gather rate on 2,000 food. Would you like that? And I think that is way more interesting than typical water maps.
Yeah, I will say this map is interesting in that the sheep on this map spawn very differently than other sheep. And I know, like, as a sheep guy, obviously I have to talk about this, but they don't come in groups on this map. They are only in ones. They are solo. All the sheep are looking for love. So looking for sheep, I have struggled on this a little bit in my my scouting pattern has suffered because you never find a group. You always find them one at a time. They're kind of scattered everywhere. There's always straggling sheep. It's worth really combing every little bit of this map because they're just hidden everywhere, but they're only in ones. So I've really struggled to get enough of sheep. That's something that's why I've been happier with Ayyubids lately, is because I don't have to worry about it as much.
All right, gents, I hate to report this, but Shinobi cannot blink up and down the cliff.
Oh,
Is it because it's too tall?
No, it's not a too tall thing. It's not giving me an error like, hey, cliff too tall, can't do this. Wait, if I click here. It's just that the cliffs are big enough that it takes enough up on screen that the AoE around the Shinobi, when you go to click it,
it's too far.
The circle around it,
doesn't reach.
It's taken up by the cliff. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well,
I am going to go play cliffside with the Japanese and see if
they can go up the cliff.
Do something there, or Lipine or something like that.
Okay, here we go. That was debunked.
Science. See, we give you all here at the Extra Sheep Podcast. We give you the greatest in science and experimentation.
Well, we'll move on to thickets. Speaking of Baltic,
I don't like this map.
No, I've seen other map generations, and it doesn't produce coves like I had that one time.
Oh yeah, you had that nice little cove.
It is like a little, yeah. It is like a tiny Baltic with a little island in the middle, but a smaller lake. I was watching the War Chief Club earlier today, and everybody is sending out villagers to the middle, construct docks on the middle islands, and then give them the naval arrow slits.
Oh,
yeah, they got that from Beastie.
Okay.
Yeah, BC.
That's actually brilliant.
Yeah,
but still,
that is brilliant. Yeah, I've seen. I remember BC did that. He failed actually at it because he went against the Ayyubids and they aged up faster. And
the Ghulam Rush, man, it's good. It's good.
But BC tried doing that, and he sent someone over in a transfer ship, built a dock up, and tried to build a forward dock and get the. And like he was over searching whatever makes the defensive tech on the dock. He was like really searching that resource heavy. All the caches were confused.
Yeah, you need stone on that one.
Yeah. He was like everybody was confused. Like, why is he still on stone? He built that second dock up. And while he was in the middle of researching that the arrow slits for the dock, his opponent aged up like immediately.
Just completely ignored water, went for the full classic. Yeah, you can take water, I'll just brush you with Ghulams or knights or whatever it is.
Well, no, they aged up so fast. They got a like BC, like he couldn't, like, I don't think he did it immediately. I don't think he did it impulsively, like, let me try this, middle of the map. But like basically, the opponent aged up and got a archer ship out and caught his villager building a dock in the middle and started shooting his villager already. And he's like, "What the?" You go back to the VOD and hear BC like, "What? How does he?" Like he's like pissed off because the
early age up is the thing. That's brilliant. That's a brilliant play.
Juji has a faster age up in their initial.
Juji is supposed to be that. It's that civ, boys. That's the one everyone fears right now.
It reduces the cost.
The age up cost, yeah.
Yeah. So he aged up really fast.
And if you want to stay in that dynasty, like it.
Ayyubids has an option.
They have the fastest castle. I think faster than.
Because it's like having Swabia for feudal and.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Even like, what is it? The Abbasid tech, the preservation of knowledge. That's still not as much of a benefit because
I think Jushi is the one that I have a Reddit post about what civ needs to nerf the most from the new ones, and spoilers, it's gonna be Jushi's.
I don't know. I've had good games against them.
Me too.
I remember the first time I ran into their fast castle and they hit fast castle at like 6 minutes 15 seconds, and I was like,
excuse me?
My first game against them, I had like 1,000 Sholan monks I had to deal with, and I had mass samurai, and it was just the biggest bonk fest ever. They were just bonking each other with the sticks, and my samurais were smacking with the swords. It was like watching it was like watching those people when people fight and they're just like, trying to slap each other and they're like looking away at the same time. That's what it was like. It was like the slowest motion fights ever. Right? Huge masses of like 30, 40 units each running into each other and then just clink, clink, bonk, bonk.
Those Shaolin monks, man, they're making a big impression. You do the animation, like the ones like throwing the sticks, dude. And their Wololo is the best Wololo. Have you heard the Shaolin monk?
It is. It's pretty cool. It makes me wish there was Wololos for every civ. It makes me wish that there were.
It is the best Wololo. Like it literally is like, oh my goodness, yeah, like it's like a deep, like a throat singing Wololo. It's good.
They should add that in for different civs. They should change the Wololos for different ones. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I was like, wow.
For each civ.
Are they?
We need to interview the man that voice acted that. Is what we need to do.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Where is he? I want him.
Have a talk with him. That's a good one.
We'll just say the thing again and again.
One more thought on thickets.
Oh yeah.
The whole interview is just us asking him to do it again.
One more thought on thickets. I don't know if this is confirmed, but I think there are fewer sheep on this map than like Dry Arabia.
Oh, there has to be. It felt like there was nothing in our 1v1. Also, there's one of the sheep. Some of the sheep spawn on the island, and I don't know if that's supposed to happen, but like, what do you ever do with that? You can't put sheep in.
We're talking about docking in the middle of the island. One of the boar spawns in the middle of the island, and watching the War Chief Club,
see that
Cal was losing his mind, just being like, attack the boar, trigger the boar, have the boar kill the villager that's building the docks in the middle.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. What's the purpose of that boar though? Like, I feel like that boar
maybe to activate it and just like
maybe it is really meant to be him. Like, I feel like
the boar's on it's a sanctuary island. It's where they put the boar so they can have their own space, free from human interaction and activity.
Bro, there you go. Maybe if you get control of water, you can just hop on there and just get some food from the boar. Because I'm thinking like, there's no way you could like get like 8 bills in a transport ship, get them on that boar. And then just collecting boar on that middle island.
I mean, just use a ship to get it down. Use a ship to get it really weak.
A demo ship killing a boar.
Exactly.
Well, if you kill it with military, doesn't it not drop the food?
No, that's AoE2.
That's AoE2. That's right.
You kill it.
Wow, that's AoE2-ness me coming in there. Wow, that.
If you kill it as an Islamic civ,
that's right. That's right.
Yeah, that was getting people were really upset about that. Is that technically what they call that BMing? The BMing, like
that was banned in tournaments.
Like, people were,
I remember when I got heated.
I mean, I feel like denying your own. I feel like going into your opponent and killing it would be kind of bad, but like your own on your side though, like.
So 2 seasons ago,
APM for it.
When I was playing autos a lot and Roos was still really oppressive, I'm going to confess my sins. I would get heated and I would go to the boars. I'm just be like, no, actually, you're not taking that. Like, I'm gonna kill that. Like, actually, also,
I mean, you're denying the bounty though. Like, that's like honestly part of like the game.
There's no weird like. So you guarantee the bounty to the Roos on that?
Yeah,
I don't think it should be banned.
I don't think it should be banned for that reason alone.
I think it should be like you kill the boar and it just drops the food, but you just can't harvest it.
I still think professional scouts should let you pick up the boar. I still think that should be a thing. Yes. Like with how expensive professional scouts is, you should be able to pick up the boar now. Like back in the old days, I get it because it was a lot cheaper. But I mean, devs, if you are listening, please, that has to be the least used upgrade in the game. And this is the third time episode I've talked about it in a row. Have it pick up the boar and make your scout super slow, but make it viable. Make professional scouts great again.
They're going to
make professional scouts great again.
Yeah, they're going to John Dark. Throw over his shoulder. Throw over his shoulder and go. I was thinking maybe like they have a Viking civ and like, maybe you get a berserker, you can pick a boar up over your shoulders and then carry it back slowly.
I mean, I've got no problem with like leaving it just, this a scout has to do it, but just make it so it slows them down a ton. I mean, it already costs so much and takes forever.
Boar under your TC, woo, that'd be broken.
Yeah, but Sir Nevels, think about how much it costs to get professional scouts.
2 TC Roos. A boar under your TC, that is the Roos.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, but professional scouts you could even increase the price even more then. I mean, because otherwise no one uses professional scouts like at all.
Maybe there should be amateur scouts where you can pick up
amateur
yeah. There we go. Have it be 2 tiered.
Or nobody picks up anything. Huh?
Well, that's what we already have, Caleb. That's what we already have, and it sucks. And there's no grand venison, and I miss it.
I want
let's leave the game boring
feet
like it is.
I want professional berry. You chop the berry bush down, you carry it back.
Oh, they got.
You know what? I'm
Scouts
down.
with little
I'm
baskets.
down.
Yeah.
Scouts have baskets inside.
Like it's a weird House of Wisdom.
Professional camels.
Yeah, you can steal berry bushes and take them home.
Advanced gathering. Here we go. Professional
All
gathering.
I'm saying is functionally, the mechanic is weird because it's either so cost efficient that you get hyper protected food or take food from your enemy, or it's so cost inefficient that nobody does it. And I don't know if there's a perfect
right. It's so swingy because if it is cheap, then the games do devolve into okay, this game is all about stealing the deer from the other person.
It's a RTS breaking thing because like the whole point about RTS is being able to contest the resources, which is like the thing you want. And when all of a sudden you make it so it's hyper cost efficient to have uncontested resources or even take the resources from your enemy and uncontest them, it's like, I don't know, it's really hard functionally.
Mm-hmm. That would change the game entirely. It just turns into
that'd be crazy.
Like, okay, I take these resources, you take these resources, and now we just sit at home.
And now everybody's at home with their stockpiles of apocalypse food, and we're all just
English bees are rejoicing.
Yeah, dude.
We got one more map to talk about.
Yeah, let's get to it.
And it's been what, 2 hours?
Oh man, we haven't even gotten to the actual.
We haven't got to the
civs. This is going to be a
it's been a record-breaking episode.
It's a two-parter, that's for sure.
It's a two-parter.
Yeah. We're going 8 hours tonight. Turtle Ridge.
Turtle Ridge, man, that map. Ugh.
Well, it's aptly named. It is Sir Nevels. I just want to apologize for what I did to you on that map.
Yeah, it was unfair.
Actually, I don't think
I don't think, dude. I was trying to play the Byzantines, and I don't know. I was trying to make a full olive oil economy, and didn't know what I was doing. It was just a waste. It really is. They call it Turtle Ridge. Like you really, can just be safe. Like there's a lot of resources in your little ridge too. And we played a FFA game. It was a 1v1v1v1. Like a 4-man FFA, and I think the game lasted like an hour and a half.
It was about an hour and 20, yeah. Or it was
yeah,
about an hour when it was long.
It was kind of crazy because really everyone did exactly what was in the title. We all just turtled up for the most part. We just and then it got to a point where somebody had to come out and kind of force themselves to kind of try and take the center. But then once everybody started seeing that, then everybody started bringing out their siege and breaking it down. It lasted forever because everyone had 6 TCs at the entrance of their base, and it literally weren't all the relics in the center?
The relics were in the center, but that was relics. There's only the relics in the center and nothing else.
Yeah, you can just sit in your base all day.
Sites.
And
no one built a wonder, so we were all just kind of playing crabs in a pot of whoever was not getting hit the hardest. We'd all hit them instead. Really, the way to win this I realized the way to win it is to eliminate the guy next to you and then get into his base and wall up both bases and then hold both of them. Otherwise, it was just eventually someone runs out of gold. So French does really well because of guild hall. So you have a continuous income of gold that you can keep using in stone. So you can build a lot of defenses. So French play with guild hall works. Otherwise, I won it eventually. But if you gang up on if you 2v1 someone, it's hard because you get kind of choked points. So you can push them back into their base. But then someone's got to pull off. Otherwise, they just start fighting each other. And so it just turns into this messy situation. It was, I don't know how I feel about the map. It was gross, to say the least.
So I do want to make it a counter argument. I haven't played it, and I don't plan on playing it. But if you take a look at the most downloaded custom maps for AoE 4, they are all choke point maps.
Yeah.
They are all maps exactly like this.
That is weird.
People love playing like this. And that's fine.
Yeah.
At low levels of play, it's probably a blast. I'm sure it's an absolute blast.
Yeah. No, you play this game once every couple of weeks with your buddies from high school. Let's get together, let's play Age of Empires like we were kids. Yeah. Oh, look at this. We want to build up big armies and ooh, that's cool in the middle there. Mm-hmm. And That's totally fine. That's a completely valid way to play the game.
That's actually how I play when I first started playing AoE. That's like originally how it came in.
Does it at first. Yep.
Yeah, we just do something.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So this map is for them, and it's totally fine. I'm never gonna seek this out to play unless it's like a silly okay, guys, let's play a gimmick map.
Yep.
But this is for players that aren't us.
This map is fun for Byzantines. Just building up you actually taking your time and not being in pressure and trying to figure out the cisterns and all the
aqueducts. Building the most beautifable aqueduct.
Yeah, dude. I had 106 aqueducts, was it farm olive oil patches? What exactly is the business?
Olive groves.
Yeah, olive groves. There you go. Everything's built instead of farms, olive groves.
Yeah.
Well,
writing his name with the aqueduct in cursive.
Yeah, exactly, dude. I had it looked sweet, but it was not the way to play. Byzantines are hard. We'll get there later.
Not the way for us
so
to
when
play.
I originally saw the map, I was hoping that there would be a way that you could sort of chop the trees around the back to access your neighbors from the back, but no, you can't. The walls.
No, it's all mountains. It's all mountains, and it's nothing.
And
there's no backdooring.
There's no way Shinobi's going to clear that.
Maybe Sir Nevels, think about R4 before. Maybe we should have done it a size up, so it was double the size.
Oh,
so
they gave him 2.5 hours.
I loaded up a 1 versus 1 on the biggest map, and it just places you and your opponent across from each other, but it still has the 8 little ridges.
Huh.
But maybe you could just take over. I don't know. There are a lot of people who are really going to love this map.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's great for them.
It's good for the community that plays it casually. Like I'm saying, not everybody. We like playing ranked play, and that's how
we're
we
real
find
gamers, yo.
Yeah, we play a little more of a
real gamers,
more competitive level. But like I said, when newcomers to this game, like you said, Bill, guys that just hop on, maybe they just want to put the FPS down and try something different. Hop on with the homies and just play like a free for all, just on Turtle Region, because most guys are going to most new players aren't really fighting heavy until Imperial.
Right.
They're just going to build their base up.
We build so many units and we send guys on some epic battles in the middle.
Exactly. Exactly. They might even have it to where, all right, guys, no one attack until everyone at 200 pop. All right, base outside your base, and everybody on 3.
Meet in the middle.
Everyone just A move on 3. It's just see what happens, see who wins. So that type of gameplay, that's probably a really good map for that. But how we were trying to play it, how we know everyone that played in that FFA, we're all playing the competitive ladder. So we're all like, well, how do we end this game? What is going on? It was taking forever. But yeah. So I see what you're saying.
It is wild that maps that look like this are the most popular custom maps.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, it's probably still a lot of casual players that play this game.
Oh, they're absolutely
most definitely.
We'll get to my interview a little later on in this episode, but we totally talk about all of the different sort of kinds of people that play AoE and how ranked 1v1 enjoyers. We have it good because the devs love us and they listen to us. There's so many other people that play this game that do get ignored.
Most definitely.
Well, that was our last map, right?
That was.
All right, moving on to the patch note. We've got so much to cover, guys.
Oh man.
I'm going to move on our discussion here to the Mega Walls update. I'll read this little note. Walls are now simpler and easier to place and utilize by players, from improvements such as better villager building logic and construction UI to completely new features such as linking to allied walls and a functional overhaul to gates. How you lay out your base and defend your civilization will be forever changed. I'm going to actually go to the balance and bug fixes and read that part. I'm going to talk about the walls here. Where's it at? Wall updates. So placing walls is easier than ever before. Dragging walls over obstacles will automatically split the wall into 2 or more sections, allowing you to wall across multiple blockers with a single order. I still tend to do it manually, personally, so far. I haven't just dragged it because it's kind of hard to reach. I'm building big enough walls that's it goes more than a screen's length anyways sometimes. I don't always do that, and I kind of want to angle them, but the nice thing is you can do this over like small patches of woods, and it just does it automatically. So it is really nice. Villagers build smarter. Instead of constructing bastions last, villagers build walls from end to end, starting and ending with the bastion pieces. I have a note on this. I noticed something. The one downside to this is those bastion pieces, they can still go around it until that last piece next to it finishes. So even though you got that last piece building up, if the bastion's not there, a knight went right around me and got me. I was so mad because the bastion wasn't there, but the main part of the wall was going up. But until that finishes, the bastion then automatically pops in. But until that happens, it's still open. So just be aware. But overall, you don't have to do the whole
like quick.
thing.
You can't like quick wall.
Right.
Yeah, you can't. No, you have to finish that piece at least.
Okay, so it's removed quick walling, but added quality of life to the physical building of them.
Yeah. So overall, it is better. And so now, because you used to just build the middle, and then they'd walk around to the ends, and people could still go around until
felt like
those are
they
done.
just choose which like portion of the wall at random. They just like throw a dice and be like, I'm going to section 4. I guess
just did this whole wall, and now at the very end, but I'm going to do the end piece on the other side now. And it's like, what? No. So yeah, they're a lot better with that now. But there, you do have to be wary. Until the wall's completed, there is still a risk. So be advised. They do build smarter. So instead of constructing in the last palisade mid-wall bastions are no more. So bastions are no longer produced between palisade wall segments. This means you don't have to manually cancel them for the resources back anymore. Bastions on the endpoints of palisades still exist, but cost no resources and build instantly when the piece finishes next to it. All static resources can be used as part of a wall. So building across a gold mine, stone mine, or berries will completely block navigation so that the resource acts as part of the wall. We've added new gap pillars.
Berries are weird, especially when you think about like African waters where the berries are all scattered.
Yeah.
All right, I'm booting up another game.
Berries are weird. You actually,
because villagers can like walk to specific berry bushes and stuff. So I don't understand.
Well, when you put it in a wall, it acts as part of the wall, like that. But, however, the small walls that extend, there's little small walls that extend from the wall end pieces to help clearly show that what is and what is not walled off. I have noticed that. There'll be extra little add-ons to kind of show what's been walled in. You can connect your walls. I'm just keep reading this. You guys can keep talking about that in just one second. But you can connect walls with other players. It's now possible to join walls together, making walling with your teammates far easier than before. Stone walls connected in this way do not create walkable bridges between them, but do walk together to block navigation. And then walls can now be placed closer to blockers. So previously, there was a one-tile clearance was required between walls and blockers, such as buildings, resources, and sacred sites. This has been reduced so that it's possible to wall right along the footprint edge. However, it is not possible to wall in such a way that buildings can be used to block navigation. This is to keep consistent with the buildings are not walls design goal.
So I don't know. I have mixed feelings because like buildings aren't walls, but resources are walls. Because having a big slab of gold, I don't know. It just feels inconsistent and kind of arbitrary.
No, I mean, well, buildings are walls are a different design consideration because that is one of the things I don't like about AoE 2.
Yeah, I also don't like that.
Yep.
But they also use resources as walls too, and I don't know.
Imagine you got a bunch of smaller trees though. You got a bunch of like little trees. Sometimes you just have a spawn where you got like one or two trees that just block it, and it's just so frustrating to work with. Or you got a little tree that gets. I don't hate the
spawn so that doesn't happen. I guess, but
I don't hate it. It's not the biggest deal to me. I'm happy with the trade-off.
Sometimes there's a gold mine in the perfect place that you want to wall. It's fine. It's fine.
I'm not gonna lie.
I'm building house walls.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think this might be like it was obviously besides from the extra the new civilizations and the variants and the maps and biomes, all that great stuff. This might be the best thing added to the game.
I think a lot of it's good. I don't necessarily think the resource is a problem. I just think it's inconsistent, and I just don't like that.
Possibly. I can I see what you're saying.
I really don't mind it. I really don't mind it, but I can see what you're saying.
This is amazing. This might be one of those. I did not realize how.
Yeah. So I just posted a picture. You can just for African waters, you can just draw that line across, and the wall doesn't really care. You can see it picks up one berry bush, one straggler tree. Now you have to probably build a gate so you can get to the other side of the berry bushes. I would assume. Oh yeah,
that's how it works.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, this is amazing. This might be one of the best things. If there's an update that didn't have any new civs or anything and just the walls, I would be so happy. Like, you know, okay, and yeah, right.
I'm not done yet. There's still more Nevels. I've got more to talk about. There's more patching on this too.
Excuse me.
So before you keep going, but let me keep going a little more here. Breaking a wall segment also breaks adjacent segments. This applies to wall segments connected horizontally as well as segments connected directly behind, so that it's much easier. It's a much higher impact to break through and harder to repeatedly re-wall the same segment after being destroyed. There's more. Gates are now omnidirectional, meaning that they no longer require placement facing a particular direction. Owned and allied units can use gates to climb onto the wall, but enemy units can no longer use gates for access. They fixed an issue where the units could move onto stone wall bastions after an adjacent wall segment was canceled. And walls no longer shift when terrain deforming structures are built near them. This fixes the segments popping to a tiered appearance. Defensive bonuses to targets on walls have been adjusted. Range damage reduced from 66 to 25. Siege damage reduced from 66 to 50. Okay, back to you, Sir Nevels.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying basically, like, this speaks to me, you know, really strongly because I never walled. Like, if you played me ever, like my biggest downfall was you just raid my economy. It's wide open for it's open.
You just come kill me. It's fine.
Just come kill me, dude. Come on in. Come on in. Don't worry about fight my armor. Just come on in. Get anything you want. Gold, wood, anything. Nothing is being protected. Nothing. Like, I've had to consciously beat it in my brain. Like, dude, wall your economy. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're in a 30-minute game. You have no walls. So now that, you know, if you're floating wood or something, you could just take 3 or 4 veils from your wood line and just get hotkey a palisade wall and just drag it across, or drag it or even shift drag it and make a little, cut it off where you can. I feel like this is actually this is a boost of players that kind of sit in their base, and it's a nerf to raids. Like, it really, walling, you can wall around resources now, and a lot, say you go for a berry patch and just wall that berry patch in. And it is raiding, look how pro players are playing now. Look at a pro game, it's so much more it's almost like when the map's over, it looks like a maze. They have walls all over the place. Even me, I now realize, I think when I play Gorge, I'll manufacture a little choke point. I'll pretty much wall straight across so where the enemy has to fight me straight on. While I'm attacking, I played this game, I've done it with Japan, and literally I walled in my resources kind of straight up around the edges of the map. Where usually, they'll have a raid squad break off and kind of come in, try to attack your wood line with a couple of knights from the side. But none of that was working, and they couldn't raid me from anywhere. They had to pretty much just fight me head on through a choke point, which I had keeps, not keeps, keep doing it keeps in Japan until Imperial Age. But I had my daimyo, bases going where I was TC and tower pushing them. It completely has changed the whole dynamic of the way the game has been played. And it may sound like something silly about the walls, but I truly and I don't think it's just me. I think I was watching Beastie, and he was saying how this is this thing he was most excited for throughout the whole expansion. The walls, because a lot of pro players, they did this thing. I don't know what they were doing, but they would delete the edges of the wall because they're unnecessary, and they had to manually do it. And because it was resources being wasted, they did it every time. But now that's unnecessary. They just drag a wall across them, across portions of the map, and completely forget about it and just worry about something else. And that villager does that without having to be. There's no more dragging.
It gets rid of a lot of unnecessary
shifting.
micro.
Yes, and it is for example, maps like Hidden Valley, which I would never have liked ever before. Now I appreciate so much more because you don't get too greedy with the walls. So we'd be able to greedy of try to take up 75% with the wall across the map and get caught. It hasn't worked. But you can just wall off, and you basically eliminate those raids that happen so easily. I think it's you think maybe a nerf to the French.
I don't think so. Not really. I think
Because I play a lot better against the French now, because the French always love coming around the outskirts and picking off, like coming out of the shadows.
I feel like I think nothing's fundamentally changed about walls. It's just they're easier to use now.
I'm telling you, like nothing's changed, but the fact that they are way more mechanically. They're more mechanically like the quality of life of walls now.
It's better.
I think what Nevels is saying is that particularly at low to mid ranks, it will be easier to not screw up a wall. Although harder to quick wall, which makes advanced wall tactics a little sketchier for higher ranks. It helps the lower rank players and some of the high things like not having to delete bastions and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. But in general, it helps the lower level players not screw up walls and have a French knight sneak through and kill their village line while they're not paying attention because they're not good at multitasking.
Well, and this kind of applies to the chop through thing too, because the other big thing on this is that it's no longer possible to forcibly tunnel through wood lines by chopping trees and moving past them. Chopped trees now keep the same movement blockers as when they are part of a wood line, and only once they are fully harvested do they allow for movement to reach the trees behind them. So I know Beale's not thrilled about this change. This is kind of, I think this is a part of the trade-off. Although I've also heard some people say that it has nothing to do with it, and it's just the devs just wanted to get rid of that aspect of the game. But essentially,
I don't like it.
You don't like it? I don't mind it. I don't mind it personally.
I don't mind. Sorry, I don't mind the fact that you could chop through. The one thing that did make it unbalanced was placing hunting cabins. Yeah, and I don't know how you fix that without getting rid of this.
Well, but I do like
either, though. The cheese of cutting through in a weird location and storing a base somewhere that people can't see, because that is such a weird APM investment. It's a wild risk reward kind of play.
Yeah. Well, essentially, this ruins the way people have been playing Oasis.
Yeah, that too.
I think I agree with Beale. This was not a quality of life mechanic. This was not a oh my gosh, this strategy is murdering everybody change. This was we're getting rid of this thing that some people did high risk, high reward. Like Beale said, it's really APM invest. So the resource you're investing is your APM into this, which means you're not spending time doing something else, which is a trade-off. And I get that it can be frustrating, but it's not. I mean, it's cheesy in a way, but I think it's a cheesy strategic choice and not a cheesy, like I'm abusing something in the game choice.
It's not an overpowered cheese play. It's you need the game state has to be really weird for this to be, unless you're going from the start. And then, in Conky's case, when he played Mongols, got the improved chop through, he'd go back, he'd chop through a little thing to build archers or whatever. If you can't scout that the Mongols haven't gone feudal for the first 12 minutes, you got to be sitting there like, what is going on? That is your scouting information that your opponent hasn't aged up yet, and they're doing things. It's not like they're AFK. So what's going on?
I agree. I think it's weird. I mean, it's a direction, and they made the choice, and I can respect just taking the reins and saying we're doing this, but it seems odd to do in light of other things they could have worked on.
Yeah. And I'm sitting at a point where I'm kind of just indifferent to it. Like I never minded it. I also don't hate that it's gone. Like I'm kind of just like, whatever. I don't think it affects the game and me too much, but I definitely understand your guys' points. I can definitely see that.
Yeah, I think it's more of a conceptual disagree more than it affects me disagree. Like, sure, Kanky's going to be pissed, but it's not, one in every 1,500 people is a Kanky or something. And so it's not going to affect any majority at all. But conceptually, I disagree with removing strategic options just because.
Especially when it's such an expressive play style. Like it is. If you want to make your name known as a player who plays in this completely like parallel dimension and they see the game that way, I think that should be encouraged.
And
I don't think it was easy enough to warrant a nerf. Because
it gave like these improved chop throughs a reason to exist. And now it's like, well, why even have that in the game? Like, sure, there was a fringe case where this upgrade worked, but besides that, people basically don't use it. And because it doesn't even give you that type of resource boost. Yeah, why would I waste the resources on that for such a minor gain back unless it's for a strategic choice? I don't know. So just like then eliminate something else and it's just weird because it like eliminates strategic choice, makes an upgrade useless, and wasn't an issue all at the same time. So it just kind of feels weird.
I think it falls into like a top level, just a design doc thing of, okay, one of our guiding principles is buildings are not walls.
Yeah.
We want to have another guiding principle that wood lines are basically walls and we don't want anybody to sneak through them. And
yeah,
they
I
made
guess
their
unless
choice.
you fully chop through them, unless you fully chop through them.
Yeah. Because there's no, like, mangonels don't destroy forests.
Yeah.
That was when you play Black Forest in AoE 2, it's so different than AoE 4 because it turns into how can I tunnel my way to my opponent? Yeah. Versus just these weird.
You could do it in Warcraft 3 too with meat wagons and stuff.
Oh, that's right.
I always love doing that.
Anyway. Thoughts on shopping?
Yeah, I think you guys have said everything that could be said. I don't have anything to add. Yeah. Here's another big change. Victory condition updates. The sacred victory timer. Sorry, the sacred victory timer now pauses while enemy units are standing on a sacred site, regardless of if ally units are also on that sacred site. I like it. Another one. This is one that I've got mixed opinions on here coming up. The wonder cost now scales based on map size. Now, I think everyone hears that and goes, finally, that's an excellent decision. And then the numbers come out, and this is interesting. So before the patch was live, it was 6,000 of everything for a wonder on every map. Now on micro maps, it's so for like 2-player maps on micro, it's 5,000 of each. On small maps, it's 6,000. On medium maps, it's 7,000, and on large and larger maps, it's 8,000 of each resource. I feel like I understand that wonders are not meant to be a major part of games. I get that. It's meant to be very fringe, very rare. But I gotta admit, guys, I feel like wonders already weren't that common in team games as it was, like maybe 1 in 100. And making them even pricier in those games and only a little bit cheaper in 1v1s. I get that you're not going to see one. I feel like maybe 4,500 of each in a 1v1 might be okay. It's hard. It's hard to balance because it's either going to be always go for it or never go for it. But I don't know. I've got mixed opinions on what I think about this change. What do you guys think?
What was the previous cost?
The previous cost was 6,000 of everything. Now in micro games, it's 1,000 less. But again, 5,000 stone. The problem is it's not the food. The food is not the problem. Right. Even the wood's not the problem. It's the stone. How is anyone going to get the stone? And I just, even and to have it be in larger games, you have to have like 7,000 or 8,000. I just don't see how anyone's ever going to get that kind of stone.
Yeah. I mean, it seems high, but I mean, it functionally doesn't change anything because you were also never going to get 6,000 stone.
Yeah, like I said, it was like 1 in 100 essentially is what it was. Yeah,
so it was like increasing. I think the theory is that there's less resources on smaller maps, so the resource cost should scale. So theoretically, I understand, and I don't even necessarily disagree.
I feel like I don't mind this. I think scaling is what people have been saying. I just think you already don't see wonders on big team games. You already just don't see it like hardly ever. So let's increase the cost of it. I just feel like I understand that maybe. I mean, I guess my question is why even have wonders at all? Like if it's never going to be used.
This is Socerton's chop through. I love it.
I guess so. I guess my thought is like, why ever have a wonder in the game if no one's ever going to use it? Like
yeah, it's a question. It's a good question.
Well, wonders are very relevant in FFAs.
Well, again, yeah, they were, but now they're going to cost.
But now there's going to be $8,000.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they still are.
Yeah.
I mean,
maps. It's based off of map size.
Yeah, I mean, which are usually 8-player FFAs are probably going to be 8,000 each. I know what it is. I know Mongols don't need stone, so like it may be.
Yeah, that's why. Well,
9,000 each
are the
for
ones who can
Mongols.
build a wonder. You know, they're the only. I feel like 9 times out of 10 when I watch an FFA, like I'm watching them cast it, the Mongol player is the one who builds it, and the Mongol player is the one who wins. Like 99 times. Like I just feel like that's.
Yeah, wonders, they have been dying in like 1v1 in team games a little bit because like they are super expensive.
Well, I don't want them to too often, but yeah, go ahead.
Tell you the truth, I'm not really mad at this. Like, I mean, 5,000 of each food, wood, gold, and stone, like it probably sounds like, I mean, because I can't remember with the game, because when the game first launched, there were 1v1 wonders.
I was just looking that up. Because I just typed into Google, wonder original cost, 3,000 each.
That's
wow. Okay, yeah.
All the time.
Yeah,
and they were viable for a 1v1 bid.
Yeah, so 3,000 each. Yeah, they were 3,000. Yeah, you're right. That's probably why. Yeah, that's pretty cheap. So maybe 5,000 each is pretty expensive. But I think
it was 6, but for 1v1s, 5 doesn't feel horrible. I feel like maybe 4.5 would be good for a 1v1.
Feel the stone cost. I feel like
you've got to you're going to get the food. You're just never going to get the stone cost for that. That's my biggest hang up is I feel like the number isn't bad except for the stone. I don't even know if there's that much in the map.
So I don't feel like, I feel like having a high stone cost is kind of good because that balances it out because you can't spend the remaining stone on walls or towers or whatever. So it cuts into what you can make for defenses. I don't know. I think there was another way. I think if you wanted to make the wonder play style viable, you have the option that, okay, you can build a wonder. If it gets destroyed, you lose. You're eliminated.
Pretty much anyway. Like once you go to wonder,
it pretty much is anyway.
Yeah,
but if you lose it, you should just automatically
lose. Yeah. I'm actually. I just think that. I think just with the current meta of the game, the fact that this game is more, it like when the game first came out when it's 3,000 each, a lot of people were kind of like walling off, sitting in their base.
Yeah.
And like, and now we've got more of like, feudal action. I mean, the game is a lot more action oriented throughout the entire game. I mean, there might be little small cooldown parts where you're mashing back up, but I mean, you're raiding, you're fighting, you're kind of spending those resources constantly in 1v1, which I don't think wonder play is really.
No. I guess that's my thing is I don't feel like I'm not advocating for this to be the meta. I'm not advocating for, I think wonder should be like a really viable option 1 out of 3 times. That's too much. But I'm saying like in team games, the wonders are there to break a stalemate. Same with sacred sites, right? But sometimes you spawn in a sacred sites in your opponent's back base. You're just never going to get there, right? If you're in a stalemate, you guys each have half the map. The wonder is there to break the stalemate, to go, no, I'm going to invest a bunch of resources so it makes it harder for me to produce units and defend it. But I'm going to build this in the back of my base. You're now on a timer. We're ending this game after an hour, one way or another. And so Beale's credit, I think it's a great idea. If you lose the wonder, you should lose. But then I think the cost should be a little less because that's a huge risk. If you're going to build something that's a one and done, I think that's a great idea. I think make it so the wonder goes up. And then if you lose it, you're dead. But make it cheaper then so you can actually make it cheaper so you can actually build it.
But make it have less HP. Make it be like more fragile.
Make it be a bit, but also, I mean, I'm looking at like 8,000 of stone. I'm looking at the large, I mean, 6,000 was already really, really tough to do. I thought that was a tough number to hit regardless. And now in the big matches against like 4v4s, I mean, in a 4v4, you basically have to have 8,000 of everything. I mean, you're going to have the food, you're going to have the wood, the gold's going to be kind of tough, and the stone, I just don't see how if the goal of this is to be a stalemate breaker to help end games in the late game, you have to be able to at least build it at least somehow feasibly do it. And I just don't see 8,000 stone being feasible for anyone but a Mongols player. So I guess now everyone just needs to have a Mongols player on their 4v4 so they can build a wonder.
No, well, also too, I think the reason why they upgrade the pay, they up the pay in it because let's not forget that team games turn into a literal trade fest. And really all it comes down to, wherever you are on the map, once you say, oh, yeah, I'm building a wonder, all your teammates are going to donate their extra resources to you. And then eventually you get there way quicker than you think. So that's why they up, because when the Wonders were way cheaper, your boy, you only need 4,000 wood. You just be like, oh, bro, here, I got 1,500 land right there. Boom, there you go.
I feel like 8,000
trade back and forth.
Pretty, but even with the trade.
On a 4v4, 8,000 is not, you're going to eventually, if the game's going over 45 minutes to an hour, that's why people hate 4v4s. You will eventually start floating. You will be max popped because 4v4s are way more booming. Like, the map's too big for that early harass. So it's a lot more booming in your base, building your economy up, collecting resources. And eventually, once everybody's ready to fight, you're almost 200 pop. You're going to naturally start floating resources. And once the game like doesn't have any type of end in reach, players will start trading within each other. They're going to start trading between each other. They're going to pick a designated player. Okay, you're playing what? Okay, hey, everyone start giving, what do you need more of? Stone? Okay, everybody start giving their extra stone to so-and-so. Oh, wood, get extra stone. Eventually that player's going to be able to reach those goals very well if they're in a pre-made team. And 8,000 is no longer that expensive. I believe when the higher the map pool gets, which means there'll be more players. Like for are probably played on larger and larger, it's 8,000 each. Mm-hmm. You eventually you can just sit in the corner of the map, boom up, and get that. Like pretty much every FFA I watch has pretty much ended with a wonder. That is where you see most wonders are in FFAs. But in team games,
that's the problem. Team games you don't see it too often. But that's my thought. Yeah. I'm thinking because team games I understand. In team games I think that works. My thing is in a free for all where everyone's stalemated for ages. The wonder is how you kind of break that. And then everyone charges the guy with the wonder. And so but how that ruins that free for all. The free for all game with the wonder is just gone. It's never you can never get that much on your own. That's what I'm saying. It's never going to break that.
I've got 3 points to make.
Okay.
1, who of you played it on release when it was 3,000 resources apiece to build a wonder?
Me.
I did not have the game yet.
Because I played it release day. I got into it. This is honestly Bizarro Beale playstyle because I played quick match 4v4s as Delhi. And my goal was to always build the wonder. I was like, oh, this is cheap. Yeah. And it's pretty fun to play in Age of Empires where wonder conditions are legit. And it felt really cheesy. It's just okay.
Yeah, that would be
play the
very
4v4.
cheesy.
I will get the 3,000 of each resource. That's easy. And then I throw the wonder up and then build elephants.
Yeah,
and that's how it went off on launch.
That is cheesy. That is cheesy and broken. I don't want to do that. Yeah, agreed.
Mm-hmm. The second point is I don't think wonders as a design decision are based off of competitive play. I think it is very much an option for casual players who do boom, but don't actually know how to close out games. The game has gone on long enough. They've boomed. They're like, oh, wow, I have enough resources to throw down a wonder. I'm going to do this. And now the game's interesting again, where it's been like a slog for 30 minutes. It allows casual players to have a really interesting end game. Because I don't think at a high enough rank, and by high enough, I mean gold 2, that's not ever going to be an issue. With wonders, and I don't think the game is designed or balanced around anybody competitively building a wonder.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely not a 1v1 at all ever.
I agree. Yeah, I think I never saw 1v1 wonders.
For free for alls, there's no built-in diplomacy option.
Yeah,
there was in AoE 2. Because free for alls are whatever. I don't really like the unwritten rules of you can only attack this or this. I want to play Diplo games where I make teammates during the match, and that's fair, and we can actually ally each other in the middle of the game, and it broadcasts it to everybody. Because in those situations, okay, this guy has a better eco than me. I'm going to say, hey, do you want to be allies? I'll give you the rest of my eco. You can build a wonder. We can win together.
I think that's a great idea. And I think actually to make free falls, if they implement a free for all in the game, I think if you eliminate a player, you should get 100 extra pop. That way there's a give and take.
That's how the Aussie drawn goes.
Diplomatically, you're actually better together. But if you eliminate them, you get a plus 100 pop as well. So you can actually start getting bigger and better. I think that with diplomacy, I think would fix free for alls and make them epic. And then I think that would be more workable with the wonder prices with the way they are.
Yeah, that's how
I don't know how many Diplo games of AoE 2 you've watched casted, because those games are amazing.
That sounds so
people
fun.
like lying to one person, being like, yeah, we're teammates forever, trying to get like be teammates with someone else. Like it's a whole other dynamic.
That sounds like a ton of fun in the game. That I would love that.
They need to add Diplo. And I think that would also keep the wonders expensive in free for all, because you're kind of aiming for, okay, this last team of 2 or 3 are gonna pool resources to try to build this, but they won't have the resources of 3 armies to defend it, kind of thing.
So we kind of agree then that right now this is a really bad thing, as it is right now, at least not good for free for alls, in that there is no way to do that. It's not an option in the game anymore. Or do you think it's still fine as is?
I don't know if wonders were great in free for alls to begin with.
Well, I do think it's kind of I do kind of like them because everyone gangs up on them then. And so it really is you against everyone all of a sudden. It changes the game late. I have enjoyed seeing that. I do think it's fun. But
I think wonders are the best in free for all.
Well, they're not going to be anymore. No, not anymore with this.
No,
change.
like even after the patch. I mean, like I watched a lot of pro players. They when the preview came out and the expansion, they all play free for all, and it always ends with a wonder victory. Like even after the patch, like it really is like it's all about decision making. Like pretty much you don't just build one. You don't come to the game with the thought of I'm going to build a wonder off rip, because of course not. Then you got 7v1. Like they're going to kill you immediately, and then you're just done for it. What you do is you wait until like
what wins you the game every time. Of course, you're going to enter the game being like, okay, how do I get to the right position where I can build the wonder?
It's timing too. It's timing. You got to last the like. So what you have to do, you pretty much have to like not die and kind of hold back. You kind of got to boom a little bit, kind of pick off, or maybe like you may have to kill your neighbor. And then once you start seeing the game, it takes an 8-man free for all. Once you start seeing the game get to about 4 or 5 people left, and then maybe like when it's 4 people, then you immediately drop that wonder and immediately go defensive and hope that all these so you might have people like that were fighting. Somehow have to like scrape themselves together and figure out a way to come together and take you out. Like, man, and maybe I'm watching on the highest level, so like who knows, but like I watch Beastie defend wonders. Like, you look up all his victories on FFAs, it's all wonders. Past the patch, because you can't, you have to do it strategically and have good timing, and basically like you have to recognize when this is the best time for you to build a wonder. And then a lot of times, if another enemy, like somebody you're allying and teaming up with, if they see that wonder is going to go down, they'll build a wonder. Like while your wonder is being attacked, they'll build their own wonder. So now it's one less person they have to worry about attacking them for their wonder. It's like free for alls. I think free for alls, every time I play one, a lot of times they're built around.
It'd be nice if when making a game, you could decide how much the wonder costs, or you could choose your settings going in. Because right now, it just is.
That'd be crazy.
No option.
Yeah.
If we had
Stick
the
around
option,
for the interview I do soon with the guy who made the advanced game settings mod.
Oh, did he mention that?
Yeah, that actually would be cool. That would solve all the problems.
Or if you could turn on and off diplomacy, there are a couple of features like that this game actually does really need. I think that diplomacy thing you mentioned, Beale, I think that is one. I actually, that was one of the things I wanted to talk about today. I was thinking about that, like, man, on team games, like after the turtling game we did on Turtle Ridge, I was thinking, man, we don't have diplomacy. I think we mentioned it too. Like, it'd be nice if we could kind of have something like that. That is a fun element of the game that isn't there. I think having the option to choose, I mean, obviously, like in a competitive scene, a micro game, it's going to be 5,000 is what it's at now. If you're on a one, or a competitive like ranked games, it's going to be set as what it's set. And I don't love the change. I think it's in the right direction, but I don't love where it's at right this minute. But I think in like custom games or free for alls or different modes, if it let you choose kind of what the rule set you wanted to do for that, like that would be a lot easier instead of having to go find someone who's modded it using skills that you just don't possess. I don't know. No, I think it comes down to what do you want out of your free for alls? Because I mean, Nevels was talking about like wonder timing. That is its own. That's cool. That's like a strategic, like, okay, I've gathered resources. I haven't been damaged that much.
I feel confident that I can build the wonder and defend it at this point in time.
Mhm.
And I think that's a really interesting game mode. But I think what is more interesting is if you are allowed to ally
That'd be so much better.
enemy with teammates.
That's one of those things that just in a way, that's one of those things in AoE 2 that I'm surprised is not in AoE 4. Like genuinely, that's like of all the things. I mean, we are very much pro AoE 4, like through and through. Not that we're anti AoE 2. We love AoE 2, but we brush off a lot of the things that people say negative about our game. But that's one thing I will agree. I don't know why that's not in the game. I wish they would add. It seems like, I mean, I guess it'd be kind of tricky because they'd have to kind of fundamentally probably rewrite some of the code of how the teaming works and stuff. But that just seems like a win. That just seems like such a win. Being able to communicate with different players, being able to like,
send messages specifically to other players.
Well, the messenger could use some work anyways. I think that UI, the whole messaging UI, could use some work. Genuinely, it feels slow. It feels kind of, I don't know. It could use a bit of an overhaul, at least some polishing. I feel like personally, from a user, as a user using that, it doesn't feel good. If that makes sense. I don't know. What do you guys think? As far as like the chat UI, maybe on my own.
I feel like it's a little laggy. Maybe it used to be laggy. I don't care.
Chat UI.
Good luck, have fun. Good game, well played.
I mean, I guess if they were to make diplomacy an option, they'd have to kind of get some UI and build around that and make that work.
Yeah, for sure. Because it's usually done like through voice chat, which
wouldn't work. Yeah. Alrighty. The next big change. Well, we got to take a break here soon, but I've got another big change that we've got to talk about. This is, I think, the last important one on the patch notes, I think, before we just talk about our experience with the new season. But on this, balances to gameplay changes, and this is for all civs. Non-landmark town center range has been reduced from 8 to 6 tiles, and non-landmark town center garrison space has been reduced from 10 to 7. The developer note on this says economic expansion in feudal age has been the meta game for a long time. We're trying to create a better balance between the 3 strategic paths of economic expansion, fast tech, and military. Currently, there's not enough counterplay to constructing a second town center because it's too effective as a defensive building.
Great change. I think this really ties in together with the wall update.
Yeah.
If you're going to make walls stronger, make the TCs weaker. Yep. And
I will say it feels kind of bad for Japanese because they can't build keeps in Castle Age, and they're left with their crappy TCs they have to upgrade instead. So
but those TCs, though, those TCs aren't just no regular TCs.
Yeah, they're not. Now, once they upgrade them, they are.
Oh, yeah. Once you upgrade them, these things are crazy.
But you can't build a garrison for 15 or 10 units, whatever it is, for keep. So you're still left with just towers and stuff. It's a little finicky for Japanese.
I love Japanese.
It's weird. They play different. Anyway, sorry.
They do play different. You're right. Yeah. Oh wait, is there?
I thought Beale was
okay. Oh yeah.
What do you think, Sinev? What do you think? You like the change?
Okay.
I didn't think you guys cut me off, but I was saying that this is if you're going to make a wall stronger, make the TCs less effective.
That makes sense.
They're still effective at putting villagers out, but now it's less of a defensive move and more of an economic move.
Yeah,
which I 100% am on board with.
Yeah, tell you truth, I thought it was gonna be worse than what it turned out to be.
Yeah,
there's still TCs.
I thought I remember predicting now we're going back to the fast castle meta. No one's gonna go. No one's going to go.
It's a pretty good meta for anyone who does 2 Cs. Just saying.
Fast cat, me, I'm very anti-fast castle. I think that's where you draw the line in the sand, Sock. I hate fast castle builds.
You gotta see. You guys
that's coming from a TC player.
Exactly. I'm a big. I love just getting TCs like crazy. I don't know why. I was not like that.
Are we
I love feudal.
Mix
I love feudal.
A 3. We were like the whole infinity.
Yep. Exactly.
Beale is feudal all in. I am fast castle, and Sir Nevels
I'm just expansion. Yeah, dude. Because you realize you play me more than 15 minutes. Game's over. I'm done. If my feudal push doesn't work, I'm like, what next? Anyway, but I mean the TC, what I've been seeing a lot more of, kind of just to kind of counter a little bit. A lot of players they'll build their second TC that only garrison 7. But they'll build a little tower next to it too, which is I know it's kind of it's annoying because you had to do that before. But just to kind of make up for that garrison,
it's
that
a good,
garrison
it's a
issue.
good, like cost. If you want that location to be well
Yeah.
fortified, and spend the 100 extra wood in your build time.
And you get
throw
a
that tower up.
And technically, and that makes it go from basically, it's like, it's kind of ghetto rigged, but like it's really like it goes from 7 garrison to 12. Like I got that 5 extra from the tower. So there's ways to work around it. Like they didn't decrease the health.
It's good because it also
TC.
slows the tempo of like 2 TCs. Because if you're thinking of like Abbacid, who could like 3 TC,
crazy,
block off the base with TC.
Yes. Oh my god.
Now it's like if you want your cheap villagers, if you want your cannon fodder to be safe, like you got to build towers as well. You got to invest into that.
Torching it down is really easy. Torching a TC with only 7 garrison it feels a lot easier than when it was 10. Like it really does feel less substantive.
What is that? What does an arrow shot do? Because
5 damage.
3 less arrow shots. Okay.
It's 5 damage on average. The blacksmith upgrades do affect this both ways. So if you have your upgrade for piercing arrow, it will give you the +1.
So it's 6, 4, or 5 depending on like parity and text.
I think people are more upset about the range rather than like the garrison.
Yeah.
But people are really upset about it only being 6 range rather than 8, which is like crazy. Because now I guess
don't mind
now
it because honestly,
I guess now because longbowmen can outrange the TC. Because like that was like a huge you every time you see longbowmen come up, you just garrison up and you would
just build a tower.
What? That's kind of like the way you can kind of rig it in your favor is building a tower.
Still playing English.
Yeah, I know what nerds out there still playing English, right? Like first of all, people are.
Maybe I should take up English again and just be like,
Byzantines could have longbows.
Yeah,
now,
they need longbowmen. Yeah, Byzantines. Yeah, so like I think the biggest complaint was that. But tell you the truth, I like that because I like my home TC to feel like a landmark.
Yeah.
Because the home TC feels like an actual landmark now. It has higher range. It it can garrison up. It was 15. Now it's 10.
Remember when it was 20?
And wow, was it? Is it 15? Oh, it's 15 now, right?
It's 15 now. Yeah, it used to be 20.
It used to be 20. Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, I remember it used to be 20. That's insane. And that's a change that I think upset me, but I realize how much I love it now. But yeah, like I said, like I really feel like it really has emphasized the importance that because a lot of people forget that they didn't, but like you don't think about it, but your home TC is the first landmark of the game. So like,
second TCs were nerfed as well, like in HP or something. I feel like they made them.
It feels like they are pretty squishy. They've got I forget how many.
They cut the HP quite a bit. Yeah, they cut it quite a bit a few patches back.
But I feel like they used to be basically as good as a landmark TC.
So they were identical to landmark TCs, and then they reduced the health, and now they're reducing their range and garrison. Because
second TCs are tenuous. I mean, you're putting a forward second TC against a guy who's fast castle Gulan rushing like myself. There's a reason I went on like a 10-win streak yesterday, and it was because everyone who did that. Now I will say I've noticed like with civs like Jushi's Legacy, and even with like HRE, there are a couple of civs that can do this where they can fast castle and 2 TCs and build enough of a military to hold stuff off. And those civs that can do that are
English and King's Palace.
English and King's Palace. And that is a landmark choice. They also doing that and also getting a big military is tough because English. Them and HRE and Jushi's Legacy can kind of do this where they can build a TC, get a military, and castle up, and that makes them feel a little bit powerful unless you feudal all in. But
because it's also a skill thing. It's like sometimes some players are just insane and they know how to like that. You'd be like, what? How are you even like? It just
Oh, here's
it's wild to know the timings for all the civs, to know the power spike. This is what they're doing right now, and maybe I don't pressure them right now because their army is going to be better than mine, even though I put more into feudal. Maybe I step back, let them mass, and let myself mass, and I'll be in a better spot like 7 minutes from now.
Yeah, you said it.
This game's hard. This game's really hard. This game is not easy, and it's gotten more complex with the new civs. It really has.
Oh my gosh, so much more.
It's gonna take a while. The game's gotten tough. It's also the best time ever to join in the game too because there's just all the fun contact. all the new content.
It's impossible to play. You guys should really start.
Yeah.
Damn, I love coming home from work and just sweating over this.
Yeah.
I know.
Nothing better.
But honestly, really, like when it clicks, it clicks. And when you're in the zone and you're like, yes, scout is over here, army over here, villagers are doing this. This is the strategy I'm going for. There's nothing like it.
Nothing like
It's
it.
it's really interesting because like generally things that have lots of choices for players like MOBAs where you can pick 160 something champions in League of Legends, the game stays the same, the champions change, so after you learn the game basics all you have to learn is champions. I mean there's that's a simplification, but in like StarCraft you have to learn your specific race, and then you have to learn the matchups and the unit interactions because there's such a hyper difference between them. And then AoE 2 has like everybody's the same except for minute differences, and this is like this weird in between where you have like pretty asymmetric civs with pretty common stuff, and as it gets more, the asymmetry becomes more daunting to try and like grasp. And so it like kind of pushes into League of Legends era where you're like, all right, there's like a lot of individual things to learn for each specific thing, but then there's still the huge RTS aspect of it. And it's like, as it grows, it just does become more daunting for new people. And I don't know how they solve that problem.
Right. I know a lot of people. So I've seen the few complaints about the patch, about the expansion have been like, what are these gimmicks? Because we've got a solid game base. What are these gimmicks? What are they doing?
Yeah.
Because AoE 4, to me, is designed about like scouting, timing, and the interactions between the 6 major military types. And the rock, paper, scissors times 2 that entails. And when you start throwing on so many unique units, it does get to the point of like, do my skills in this civ translate to another one? Because StarCraft, like Caleb was saying, had the issue where you train one civ, that's your civ.
You're a Zerg player, you're a Zerg player. You're a Terran player, you're a Terran player. That's just how it goes.
You are not branching out. That is what you play. You learn the maps. The maps aren't random. You learn how to play against the 2 other factions
on that specific map with your specific
map, with your civ.
They even had individual ranks for each race too, so that way you could like, because they were so different.
And I know people have talked about that with AoE 4, but
there's
that doesn't.
Too many now. There's
not
too many.
The same. There's so many civs, but it is like, on the other hand, way different than AoE 2, where it's like I'm looking at we got 46 civs. And this one doesn't have the +1 ranged attack upgrade in Castle, but this one does have the ability to make paladins, but this one can't make the last knight unit. And it's all like kind of samey, but it's what can you do. Where with AoE 4, I was thinking about this the other day. When you think about the base civs, it's like, okay, feudal age, you get your military units. Castle age, you get the heavy military units. It's not what don't you get, but it's what do you get in addition. Like English, in addition, get men-at-arms in Dark Age, where in AoE 2, it'd be like, oh, you don't get the last upgrade on men-at-arms.
Yeah.
You're never going to have elite men-at-arms or something like
your
that.
HRE, you get lance necked. Like that's what you get. Yeah. You get
and it's just the more civs they add and the more civ variants they add, which drastically change how the civ plays, the closer you approach StarCraft-esque territory, because you don't have the stagnant maps, you don't have that kind of stuff. So you still have to have that with your civ, and the more civs there are to learn how to play against with your civ, the more it kind of forces one trickiness to be semi-competitive unless you literally like do this all day, every day as like a pro.
I feel like the difference right now is that like right now I can play like a handful of civs. Like obviously of the, how many are we at now right now? Like 20?
16.
16? Of the 16 civs, I can say I confidently can play HRE, English, Abbacid, a little bit of French, and I'm learning Ayyubids, and I've learned a little bit of Japanese. So I can play like 7, 6,
So
like semi-competently.
I want to throw this out. StarCraft, 3 different races play very differently. AoE 2, all civs play about the same. AoE 4, there are 3 different initial strategies that civs can have. And it's balanced around that.
Mm-hmm.
It's balanced. How do you get into feudal? What is your plan in feudal? Are you being aggressive? Are you teching? Or are you eco-booming?
It's the whole
and then the
Trinity.
civs branch off of that. Where, so Socerton, like you were saying, play a little bit of French. Okay, that's a feudal. You play the Ayyubids. Okay, that's fast castle. And same thing with HRE. Oh, you were playing Abbasids.
I was able to do all of it with Abbasid.
Eco boom.
Eco boom or fast castle. Eco or fast castle.
I was also going to say, you mentioned English, and like that's why English is the civ that's recommended. The like new players is because you can explore all 3 paths.
Mm-hmm.
Off of them.
Yeah, I like it, and they're doing a really, really good job. But even with those like handful of things, I'm looking like in 3 years, if we have,
don't want 30 civs.
30 civs.
I want more maps.
I have to only play a handful because I can no longer keep track of everybody's matchups against everything on what units are good against, because it's like just becomes so much information.
That's why I don't play AoE 2 anymore, because it's like I don't want to look at your tech tree to know what bonuses you get. Like the Ethiopians versus the Southeast Asian, the Malay. Like there are too many.
And I think it behooves the developers to think of a maybe a number to limit, because otherwise you approach that.
I think that was, I remember back in February.
20 might be a solid number, and especially if it is just like you've got your 3-pronged approach: aggressiveness, economy, technology. You design civs that can go down that path, and you can use the landmarks. So some civs are more versatile than others, where it's like, oh, okay, Abbasid's going military wing, Abbasid's going culture wing, eco wing, English is going King's Palace, or English is going like White Tower. Sort of design it around that, and you don't change up. You sort of limit how many civs get super unique units. I mean, I like Mali. Their unique units.
If every civ plays like that, it's too much. Yeah.
Designed to hard counter.
Yeah.
But if you stay in the design space of light melee, heavy melee, light cavalry, heavy cavalry, light ranged, heavy ranged, how do they interact with each other? How do you make counters to what they're doing? Yeah.
I think that's something they've done good with Byzantines and Japanese is, for the most part, like a samurai, everyone can just kind of look and go, oh, it's just a men-at-arms, essentially. But it's a samurai. But that's cool, The only really weird, they got weaker archers. Okay, cool. Weaker, cheaper archers, but it's the same counter. The only one that's a bit weird is the Onamusha, which is their mounted, essentially, crossbows. But they get countered by
but it's
range.
like a Mangudai who, but it
still plays in the same territory.
It plays in the same territory. It's not. It might be a little bit strange, but it's not going to completely throw you for a loop. Whereas you get like the Shaolin monks, that's a weird unit where it like. What does that do? Or the Ozotsu Cannoneer, like what does that do? Like what counters that? Like that those kind of units kind of throw for curveballs. But that's my biggest problem with like Malians was that every unit felt you was like totally weird and different, and that felt very odd. Whereas I liked Ottomans a lot more because it kind of did. Whereas Ottomans kind of stays with the system but adds in like Janissaries. Like okay, perfect. Like one unique unit that's
Spears of the Range.
Beautiful.
Because I think unique units can also play because every unit has 2 units that hard counter it, and unique units are cool because you can like narrow that down to 1 unit, and not just unique units but unique techs. Like HRE, heavy maces.
Yeah.
Now your men-at-arms can stand like hand to hand against knights. Something that originally would counter them, or at least be good against them. you can now field a unit that is good against that.
Now you need
It doesn't make them
crossbows.
any better against crossbows, but you now like eliminate one of your opponent's options for engaging.
Yeah,
And they beat their counterpart in a matchup.
Yeah,
Yep.
unless they're English.
Unless they're English.
Yeah.
But I like that. I like that. There's another Chadley man out there with thick armor who can also those kind of things. It works really well.
And it's good.
I don't want it to just be like the 6. Like, okay, every game goes into you made horses, I made spears, you made archers, like that.
Yeah,
because that gets old.
But
having options is nice.
It's important that's the base, though. It is important that that's there.
Right.
And I like you're saying,
base, and that's a good base. But I do like unique units that do change up and make you think about, like, okay, now I know they're going to field a lot of these units, so I can already prepare their one counter. And if I don't scout well enough, maybe I don't see that they're making the counter to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just how far can you go without all of a sudden it becoming an issue?
Yeah, I do think we came up with I think we said 20 back before we just had Mollyns and Ottomans. I think we were saying 20 would be kind of where we would stop.
I think we can kiss that goodbye. I think it's been more than 20.
Well, the tricky thing is that they added
variants now. Yeah,
because the variants
I think it's more than 20 now.
But it also does, the more complexity you add, the harder it is to get new people engaged.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking at is like in a game that doesn't have the best of player bases, generally finding a way to get new blood. And I don't know, maybe they've given up on that and they're just going to make it so the diehards are there. But it makes it very, very the skill floor flies through the roof.
Yeah,
the knowledge base, the knowledge that you need to actually be competitive.
Yeah,
and that's why
you need to buy a textbook in order to start playing. Yeah,
I know Dota 2 had like the new player game where it just locked basically all the heroes out except for 20, and it was just like, okay, the hero pool is like 100 plus. But you can only play with these 20 if you're new.
Yeah.
And you start with that, you learn the basics, and then go from there. I don't know if that's feasible for AoE. I don't.
That's why you see a lot of maybe start with just the base civs originally. Yeah, maybe one day if it gets to that point.
Like if you made a trial version that was English, Abbasid, HRE, French, that is the base game where you've got English as the versatile civ, Abbasid as multi-TCs, French as feudal aggression, HRE as fast castle. You just explore like those.
Yeah. That could work. But yeah, like I said, I think with the introduction of variant civs, which they're counting as new civs, I think 20. We may have to move that ladder back a little bit of how many civs are going to be in the game.
Well, and I feel like Jeanne d'Arc doesn't play that terribly differently than French. Like the objectives.
See, I see it does.
I'm comparing in comparison to some of the other ones, though.
I don't think it does.
I don't think it does.
Jeanne d'Arc Bane. I don't think it really does.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess not all of them. Yeah,
because I loved French season 2, and then it's like, oh yeah,
it's playing feudal aggression into castle. That's what it's doing. Like it's
I guess Jeanne d'Arc will be the one.
And now you have, I think
it's a different way to do it.
Yes, it's a different way in that if you have a higher APM, a higher skill level, you can add her in and play with some different. It mixes up just a little bit, but the goals are more or less the same. It just makes it rewards higher skill.
What do you focus on for like your eco bonuses and everything else? With French, it is base building, making sure that your production buildings are in a shape that when you do hit castle, you can drop the keep in the middle, get the reduction. With Jeanne, it's like consecrate activates, I don't know, every 45 seconds. Can you remember to keep consecrating your buildings and getting that food benefit?
Because it's the same. It's like that same mechanic, just in a different way, essentially. I like that as a variant because it plays similar, but the bonuses are coming in a different yet still similar kind of way. I like that. Whereas Ayyubids, another good example. It still plays very similarly with Abbasid, right? You have the one landmark that gives you all the options off the bat. Now instead of having just 4 options that have upgrades as you go, you pick of the 8, you can pick the better or worse version, but then you don't get to pick the other option. And the way it works is it's similar. It's running off a similar vein. HRE, kind of the same thing. HRE already was very villager efficient in population. HRE was always population efficient. They always had very heavy premium units, always had inspired villas. Now it's just doubling down on that, which I think is I think actually that's the worst civ of the bunch. I think they're struggling the hardest right now.
We haven't talked about the specific civs yet.
Yeah, we haven't gotten there, but they're struggling. They're struggling because it just feels slow, and you lose a vill, you lose like 5 vills is what it feels like. You lose a vill, you lose a man at arms, you're losing like 5.
I can see that.
It's they're having a rough time. Man,
it's the price of 2, but yeah.
It's yeah. And not the damage of 2 is the problem.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Man, we got so much more to still cover, guys. I don't know how we're gonna do this. We've been going. My counter is showing almost. I mean, we recorded a little bit before we actually started, but almost 3 hours already.
Yeah, we haven't even got to the civ.
We haven't got the civs. I'll talk about one last thing. There's 2 last things I want to talk about in the patch notes, and then I'll call it good. Number 1 is that when a villager constructs a drop-off building, they will drop off any resources they are carrying before moving on to their next queue command. I like that. I like that a lot. That's a nice little quality of life update. Thank you, devs. The other one is that siege towers, as a meme here. I love that they're trying to make them somehow into this game. Siege towers, in case anyone's wondering, the build time has decreased from 45 seconds to 30 seconds. The garrison capacity has gone from 8 to 10. The ranged armor has increased from 20 to 50. That's actually big. The movement speed increased from 2.5 to 3.25 tiles. And then turn radius has increased from 200 to 280.
Wow.
So siege towers are better than they were. I still have yet to see a siege tower in any of my games.
I was going to say, but they're still not functional.
Useless. Why use siege towers? You need to send Shinobi to dive into the walls. Why?
Yeah.
It's siege towers great again.
It's like buffing deer. You're like, well, that's great. I'm glad they do more damage that they don't attack.
Deer now have like 100 bite damage, but they don't bite. Can you imagine, chat? Can you imagine, guys? Can you imagine?
A 1 in 32 million chance at just one-shots your TC.
No, they didn't have a bunny. They didn't make a bunny. Like 1 in like a million chance that like, one in like 600 chance that like one of the deer packs actually is a rabid bunny that just like goes ham and is like a boar on steroids. Yeah,
a little Monty Python call out.
That'd be so great, dude. They need to do that. They need to add in just like 1 in like 1,000 chance that one of the deer spawns, or maybe one of the boar pops in as a bunny.
And you're like, what in the?
And it's got like a crazy attack.
Just like leaps across the map and just kills you. And you're like, all right. There's
gotta be like a unit. There's gotta be like a funny thing where if you like have a little mini game where you have to have a grenade and throw it at the right count, like that'd be. Anyways, that's way off topic, but it'd be really funny. What do you guys think? Let's take a quick break and then let's get on to our. I mean, if you're listening to this podcast, this is gonna be the longest episode ever because we've also got an interview that Beale did.
Oh my gosh! Yeah,
Beale, do you want to go ahead and actually? I'll have it right here on the break. Beale, do you want to introduce that real quick just before I send us to break and we take a quick break?
Yeah, sure. So I talked to Woproc earlier today. He's the guy who created the advanced settings mod, as well as the Outback Octagon 2 mod. And he is stopping work on the advanced settings mod, which is kind of crazy. I know people that listen to this probably are primarily really interested in 1v1 ranked, but advanced settings mod is the most popular mod by far, and it allows you to change the time on wonders and sacred site victories. It allows you to change the starting units, like how many villagers do you want to start with? It allows you to easily change the pop minimums and maximums. You can have mangonels cut through trees with this mod. It was such a, how do you want to play AoE? Do you want to play it like AoE 2? How do you want to play it? Because we're giving you so many options. If some of you might not remember, but like a year ago at this time, you could not pick your color.
Oh gosh, I forgot. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah,
what a time.
Advanced settings, you could pick colors before they actually patched it in. And so I've interviewed the guy. He has stopped work on this mod. He's got a couple complaints, but besides complaints, he just really wants the developers to look at the mod community, to look at, the guys who are just playing custom matches with their friends, and they want to do wacky stuff. It's Friday night. You played AoE 2 with your buddies like 20 years ago. Now you're playing AoE 4 and you boot it up and you're like, why don't we just have like 20 villagers when we spawn? Why don't we were talking about diplomacy and free-for-alls before. Advanced game settings added that as well. So he's stopped work on that, and I talked to him about it. And hopefully the AoE 4 devs start working with the mod community a little bit more.
Yeah, it was kind of a big announcement, wasn't it? A lot of people were very sad.
Yeah.
Which is funny because a lot of people are very happy with it.
Because it is outside of like what we discuss, like ranked. That's us.
Yeah.
But so many people play these custom games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we're really thankful that Beale was able to get him on and interview him, and we'll be right back after this. Hello, I'm Professor Lancelot with the Royal Knight Institute associated with www.moreknights.com. It has come to our attention that in our efforts to increase cavalry solutions, that some warlords are questioning whether the 3-step program we have is applicable to civilizations that have knight-adjacent units. These include, but are not limited to, cataphracts, mounted samurai, and camel lancers. We here at the Royal Knight Institute have studied these units extensively and are pleased to announce that our 3-step program of making more knights and adjacent units can indeed be applied to other similar units like the before mentioned. Our process, of course, has remained the same. Select your stable, spam W on your keyboard, and then use whatever the blazes pops out to go and raid your opponent. They may not be knights in name, but they are knights in spirit, and we here at www.moreknights.com and the Royal Knight Institute welcome them with open arms. All knights and knight-adjacent units should be handled with care and not ran into spears, crossbow fire, or other units that could be considered counters to your knight-adjacent unit. As always, www.moreknights.com is not liable for the loss of property inflicted by the knights and their adjacent units or for the loss of your knights. Treat all mounted units with care. For more information, visit www.moreknights.com. And we are back. We had to excuse Caleb. He actually has a life, and we went on for 3 hours already. And so he was like, "Yay, guys, I got to go." And so we're going to excuse him for the rest of the episode. We were going to go through our descriptions, our overview of what we thought of each civ, and we've been playing a little bit. Just to make long things short, I played a lot of Japanese, was kind of feeling okay about it, but not playing great. Went into Ayyubids instead, been fast casting. I think I mentioned that a couple times. Went on an absolute crazy good win streak. We got to Plat 3. Life is good. I love Ayyubids. Way too much fun. Beale's been playing a lot of John Dark, and you went like 5 for 5 in your placements, didn't you, Beale?
Yeah, I went. I think I am 7-1 on this season right now.
Whoa,
that is
man.
Diamond. I'm a diamond guy.
I got close. I played like 20 something games over the last couple days, and I got close. I got up to Plat 3, so I am like, I'm in Plat 2 now. I kind of fell off.
Knocking on the door.
Knocking on the door. Best I've ever been. Highest I've ever been ranked. So Nevels, I don't know if you've gotten to play too much. What have you been up to with that? Japanese, right?
Oh, yeah. I've been playing mainly Japanese. I tell you the truth, something crazy. I have not even started rank play yet. I've been playing a lot of quick match still.
Ooh, interesting.
I have been really playing the variety of all the civs. Just because I was trying to get like more of like instead of going ranked in, I wanted to like get a more of an overview for the podcast, trying to play all the civs. But I really am enjoying Japanese. They are very interesting. I like Or the Dragon. I like pretty much all of them. I actually struggle with doing pretty bad with John Dark. My micro's not there, dude. I make a lot of mistakes. Can't play my normal French. But yeah,
Warcraft 3 was my favorite RTS, like a hero RTS.
Okay, there you go.
Where you level up like a main character and then build the base and units behind it.
Oh, this is
John Dark has just been
you.
like, oh yeah, this clicks.
That's
I
fun.
was really good with
definitely.
French in season 2, and now that I've got this is exactly what I wanted.
The combining of two beautiful worlds together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great. But yeah, Japanese for me, I think they're very, very fun. I play a little bit of Byzantines. Very unsuccessful with them. They are fun though. Also, I will admit, like everything's been going great.
Yeah. I haven't even played one of the original civilizations in a couple days now.
Yeah.
Patch. And most people I play against don't play the old civs. It's always kind of refreshing.
Yeah. I feel like Rus would be a beast.
Oh, right Rus is really honestly. I think the old civs have right now. Still, like I think they did competition. Old civs won. But like, I mean, they're just more figured out. You know, everybody knows how. But like, yeah, I don't think they're obsolete. I think it's the honeymoon effect. You know, all the new stuff coming out.
I look forward to like in a month when we just get a nice even balance. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Anyways, this is probably going to be our longest episode ever because of the. Not only is it's already up to 3 hours, but I think with the interview that Beale did, that's gonna push us over the edge.
Like a fiber. Yeah.
Yeah. This is going to be insane.
An expansion episode.
An expansion episode. That might be what I have to call this one. So our first Reddit post, we were going to do a deep dive on what we think of the civs and how things are going. We'll do that next episode just because we just don't have the time and we're still kind of formulating our thoughts and ideas. But we'll go over some Reddit posts, some reactions. This one here is for Sir Nevels, man. This one's posted by one tier or maybe one tier 5121. 15 hours ago. Says, I used to be a heavy critic, but we actually have an insanely good game now. The new civs leave nothing to be desired. There is something for every playstyle now. The map pool is very great, and AoE 4 defensive structures are strong enough by themselves. We do not need campy maps on top of that. Little things like villagers finally building walls properly. I'd write more, but I'm busy playing. So this is for one of those haters. You know, I don't know if he was a hater, but just for Sir Nevels, you know, he just to scratch his ego a little bit.
This echoes my feelings entirely. Like,
it
was kind of garbage at release, but it is insanely good right now.
Yeah.
I think we gotta look for it. This is the trend of video games now. I mean, like as a whole, I hate it. Yeah, a lot of people do. You're right. Yeah, but like it's not just affecting, Age of Empires sport. Yeah, like a lot of games. I mean, you can look at so many games and have the same exact, critique of like launched not so hot. Now a year or two down the line, now
we've just all become the playtesters, is what it kind of is.
Yeah, that's kind of like you think about it. I mean, like not trying to even diverge from AoE 4, but like look at Cyberpunk 2077. Yep.
Right.
I mean, like that game is like the gold standard of like RPGs
like it's amazing now. Yeah.
Like when
it's garbage when it came out.
It's so crazy because when Starfield came out, everyone was like, "Ew, I'm playing Cyberpunk. Like this game, like a Cyberpunk, you could do this, man. Starfield, you can't do this." In 3 years,
Starfield's gonna be amazing, guys.
Exactly. Yeah. When the mods get their hands on it and everything, Starfield could be incredible. But right now, it's just like bare bone release. Where you look at 3 years back, Cyberpunk was like the most broken, like literally universally broken game. I mean, you thought AoE 4 was broke. Starfield was a game super highly touted. Sold a lot and actually unplayable on consoles. Like I bought it on console, just try it out.
Seeing the PS4, Xbox.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, releases of like last gen Cyberpunk. It was garbage. It was like unplayable,
terrible, broken, unplayable.
Like never should have released because
but
it's not.
The truth of the matter is, AoE 4 was never a bad game. It just had a lot of issues to start.
It was not quite ready when it released. Let's be honest.
It wasn't ready. It wasn't ready.
Of course not. Of course not.
I joked around like when AoE 4 was released. I was like, oh, this reminds me that AoE 2 is a really good game, and I should get back into AoE 2. Yeah.
It
was like a year from then.
A lot of those expansions and stuff, like a lot of the things for AoE 2 had just come out not too long ago when it came out as well. So it really, I think it did funnel a lot of people back to that.
Definitive Edition was like pretty fresh at that time.
I mean, and it wasn't even like a weird criticism to say that. Like, it really just like AoE 4 had, like I've always said, had really good bones and good foundation. But like I just said, it lacked a lot of features. It did not, like you say, Price Sock, it didn't launch ready, which is kind of like it's the
there was no rank.
No rank. Oh my god, it's so many things to do. When you actually go through it. It's like
insane that we've actually gotten to this point.
The fact you couldn't even hotkeys your military production buildings, you have to actually hotkey on the numerical pad. Like it's like insane. Like if we went back in a time machine 2 years ago, we'd be like, ew, like what is this?
Like, no, that's why I bounced off of it. I did my like 4v4 deli wonder builds, and I was like, you know what?
Yeah, I feel like I came in at the best time because I wanted the game when it released and I didn't get it for a couple months. It wasn't until like I didn't really get to start. I got it actually. It released and I got it for Christmas and I got to play like a little bit, and I didn't really get to play it until actually no, I didn't get it for a little while. I got AoE 2 instead because I didn't have the money for AoE 4 just then. I moved. It wasn't until like May or so, like springtime. I finally like summertime of last year that I finally started getting into it.
When they started those big
uptick,
updates
maybe uptick
that actually changed the game for the better.
And it's unfortunate. A lot of people still have that stain, that bad taste in their mouth where they don't want to come back. It does suck because like you're like,
just be like, no,
the expansion is changing that.
Game now.
The expansion is genuinely changing that. People have been coming back to this game and be like, wow. And the funny thing is, it's really fun to see people go, the expansion has made this game so much better from where it was at release. And it's like, no, guys, you don't understand.
Like,
it was fixed already.
2023 has made this game amazing.
Yeah.
But
you know what? I don't care. People may think it's just the expansion that made this game better. Let them think that because as long as they're coming back to the game, what do I care? Yep, totally.
Yeah,
it's like when like this is really random, but like in the Muppet movie they made like 10 years ago, and it's like, are you one of the Ninja Turtles? And he's like, Kermit's just like, yes, I am. Like, sure, whatever floats your boat. Kind of that regard. That's kind of how I feel. Like if you think it's the expansion that made this
you were
so
actually
much
wrong the first time when you thought this game sucked.
Yeah. Yep. Anyways, on that, the next post I have here is from let's see. Dongbae Kasang, I think. I probably messed that up, but they say if you enjoy this DLC, go give it a good rating on Steam. I freaking love this game right now. Played with my friend last night for 6 hours, 2v2 ladder, custom games, nothing but great fun all around. Win some, lose some, play a bunch of different civs. However, if you look at the ratings, they're pretty good, but a lot of people gave it bad reviews for irrelevant political reasons unrelated to the game. Help give this DLC what it deserves. Rarely do you see a DLC this cheap and full of content and no BS monetization. Send a message to gaming studios. You can go review it here, and there's a link. Honestly, go to Steam, give it an honest review. A lot of people are kind of complaining about. I saw some posts complaining about how the release, the way the pup was released, kind of. Well, it wasn't really a pup. It was basically early access to certain people. A lot of people were upset with how that rolled out. We didn't really get it. We weren't.
I will say that's fair.
It's fair. Fair.
I don't appreciate how they tried to market this expansion.
Yeah,
they could have done something else. But that doesn't mean the quality of the expansion is poor.
Exactly. That doesn't merit.
It's $15. It is like a brand new game.
Yeah. Did they? There was the way they rolled out the early access kind of weird and a little odd. The way that like some people were offered it like initially, which I'm fine with, but then other people kind of got their hands on it somehow. Like that was kind of weird. Like that's kind of weird.
Turn into everybody that you want to watch on Twitch is playing this new version because they know somebody who can get them into the like. It was a weird week leading up, and I gotta say,
it's and like I was like told like there's a way to do it. You can talk to so and they might be able to get in, and it's like no, that just felt kind of icky to me. That just felt kind of like I don't know. The rollout of that was not ideal. Like I don't know why it wasn't locked under. You have an access code to get this, and it only works for you. I don't know how. I don't want to comment and talk about it too much because it's really irrelevant at this point.
Like
now
a free week, like pup, like a public update server. You own the game. If you bought the game before like October 1st or whatever, you can access this, and it's the test server, and you can see what's going on. You lose access to the civ content creators. I mean,
they wanted certain content creators to be able to have access to it. Which I don't love the way that goes down entirely because that just is inevitably going to be they have to draw a line somewhere. And we as the extra sheep, we're not in on the in crowd on that. We're just not big enough on YouTube and stuff like that.
As much as Socerton said he was going to sell out,
I'm not a sellout.
Didn't sell out hard enough, I guess.
Yeah, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm really not.
I sold out. I'm sorry.
You figured out somehow. but like, should you have had access though? Like that. Yeah. Like it doesn't make sense how that could even work. Like that. My problem is that shouldn't be able to work. Like it shouldn't be. We give it to these people and then somehow
know somebody who can give you a key.
Yeah, that's not how it should work at all. And I vehemently think that just isn't the way. Like they somehow either lost access to it or they didn't implement it right so it could do that way. Like you as like if you're going to distribute it to certain content creators, why would you make it in such a way where they can hand it out to everyone else? And then you suddenly it's like you have to be on the in crowd and know people to get that. Like that doesn't make sense to me. Like if you want to keep it under lock and key, that you do you. You know, you're the developers. You're the Microsoft. You're Microsoft. You can do what you want. But like, why would you have it under lock and key and then give the key to people who can then give the key to people?
It slowly expands of like, oh, this network of people who are in the know.
Yeah,
like,
or people who like want to go and talk to me because I was told, hey, if you talk to so and so, there might be a way. And
right,
I was like, you know, like I'm not, and I didn't. I was like, I don't know about that. That just doesn't sit well with me personally. And I don't want to go. I'm going on this way longer than I thought I would. I was going to just ignore this whole thing, but someone really wanted me. There were people on Reddit asking me to talk about it because I remember people were like, well, why didn't the extra sheep get in? And I've talked with like some people and stuff. And I've been
assured, our metrics.
Yeah, we don't.
Streamer metrics.
Yeah, I was told
podcast metrics.
I was suffice to say I was told that the podcast metrics didn't really align with what Microsoft was looking for. They looked at like
well,
YouTube,
who knows
YouTube.
How many download like
yeah.
Dude, I don't know how many people listen to this.
I've got pretty good metrics on this. Yeah. I need to make it so you guys can see the access. I do see it. I give like little updates. I really should make this so you guys in particular, so you and Sir Nevels and Beale, you should be able to see that more. Because I do have pretty good access to the stats. And it's, I mean, as far as big podcasts go, we're a small podcast, but we've had over 10,000 all-time downloads. And we average like some 400 listeners, like 400 every single episode. I mean, last episode had like 500 downloads already, and that's individual downloads, not just like impressions. The impressions on Spotify are like 23,000. Like it's way bigger, but yeah. So, but to make it short, like obviously the metrics weren't transparent for one, for how to be a big enough content creator. Like why not to have like that's one thing. For two, I don't think they were looking at podcast stuff. So if anyone's wondering why we didn't, maybe we deserve to get it.
It was just Twitch.
I was told YouTube was what it was. YouTube was the big one. But I think that also applies. I think Twitch also kind of goes into that. But there were some big guys like Tips who didn't get it. You know, we didn't get it.
Tips didn't get it.
No, he didn't. Tips didn't get it. Yeah.
Okay, I guess it is YouTube then, because Tips is pretty big on Twitch.
Yeah. So the metrics are again not super transparent again unless you're somehow in the know already, and that's just kind of how it is.
No guy who know guys can get you key.
I don't love the way that works.
So Sir Nevels, when you played the campaign early, just think about it.
Dude, listen, I mean, in case I do have a external YouTube channel. I did do my full review on that.
Actually, I did enjoy it.
I appreciate it. Thank you about that. But dude, honestly and truly, man, it was the mission structure for a lot of it was actually a lot better than I expected. I mean, I kind of thought, if you think you're gonna buy the game for the campaign, like I see people like, you know, basically buy the expansion for the campaign, you're gonna be a little disappointed. It's 8 missions. If you play it, you know, on a respectable difficulty, you'll finish it very quick. But what I will say
for the single player,
but one thing I will say, though, is like the mission structure of the game. Like every mission, like you have a mission where it's like almost like a sacred site mission. Like there's like a whole water mission. There are hybrid missions where you're sieging plus defending on water. Like there's a mission where you have to defend villagers from Mongol raids. Like it's not something that's not enjoyable. Like
that's
it's not
really
something
good to hear. I haven't tried it out yet. But
and let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing. It is not easy. Like if you play, like I started off, you know, thinking I'm like I probably said in a review, I played it like I'm like, you know, intermediate. Like, you know, I'm like, oh, intermediate. Like I'm a platinum player. Like. Okay. Yeah.
Should be nothing.
This is nothing.
Hardest.
I can tell. I'll like play it on hard. I'm like, I can probably do this on hard. No big deal. When I say, I was like, well, hey now, well, how was it? Like they were like the way the missions that were the hardest, where they like mixed up they gave you an army composition pre-made, and you can't make your own, and they would start sending out knights. Yes. They start sending out knights. And like premium units, and you have like horsemen. Yeah, dude, and they put you to the test, and then you cannot refund your reinforcemements are on a timer. Mm-hmm. So like you have like a minute for reinforcements. So like you're down to your last horseman, and you're like, yeah, like look at that timer, like please, I need more. But yeah, man, it's challenging. The mission structure, like a lot of, you know, we can talk about this deeper. I don't know if we can do this episode, but like, you know, there was some controversy based on, it's really kind of just like nitpicky based on like where in history and like what is like.
Because
it's ridiculous.
I know the controversy you're talking about. The Mongols campaign really glorifies the Mongolian Empire.
Yeah, like
really awful.
Like, so how I look at it is like,
of
it's
course,
being
if you're
told
putting a campaign from a perspective,
exactly. It's from a Muslim perspective. Like it's from the Ayyubids and the Sultanate's perspective. So of course they're going to view themselves like as the heroes of the story.
Why wouldn't be a hero with that narrative?
Exactly. It's almost like if you play the English and French campaign, when you play as the English, they
English
view
are the good
themselves
guys.
heroes.
He plays the French are the good guys.
They're the good guys. Right? So like it's when you say like, oh, it made
it's so biased.
It's so biased. That's insane.
It probably doesn't benefit from the events that are currently happening in Israel and in Gaza.
Yeah,
it probably doesn't benefit from that.
I was worried that the game wouldn't be released because of that. Delayed, but thankfully that's not the case.
No, I mean, like
AoE 2 had a Saladin campaign. You did the same thing in AoE 2. You played as Saladin. You fought off the Crusaders.
That's a good campaign.
Yeah.
Nobody cried.
Yeah, it's just, like I kind of think these doomers, they got to find some way to bring it down. This is really this is how we're doing it now. This is how we're telling the stories now. And some people were even criticizing that it wasn't documentary style anymore.
I don't think it's such a huge production at this point. Like, I
predicted that.
I was kind of hoping maybe they would do that because what they did was really interesting for the four campaigns, but there's no way they had the fun.
So much, as a video guy, that is so much work and love that went into that campaign.
There's a lot of money that went into that.
There's a lot of money that went into that. They're already investing in getting new civs and actually building like basically a whole nother game. That would have been so much extra cost that they got to do.
I would take the 13 maps over FMV. Yeah.
But tell you the truth though, it actually kind of streamlined the storytelling a little bit. Like it made it easier to follow. Like you follow young you follow young Saladin. You see him older, and it's a bunch of other heroes of the Crusades. I think it takes place across multiple Crusades. There's even
that sounds fun.
No spoilers. Even a stealth mission. It's like that's what threw me off the most.
You made me laugh out loud with that in your music video.
Dude, it's crazy.
RTS thing is just have the 4 units that you control. Can you keep them alive as you go from point A to point B?
Yeah, it's crazy.
So on the map,
So long story short, the campaign is worth the playthrough. It's not long, and it won't take you. You can literally play it on stream or something. It's actually a good
Saturday day and just spend your Saturday playing it.
It's more chill than playing
single player people.
It's 4 hours. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's not bad. I would recommend.
Well, thank you, Sir Nevels. Everyone should check out Sir Nevels' YouTube. His video is pretty funny. The stealth thing. I mean, the whole it was so funny. It was. I was cracking up. Anyways, next post I've got here. I want to try and get to these somewhat quickly here. We're just too good at talking, guys. We're just too good at just talking.
Too good.
AoE 4 has more players than it had in its last event where. Oh my gosh, I can't read this. Okay, basically, it's showing the numbers in the free to play weekend back in was it February? I think we had the free to play. We peaked at 26,800 players. This weekend, November 20 something or whatever, or November of 2023. So this weekend with the new release coming up, I guess not the weekend. I guess this right now with the release of the new DLC. The new expansion, we have now peaked at 30,900. So
that's great.
We've gone from 26 back earlier with the free to play and now 30,000. So that's like 5,000 more.
And so the big thing is you're looking at Steam.
Yeah, no Xbox.
Free weekend only applies to Steam. That's there wasn't any surge back then. But now with the expansion release, you also have the Xbox
that we're not
store.
Seeing. Yep.
Yeah, Xbox. That's a big one. It's very hard to calculate.
I think Robbytron posted something about from AoE 4 World that was just like, this is the most games we've ever processed ever.
Yeah.
That's great.
AoE 4 World. Yeah.
That's awesome. That's great news. That's such great news. The next post I have is it's Homer Simpson bejeweled out. He looks like he could be a gilded villager with all the golden gems he's wearing. But it's when I place the meditation gardens in the center of Golden Pit.
yeah, that's a controversial landmark.
Meditation gardens is the Jushi landmark that gives you free res free resources
Yeah.
where based on what you put in. Yeah, passive income
Controversial.
based on what you put in.
Yeah, kind of. So controversial landmark. Sushi's fun, man.
Apparently, it's not that
I
much.
haven't played them enough.
I think it's only 30 gold per node that it gets on, no matter what. But still, pretty funny stuff.
Yeah,
fun meme. Next one. This is a big one. I actually just retoggled some of my settings, and this made my life so much different. But this is posted by a user Telkine 4 days ago. It says that these 3 settings would make my life so much easier. And for anyone who's been playing Ayyubids, you'll know why. Don't count religious units as military, on or off. Don't count scouts as military, on and off. And then attack moves, ignore buildings, on and off.
That's huge.
Those would be some
Posted
big...
this, and I thought this was real, and I was why haven't I talked about attack move ignores buildings?
Dude, that is huge.
I want my archers to stop attacking shooting out of barracks in the middle of nowhere.
Yep, that would be a big thing. Again, the religious unit one I noticed a lot as Ayyubids because dervishes count as military units, and so when you have them queued up to go grab a relic, every now and then I have this bad habit of clicking all military units to kind of reposition everything and re-rally, and it grabs them. It grabs the dervishes as well. So it is something that would be nice to not count the religious units. Of course, then if I'm moving my entire military, it might be nice to have them. So it's a give and take. But that's something I noticed.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe start hotkeying our dervishes. I don't know.
It's tricky. It's tricky.
It's difficult. Yeah.
I worked with my hotkeys recently and redid some stuff, and it was nice. This is another one saying that I was wrong. Another post for you, Sir Nevels, by Captain Cord. Says I was one of those guys. I was wrong. So 154 days ago, I made a post questioning the future of AoE 4 concerning that with Stormgate coming and things being rough at Relic, that AoE 4 was doomed. Well, now I sit here after spending $15 on the new AoE 4 DLC, eating my words. I was completely wrong and couldn't be happier. Really pumped to get back on the AoE 4 ladder. I'll be at the bottom of the ladder. LOL. Welcome back, Captain Cord. Welcome back.
I respect it. I respect it though. Listen, if you can sit up here and you can just admit, listen, because to this guy's credit, it did look grim. I was kind of just I was just like, no, we're good.
We're line. Yeah.
Yeah, it did look grim, but there was still hope, and I think maybe we were over speculating, but it did look rough for a hot second.
Yeah. Why isn't Dad talking to us?
Exactly. Hello?
Why isn't
anyone home?
Hey, I just want to know, are you going to keep doing things?
Exactly. That really works.
Yes, we're going to do so many things. You're going to be so happy. I was like, okay.
Come back, Kusu, with the milk, Dad. Come back with the milk soon.
Yeah. Exactly. Pretty much they went out for a long trip. For a pack of smokes, maybe one day. They went out for a pack
of smokes. They came back with the Sultan's Ascent.
Exactly. They came back with the whole carton. They came back. They're like, wow.
That came back that we all needed.
You can smoke too.
Exactly. Listen, went out for some milk and came back with a whole farm.
Your dad shows up for your birthday party, and he does, and he actually gets you a bike. It's like, oh man, this is great.
Oh my God, you're awesome, dude.
My dad does love me.
Come back with a car, hey son, this is for you. I
know I wasn't there for you when it mattered.
I don't get on business trips for the entire year for the summer.
The thing about it is,
I want to make it up to you.
Hey, listen, think about it.
13 maps, 6 civs.
That's amazing.
Done.
Exactly, that's amazing. See, look at that.
I love you, Dad.
That's where we are now. We were some just past tense deadbeat. Just abandoned children, but our deadbeat father came. He came with way more gifts than we expected.
The devs didn't give us any kind of idea of what was coming in the future. And I get that.
And honestly, to be fair, there was a period of time where they did announce something, and then there was silence after that, and it was just okay, Dad's gone to the store again.
Dad said he's going to come back with something, but he said he's going to get candy, and now he's gone.
You guys ever seen Talladega Nights? I don't know if you've ever seen that.
I haven't seen that.
It's
not on release. It's not in the theaters.
Oh, it's amazing. It's a great movie. They're pretty much like Ricky Bobby's dad in that movie. They just keep coming back, and every couple of generations, they bring a lot more. But the point I'm trying to make is that, to Captain Cord, to defend him, it was looking rough, but I will respect it because he will admit that, he was a past doomer, but now he's eating his words, and now he's back on the ladder. And he's not alone. There are plenty of doomers out there that a lot of them not even going to mention that they were past doomers. They're just like, oh, yeah, I've been here this whole time. No. I remember.
I'll jump in there as a minor doomer to be okay, the community needs to pull this game forward. Like, anything good for this game needs to come out of the community. Can we mod? Yeah. Can we create custom maps? What's the tourney scene going to be like? Yeah. I mean, that's what AoE 2 went through. Like, they were one expansion, game's dead for like 12 years.
Oh, can you imagine?
They got revived.
And the community did great, though. I mean, that's when you got to get ourselves a pat on the back. So without the community, this game might have actually passed on. Like, it might have been too far gone to come back.
We're the people's champions. We're the people's champions right here.
Exactly. With the S-tier tournaments, you got Rising Empires, all that. That was enough to kind of keep the community at least enjoying the game enough to stick around. Keep the blood flowing
in the tank.
Yeah, and then
there were like these guys making a podcast, trying to keep the hype alive.
Yep, of course. Everybody needs a pat on the back. Yeah, literally, like everybody who kind of just kept the blood flowing, kept the the interest.
Once again, we reached the part of the show where we all give ourselves pats on the back.
Got to exactly.
Our great effort in this community.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But and then boom. And then when they announced the expansion, pretty much like everyone kind of like at Gamescom, it was like first it was just Xbox, and then they had by the way, this giant expansion. So then we're like,
it's like
so we're like, okay.
Dad walks back in the door. Oh, hey son, by the way, I bought you a car. It's like, Dad, you've been gone for 10 months. Yeah, but I bought you a car, Timmy.
And then the rollout was a little slow. The rollout was taking.
The rollout was slow. Yeah,
it was very slow burn. So like we had to kind of stay on board for that
Gamescom announcement because it was like there were like 3 trade shows.
That's in August. Yeah, it's crazy.
There were 3 trade shows that we covered where there was nothing that was announced.
Nothing, dude. That was like
I
guess we're dead.
I went to a movie theater and I was like, what the? I was like, where? No, I was.
I will say. The one for Microsoft at that point where you're at the movie theater, they showed Starfield. I was like,
"Yeah,
this game's gonna suck."
Dude. I remember the reveal. It was like, I was drinking the Kool-Aid. I was drinking the Kool-Aid. I was like, it's gonna be awesome.
After Baldur's Gate being so good, that game, had that game come out first, it would have been maybe a little bit better. But because Baldur's Gate was like, oh geez, we got to get ahead of it because it's gonna come out and we're gonna be.
Oblivion's probably better.
Yeah, it really is. Anyways, next post I have is a comparison of which cavalry unit is the strongest in AoE 4. This was kind of news to my ears. I did not realize that Zhu Shi's Legacy's Imperial Guard, the mounted unit, has 420 health. Light up. 420 health, 52 sword damage. It's got a
69 lance.
Yeah, pretty nuts. It's got 9 melee armor, 9 ranged armor. That thing's tough. The next one is the Byzantine Cataphract, has 510 health, 35 sword damage, and 20 torch damage. No charge attack because they have that manual charge attack they have.
Right, they get Trample and they also have Triumph.
Yeah.
Which, like the regen on this is
Triumph busted, guys. Berserk. Is Triumph too much?
I don't know yet.
I think it might need a little bit.
I think it takes a minute.
I don't know yet because, I mean, it may be me as like a Jeanne d'Arc player, but if you just stomp the Byzantines out of the gate, just like, actually, you're not going to expand. Actually, you're not going to get this very patch. You are not going to go over here. I'm going to control the map, your map. They're decent to play against, but the cataphracts are
beefy.
Dude, there's so much health.
Now finally, the French Royal Knight has 364 health. Is it me, or does that just sound very underwhelming now? Next to it,
does that have royal bloodlines or not?
I don't think so. I think they hit like 4 something with royal bloodlines. So.
Yeah,
keeping in mind that 420 is the basic for Zhu Shi's guard.
Oh Jesus!
Guard is I feel like this had to be studied more, like to see which one of the strongest out of the 3. Like, I mean, of course,
Zhu Shi guard has
Zhu Shi's
more health.
Guard has got more health,
armor,
does 67 lance damage. The Royal Knight does
more
46.
armor, more attack. What do they cost?
They've got to cost a ton. That's got to be the.
I think they're very expensive. I got to see this. I'm gonna check this out.
Top comment on this says that Drongo said in one of his videos that he tested it, and Imperial Guards would always win against the Cataphracts if they don't have access to the Triumph ability. Otherwise, Cataphracts win. And then that Frenchies are just kind of out of the question now, and that there's a new knight in town.
Okay, Imperial Guard 140 food, 140 gold. So that is more expensive than a Royal Knight.
Mm-hmm.
What's a cat?
I believe Royal Knights are the cheapest.
Yeah,
So
Royal
here
Knights
we
will
go.
be the most cost effective.
Cataphract is 180 food, 150 gold.
That is
That might be more
expensive.
comparable.
Most expensive. Okay.
Well, they didn't even
Yeah, but
add
not-
the
but not-
samurai.
but not-
The
Royal
samurai
Knights
are better.
cost
The
the same as
samurai are
knights.
beefier too. They didn't even add the samurai
Like
knights.
140, 100?
Samurai Knights are strong. They have that
They
armor.
are strong. They've got a lot of armor and
So,
a lot of
so
attacks. So
that
samurai are
might,
faster.
I bet it's something we have to
35
come back
second build
to
time.
and make this a discussion. Like, it should be a topic on there. What is the strongest? This one, like, this actually takes some like.
Yeah, because samurai, the
actual
mounted samurai
testing.
are also very tanky, but they're also very expensive. So
Modern Samurai, I think maybe the same price as the French Knight, or cheaper.
I think they're more expensive. They're
The
pretty up there.
French Knight's
French
140
100,
food.
just like any
Yeah.
other
Oh,
knight.
well, then
Yeah.
and that might be a better unit than bang for buck, honestly.
The Modern Samurai has
4110, no,
10 more
Samurai-
10 more gold. 10 more gold.
Yeah,
for
10 more
Modern Samurai.
gold, same build speed.
But they have that
324
deflective.
max health. Royal Knight has more max. 33
That deflective
versus
armor.
That sounds
It's
pretty.
really
That's
good, too.
pretty. That sounds more
Reflective
balanced.
armor. You shoot one archer arrow at it.
Yeah, I guess.
That's
For some reason,
Yeah,
it takes forever for him
that
to-
sounds incredibly balanced, actually. So, next Reddit post: how do you get wood? This is kind of a funny. This will be a short discussion, I think. How do you get wood after all the trees are cut, except for Japanese and French? Hello, I'm a new player here with about 110 hours of AoE 4. I only play skirmish with AI teams of 3v3v2. Yesterday, someone taught me about control grouping, so the first time I was somewhat able to hold the game for a long time. Turns out there was no forest and wood, and trading had a lot of loss of gold to get like 100 wood. How do I get wood once the forests are cut? The answer is just don't. You just
Right.
go into premium
why
units.
that?
Yeah, if
How
you get
did
to
we
that point,
to this game state?
build
But
the
it's
wonder.
not like a. Yeah, it's. I don't want to like on this guy because it is like that's how you want to play. Is play it like a civilization game where it takes 8 hours. You make a save file against the AI. You come back to it. You play. You save. You come back to it. Between the two of you, how many of you have like saved a game and resumed it?
I have played part of the campaign once and stopped it. To go
Okay.
eat food. That's about it.
Because there are people that will play skirmishes
Gosh.
and just save in the middle and then just resume.
I want to quote my dear brother-in-law, American Jeremy, who respectfully has a great outlook on it. And he says, if a game goes more than 45 minutes, I just GG's and quit. Which I think is actually really funny.
It's funny because I've seen like Reddit posts that are just like, dude just like said GG at 50 minutes.
It's like,
What
yeah,
happened?
like I got a
It's
life,
like, yeah,
dude.
They're done.
They're just done.
Like,
I can
wore 'em
respect
down.
it.
Good
I can
job.
respect a man who says, you know, I've had an hour. I'm gonna go home. I'm done. I'm done playing, guys.
Yeah,
Like,
just
I'm tired. Alrighty.
It's
Well,
understandable.
yeah. The answer is if you are
You
out
get
of
wood
wood
after all
and you
the
have
trees are
food
cut.
and gold, just make premium units. Otherwise, don't let it go
it's
that long.
also like I don't want to. I don't want to jump on the guy because I do know, like back in the day, I had a buddy of mine in high school who was just like, what makes me feel the best in AoE is I load up a map, and before I win, I just cut down all the trees. Like it's someone who harvests all the resources on the map and then wins at that point. It's like, all right,
He's a fan, I guess, of
you're playing a
of-
different game. You're playing a different game, but you're having fun.
I guess he's a
And I
fan
think
of
this dude
late.
is doing-
Stage capitalism.
Clear cut the forest.
Just take everything down. Deforestation completely. That is super funny. Alrighty. Next post is actually an interesting one for anyone who's new to the game and has actually listened to like 4 hours into this podcast. Boy, if you made it this
crazy.
far,
What's up,
kudos to you. Welcome.
Yeah.
Is two scout no longer the meta in 1v1s? Coming back after not playing for almost 2 years, seeing a lot of builds from a year ago starting 2 scouts in Dark Age. Is this still the meta? Feels like the maps are smaller now since I last played. Is this no longer necessary?
Pull this
Leanne-
post from like a year ago.
from 1 day ago from the Flying Samurai. Wow,
Per se,
right?
I mean,
That
I would
that
say
people are coming
mostly.
back. Proof that people are coming back.
Yeah, that is good. I would say mostly it's no longer the meta, but I mean,
Not at all.
situationally, If you're playing like,
looking at one of the responses is versus Roos. Yeah, sure.
yeah, or probably Joan. No, because she don't get any from Deer, I don't believe. Yeah, because like because she isn't.
No, actually, to everybody out there, go 2 scouts against Joan. Give Joan the XP.
Oh yeah, but does she? I heard like she doesn't get anything from Deer, but she gets something from Wolves.
Yep, she gets XP from Wolves and Boars.
Yeah, so I heard people like.
Well,
I don't know what level, but they'll get.
You got to have her in the military.
You can deny Wolves against Joan.
There's a lot of wasted APM
it's
though.
Not really a like cost benefit. Like the amount of times I've remembered where Wolves are on the map and have come back to them as Joan is like one, maybe. Just like, oh yeah,
there's one.
Joan. Oh yeah, that's right. Earlier in the game, there was a wolf over here. I'm gonna find it.
Yeah,
Boars are very important.
Yeah, the wolves are the kid you fight on the way to a fight.
Right.
It's just like, that makes sense.
Well,
Side note, someone told me that before. My buddy's dad, he was making a joke with me. He's like, Justin, he's like, dude, you're the type of kid I fight on the way to the fight. I was like, all right, dude. Hurt my feelings. I was like, all right. My feelings were hurt. I was like, okay, is that we're doing it now? He's like, dude, get out of my face. I was like, all right, dude.
The guy speed up on the way to a fight. I'm going to remember that one.
Nevels.
Exactly. There you go.
Wow.
On the warm up Nevels on the warm up.
Last Joe from Bunch Out.
That's great. Oh man. Okay. Next post. This is a picture of a chat that someone just basically just being like, how long till they fix the gene bug? At least they ban it for now, and don't abuse bugs in rank. And the guy's like, what bug? Good luck on the appeal. I really don't know what your bug you mean. I think this guy was really salty about losing to John Arc. That said, I've noticed an uptick in aggressive players post chat. I think that's part of the fun thing about having more people joining the game is you're going to get more toxic people. Mm-hmm. I had a guy run into me who's really mad about my. That's a kind of a sucky thing about that. This is we're going to have more toxic jerks. But I had a fun experience where I was Ayyubids castle rushing, and the guy was like, "You shouldn't be able to do this. This is unfair." Blah 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 blah. And I'm like, "Dude, you literally went 2 TC into castle. Like, you got to pick 3, right? You can make units.
Pick one.
Yeah. Make units. Go fast castle. Or make 2 TCs. You can pick like 2 of those, right? You can pick 2 at a time, not both. You chose the one that's terrible, and that is fast TC, or fast second TC. 2 TC and fast castle. Like, you need to have units.
Whoops.
Units should always be one of those.
Army.
Yeah, you should always pick units. At least, I mean, it really is. You got to pick 2. You can double down on units.
So I was talking to someone in the Rising Empires Discord today about like what he should do early games. He's like, I keep getting run over. I want to go 2 TC, but I just keep getting run over, and towers kind of suck. And I was like, dude, towers. Their one purpose is to put villagers inside of them. Don't use them to defend. Yeah. That is like, if you have an exposed gold, drop a tower so your vills hide so they don't die.
And then park spears.
It's not like it's not killing people who come to your base. It's minimizing casualties.
Pretty much.
And just be like, the best defense, just make units. One of the big things is like everybody playing an RTS, any RTS, the first thing is keep making villager units.
That's
always.
Yep.
And then one of the next things is like keep making military units.
Yeah.
You can't fall behind on military production either.
Just casually, if anything, you got to spam just like at least 1 or 2 units.
I mean, if you have to set up a castle, that's one thing, but make sure you have enough units to hold a push, or you have some kind of way to hold off. Yeah, exactly.
Right. If you don't have a BO to go fast castle, then like if you want to defend with the units.
Yep. Alrighty, guys, last one. Well, this has no upvotes right now. It's at 0. Let me give it a little upvote. Any new civ that needs to be nerfed? Just in case you're wondering, out of the 227 votes, that's a totally perfectly good sample size. 86 said Sushi's Legacy, 13 said Ayyubids, 42 for John Dark, 8 for the Dragon, 43 for Japanese, and 35 for Byzantine. So our top winners, people think Sushi's, it needs, as of the 220 people who responded, they thought that Sushi's was the most powerful and needed a nerf the most. Then Jeanne d'Arc and Japanese were really close. I don't really know what Japanese does that can't be stopped personally. And then Byzantines, which I don't really 100%. I think the cataphracts are a bit scary, but I don't know.
Cataphracts are crazy.
Their
cataphracts are pretty nuts. Cataphracts are pretty freaking crazy. Like, I don't know what. I think crossbows is the way to go because spears don't do enough. They just don't. You cannot make enough spears to stop a cataphract. I swear.
I mean, Byzantine is one of those that you like. It is built for the person who wants to play SimCity. It's just like, I want to build up this. I want to choose units from the widest unit pool. Aqueducts over here doing this. Yeah. Like, that's fine. Playing Jeanne d'Arc against Byzantines is like, actually, I'm just killing all your bills.
Yep.
Dude,
out of the gate. Like,
is Byzantine the new premium saver premium players? I play Byzantine.
Those cataphracts or something.
I think it is.
I think so. Given that,
I think Jeanne d'Arc is.
Yeah, Jeanne d'Arc. I've heard the 2 OP or Jeanne d'Arc.
For those who want to live life in Vegas and roll some dice, I think I had some fun time with them.
Yeah, I gotta he was more of a travel user. Japan's been my go-to boys, but yeah, man. Fun. I would say I brought the meditation gardens is just insane. I guess
that's too much.
Are insane with the with the bonus.
With the bonus to aging up. That's too much. That's too much. I think
the two of them together, you can't do passive income and tech.
Yeah,
passive.
Insane. You know how I was saying? You know how I was saying you can pick two. They can pick all three. And that's like the one thing I've been running into with my Ayyubids fast castle build is I go fast castle. They are feudal pushing me, aging up, and they've got 2 town centers. And I'm like, what the heck? Like, I've been pressuring into them a little bit too.
Duke News, one of the best feudal units.
It's insane. And to me, I was like, I don't want. I know I probably could have played better, but at the same time, you saw me, Beale. You saw how good I was playing yesterday. Like, I was ripping it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't usually get guys. Normally, I can only beat Beale when he's like 3 beers back. Okay, and I had a good spawn, to be fair, but I was playing top notch. Like my APM even went up. Like I think I might have already said this. Did I already say this? I said this before we started. For you guys in the podcast, it's been long enough. I'll just say it again, anyways. APM does not matter that much, but on Ayr's World, it's kind of a fun stat to see. Normally, I sit around like 100, 110, maybe 120 on a really good feudal all in or a really busy game. I'm averaging like 150 to 160 on some of these games with Ayyubids. I was like, clickety clack, go attack. Like I was going crazy.
Clickety clack, go attack.
I was having an insane day. But yeah, this Jushi guy was one of the guys I just, he did all 3. He had 2 TCs. I had free units I was trying to pressure him with. He had so many jugs and he castled up like faster than I did. And I castled up at like 8.5, almost 9 minutes. I was just like, what on earth? So I do think that system being cheaper age up with the resource gathering feels a little bit. It needs some fine tuning maybe, but that.
And it's crazy. They don't have archers either. I didn't know that.
They just have.
They just have just Jews. I guess they don't have archers.
Why would you get what?
I mean, why would you go
archers? With an archer?
Why would you ever choose an archer?
Yeah. I guess you're right.
Have like Chinese archers? Ever seen a Chinese archer?
You know what? Yeah, not really. Yeah, I guess.
I'm playing China, and I'm dumb enough to make some. That's the only answer.
Yeah, I'm probably the dumb guy that makes them. Like, hey, look, they got these guys.
I don't want to spend no gold.
Look at this! Click, click, click.
Exactly.
Clickety clack. Now go attack.
Exactly. Yeah, man. But like they also don't need Song Dynasty to make jukes. They just make them all first.
That's wild.
Jushis might be overpowered. I might actually accept the 227.
I don't know.
I don't know if they. Maybe not overpowered, but
play style just counters them.
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm gonna believe these guys.
You ask a pro player, but they think that regular China is still better than Jushis.
I believe it. Barbican is such.
Yeah,
they say
the Barbican is insane. Like Barbican. You really miss it.
Especially with the TC nerf. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So just give the China variant another insane.
I guess that's what I need to do. I guess the way to counter them is to feudal all in. I guess that would be the way to go. And I was fast castling, so I was giving them time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
good to know.
I remember the first time I played against Sushi, and they hit fast castle at 6 minutes 3 seconds, and it's
my goodness.
What do I hear?
Like, excuse me?
Yeah.
Nani?
What?
Yeah, that's nuts.
But it is just keep the pressure on them. Don't let them.
But, you know, to the
do anything.
developers' compliment, to developers, like, them adding 6 new civs with all these new maps and biomes and all these new matchups, it doesn't feel like there's a definitive broken civ.
No,
I
there's
feel like
no
everyone's
OP.
pointing
which is a compliment to
There's no
the
OPs there.
devs. Like
I feel like-
that's what I was worried about.
I feel like if I picked up English again, I could stomp.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I had that thought.
I
Like
feel like
you're doing that.
Ramrush English would probably
Absolutely
crush
stomp.
everyone right
Yeah.
now.
People are doing that.
I had
People
half a
are
mind to do it.
abusing
I
it.
had half a mind to try it, like hop on quick match and see if it was viable, then pop over to rank. I have half a mind to do it.
I think you could do it.
But yeah,
I think
I've
a lot of
heard
people-
the gambling wing for the trade wing thing for Ayyubids. I've heard that's been broken. That's busted. I've heard that the Ozutsu, which actually are crazy good for Japanese. They are like
Just
actually.
don't let them get to imp.
Problem is, don't let them get to imp. Yeah, but people are like, well, when they get to imp, they're broken. It's like, yeah, but Japanese is going to have a really hard time getting to imp.
Don't let them get the imp. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love Japanese.
Because Japanese, I mean, we're doing this thing where we keep talking about it, but the Yoda Shiru that you get can be a huge bonus. They just take a while to get going. Japanese take a while to get feeling good. The tempo isn't super there, I feel like. At least the builds I were using
They do have a good feudal tempo.
They
if
do.
You don't go
if you go all feudal in, I think
if you go, no, if you go the farm landmark, that's wild.
The
You are
farm landmark,
saving an insane amount of wood.
I'm not gonna lie.
And then generating wood off of it.
Yeah, I think
in itself, you have safe food.
Yep.
You don't have to like.
Oh, it plays into Jeanne d'Arc really well.
Ottomans get
it
like
plays
the 4. Yeah,
it plays into Jeanne d'Arc really well. If you go 1 TC into Fast Castle into Jeanne d'Arc, that works really well with Japanese. Also, I think 1 TC. I think 1 TC is the play with Japanese. And I think 1 TC feudal. 1 TC feudal with the samurai against civs that don't have a counter to men-at-arms is a winning way to go. I really do think that's a way. I think you start with the Onobugeisha, which are the fast.
Oh, dude, that's exactly
the
what
raiding units.
say.
I would say start with them because they don't cost any gold. Or they have a much less gold cost. It gives you some time to get your eco going. You send them because they're fast to get to your opponent's gold. Slow down the castle timing for your opponent or whatever else they're doing, and then slowly start transitioning because it's the same building. The barracks start going into samurai, and then upgrade your TC. Stay in there, or go up in Castle Age and get the Yoda Shiru, and then get the passive income. Japan can get some good tempo. It's hard to kind of. I think the build is still a little in flux. Like the optimal build for it is still a little ethereal in the air, and so people are struggling with it just a little bit. But there is something there. Once Japan gets kind of figured out and cemented, it's going to be real good.
Very strong.
It's fun.
I'm telling you that, we can say this for next week. We're not gonna go heavy, but the Daimo, like the fact that I realized late that Japan didn't get keeps until Imperial Age.
Yeah, that's a big negative.
But I've seen like higher end players, they'll upgrade, they'll float stone and then go build a 4 TC and upgrade the Daimo all the way, and then put a rocket in it.
That's a lot of stone. That's a lot of stone, though. It's a
lot of stone. But like, and they'll basically like you can really go 1 TC and just upgrade, because once you do that, get that Daimo. I can't talk.
Daimyo,
but like Daimyo. There we go. Once you upgrade that, you make your farms around your TC. Your gathering rate is insane. Like a lot of people still are kind of like
it's plus 25 for the first one for farm gathering, and then it's plus 50, and then the final upgrade is plus 75. Yeah. So you end up having like 20 farms around it, and then you add plus 50 normally is the number one, and then plus 50. Yeah, your farm eco, that's all the farms need. It can be a winning strategy. It just takes Japan just takes a little bit to get that going. It takes a little. They don't have a great super early game plan.
Main, I hate that. Get out of your TC range.
No doubt.
Resources on the map.
It's because it's the counter to that. It's like the way Sir Nevels has my fast castle.
Sean made it's like
exactly.
And then take the boar on the map, and that's my bonus.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, you're all snug up in the
Well, you gotta get them off their gold, though. Find a way to get them off their gold, and then find a way to get them off the wood.
No, they can still build like so many.
Yeah, it could be doable, but if you can tighten the noose pretty well and still make it difficult.
And then they got a little passive gold when they mine stone.
The trick is you have to castle up as well. Jeanne d'Arc can't play the feudal against him. You got to castle up as well. Keep him boxed. Keep Japan boxed in. castle up with them. You do the same thing to Ayyubids. If you want to play me next time you play me,
I remember playing against you and realizing I wasn't raiding and having that like, oh god.
And you got stuck in feudal too long. Yeah.
Like last time I scouted, he had like 9 guys on gold. Oh god. What do I do from here?
In order to do the trade wing, you have to have 8 is the number to have to be able to do some trades and age up eventually. If you're doing a fast castle, that's what you need. Otherwise, yeah, because I'm trading that 125 gold for every trade to get something else, so it is slowing me down. So I need a lot on gold. If you want to stop Ayyubids, get them off the gold. They're doing the trade wing, and then they're just going to collapse because they have to have gold, and eventually they have to have food too. So it's
all right. Don't spawn gold in the back, but like one of the big things, it's just like I've seen you've got like 8 on gold. You have the choice of, do you invest into military or do you go castle?
It is super nice. That is, I've loved being able to look at that and be like, I
remember just like being like 2 minutes out from scouting your gold and thinking, oh, he's had 8 on that for 2 minutes. I am not going to get to castle anytime soon, and he's going to spam Gulam. What do I do?
And there was nothing you could do. And then I got that good mango shot off on you as well. Yeah, it's a fun build. I like that ability because sometimes I get options to buy food, or sometimes I get options to buy units. And so depending on what I get from the trade wing determines a little bit of what I'm going to end up doing. Like if I against a more passive civ, I can either double down and go super fast into castle, or I'll even get a bunch of swordsmen and go raid as I castle up instead. Like I love the back and forth and some of the options. Sometimes it works against you because you don't get what you need with that trade wing thing, but that's kind of why they call it the gambling. Like there's no bad trades. I haven't done a lot of stone though. I don't usually do the 2TC play. I could probably go for some stone off of that and get a faster town center. But at that point, why not just get the wood as you upgrade if that's your plan? So I don't know, but yeah, it's fun. That was a fun game too, Bill. I really enjoyed that game.
That was a really good game.
That was our last Reddit post, I think.
Man.
I was rushing through it. I was trying to get us through because we've gone so long.
we could probably went even longer. That's the saddest part.
I could keep talking all day about
we can talk. It's so insane.
2 hours in me.
Yeah, it's insane.
I'm going to cut us here, though. I'm going to say we'll take a quick break. And then I know my extra sheep, I literally put in my outline is I legit don't know what my extra sheep is. I was going to save all the thoughts. It's going to be just one of the things we haven't gotten to. I'm just going to mention. So we will take a quick break, and then we'll get back to our extra sheeps. Hello, this is Socerton once again. You were probably expecting me, right? This is the part of the show where I get to just chat with you, the viewer, just you and me. You and me and you, the two of us together. That's just what Mike Wazowski sings in Monsters, Inc. Don't know why I sang that, but I did. I do that a lot on stream too. Anyways, some announcements, some big announcements for you guys. First and foremost, the live episode is coming up a month from now. Mark your calendars, everybody, on December. Oh, geez, what date is it? December 17th. We will be going live with the Extra Sheep. It's going to be a big episode. I think Caleb's planning on being there for that one too. I think we're going to try and get Askeladd on that one. I kind of soft said we should do it. I think he's down. I think he wants to hop on again. All of us boys will be there, be live. I think we'll do maybe something really fun. It'll be our final episode of the year. We're going to take a week off. So we'll have a full month of no Extra Sheep for once. It's going to be the first time we've taken a break more than like a week in a long time. So it'll be our first episode we skip to finish off the year. That said, that's why we're doing the live one. So it'll be a big holiday festival, like Extra Sheep episode. We have one more episode between then and now. So you've got 4 weeks, one more episode coming up. That said, this has been a doozy, hasn't it? This episode, I'm looking at the recording time as I'm recording this into my timeline for the editing of the podcast, and I'm about to hit the 3:52 minute mark. 3 hours and 52 minutes. That is insane. Wow. Thank you guys for listening. This is a huge undertaking for us. It really is. We put a lot of heart and soul into it, as I'm sure you all know. So we're just really grateful that you guys listen to the content. I mean, if you guys weren't listening, we wouldn't be making these long of episodes. Also, this was just a huge episode. We didn't get to everything we wanted to do today. We will get to it next time. We will just have like another similar episode of just everything and everywhere all at once. That kind of vibe. That's what it's going to be like next time. Also, Beale did his interview with, I'm going to say his name wrong. I think it was Wopak. Wopak, the modder. That was going to originally be put into this episode, but with the length of this episode already, we decided to not do that. I'm going to make it a bonus episode. I did notice, unfortunately, the audio for Beale cuts out kind of a lot. I think I know what's wrong with his mic. I think that there was a setting that kind of was trying to cut out like the threshold was trying to cut out extra noise. And I think he wasn't always hitting that. And so I think he cuts out a little bit here and there. I was kind of giving a quick listen. There is still a lot of good content. We will make that available as a free bonus episode. So keep an eye out for that. That will be coming out concurrently with this episode. So if you see this episode, you probably saw the bonus episode right above or below it. Yeah, take a look at that. That was just Beale and him doing the interview. So thanks to him. I wanted to be able to do that as well with him, but I was busy. Good stuff. We want to try and give voice to those who don't have much of a voice who do have an impact in this community. That's really important to us. So if there's anyone in particular that you guys, the viewer, feel like we should have on this show, or maybe who doesn't have much of a voice and should, like the modders, like a modder, for instance, that's a great example of someone who doesn't really have much of a voice in the community, but is there doing like a lot of good work for the game. If there's anyone in particular or any topics you guys really feel like we should cover, I had a couple people who've kind of pinged me this week before coming into this podcast. Actually, that was someone pinged us to talk about this, and we interviewed him. That's how we interviewed him and got him on the show and to do the bonus episode. So stuff like that works. If you want to reach out to us that way, I won't promise that we'll always notice it and catch onto it, but we're pretty good at monitoring like our own social media stuff. And if we get like a ping on Reddit or something like that, we notice it. We notice it. I try to respond to stuff that's like on topic with AOE. So yeah, look out for the bonus episode. That'll be we were kind of debating what we wanted to do with it. It was going to be in this episode again, it's just too long. So we couldn't. So yeah, bonus episode it is, a free bonus episode, our first bonus episode. Just excuse the audio quality a little bit. Not quite sure what happened, but just roll with it, guys. Roll with it. You can fill in the blanks. What else? If you haven't joined Rising Empires, you should. Highly recommend it. I recommend it every time we get to this point in the show. Check them out. It's perfect for, having a tournament setting for any level of play that you are. Definitely check them out if you haven't done that. They've got a Discord, and you can join through start.gg. Look up Rising Empires. They're like on like week 50 or something. They've done a lot. They've done like a full year's worth of these tournaments now. There's also the War Chief Club that they run as well. So the Rising Empires has low elo tourneys, and they have the War Chief Club. So keep an eye out for those. They also have a really good Twitch channel that they cast all the games. Highly recommend. Also want to give a shout out, of course, to Beale, Sir Nevels, CalerbCalmari. Got to meet him in person. That was an absolute delight. We got a good community, guys. We got a good thing going. I just want to give my thanks to them. Thanks to my wife. They and to all of our extended families in the podcast who enabled us to do this show today. Imagine on a Sunday afternoon giving up 4 hours of your day where you should be watching the kids to let your wife take a bit of a break, and instead she's watching them so you can do a podcast for a video game. She's the real MVP, guys. Just saying. What else? I think I've hit about everything I need to touch on. I don't want to make this too terribly long because, as I said, this is an incredibly long episode. Therefore, I think I've highlighted everyone and anyone I need to. You guys are great. Thanks for doing all that you guys do to support the podcast. Feel free to leave us a review. Feel free to join our Patreon if you want. Big shout out to all of our subscribers and all of our donators, contributors, whatever other names I can apply. That means you gave us money to help us do what we do. And even those who just share about the podcast. We love hearing the good feedback. We love knowing that you guys are listening. We love knowing that you guys are sharing this podcast with your friends. Please do that. Please. If they are into AoE4 and they're like really into AoE4 like you are, share the show. Also, a shout out to anyone else who's shared the show and helped us out. Shout out to Bitterlin again. He's been kind of a really, really good friend of the podcast, and we can't put him on a high enough pedestal. The fact that he was on our show and we just got this good thing going right now. Really, really grateful for it. Hopefully we get to kind of use our voice to kind of help kind of be the people's champion a little bit. That's kind of the way I'm taking it right now. That we're kind of here to be, we're kind of average players and we're trying to work our way to diamond, but we're the normal guys. We're just like you. We've been silver. We've been gold. We're trying to get better, but this is a podcast for the people, by the people. And we are glad that that's the way it is right now. So thank you all and have a wonderful rest of your episode. Let me send it on back to myself for some extra sheeps. And we're back. Long break as ever. My boy, 4 hours. This is going to be the longest episode in history for the Extra Sheep.
Could have been longer. That's the saddest part. We
appending a 30-minute interview on this.
I know. It's geez, it's going to be nuts.
Maybe. Okay, what's why after off the show? I would say Patreon, maybe. I don't know, something like that.
I want it to be known. I don't think it should be locked under a Patreon. At worst, I might make it a bonus episode on its own.
Okay, yeah, that works.
It's just like a bonus episode instead of the actual in the episode. That way, it's like a 4-hour episode with a bonus extra episode. And I think that might be easier for my computer to handle.
That sounds good.
Yeah, release them both. It'll be like episode 20, episode 20, and episode 20 bonus unlocked, or we'll call it like unlocked for everybody kind of thing. We'll do something fun.
Flooded with content.
Extra sheep time. Sir Nevels, I feel like Beale and I were just doing a lot of chatting. I'll give it to you for your extra sheep real quick.
Oh, well, like you just said, I don't know if I really have anything like, it's almost like there's not nothing I really learned. I get you. I'm learning with everybody else. Anything I say I learned, it's pretty much everybody's like, yeah, we are also learning that. So like pretty much my sheep is kind of like just like what I'm focusing on. I've been playing a lot of Japanese. So, especially next episode, we start talking more about civic civilizations. Hopefully I have more to add to about that. I've been learning more about the build orders and diamond. I'm still trying to figure out a good build order for Japan. Still trying to figure out like really where they lean. Is it really smart? I kind of playing with more feudal infantry and just going in with the get some bannermen with my samurai and spearmen, and that works sometimes. I want to figure out how I want to use cavalry, and I've been trying to learn Byzantines a little bit too. Byzantines are difficult. They're not like like I said, it's not like unlearnable, but it is. Playing on 1v1, the whole city building aspect, it is kind of, you do feel like you're moving a little bit slower, like you're kind of organize a little too much, and especially being pressure put on you, it is difficult to maintain, kind of thinking how you're gonna lay things out. I've started kind of learning how the cisterns and aqueducts work. Like I didn't know that if if you get your cisterns across your whole base and they're in that, you get to level 5 of the cistern level 5. You build production in the radius of the cisterns, dude. Your production is 100% faster. Like it is like I what? Didn't like, dude. Yeah,
if you build 100% faster.
If you build, and I said something, and I could be correct, but like I really want to go back and check this. But yes, I do believe if you build, and it's easier said than done. Getting your cistern level 5 is very difficult. But if you build your cisterns up and have your aqueducts across your whole base, and you get your production within the radius, I believe that you literally will build 100% faster. Like you'll be pumping out units. Like I think Byzantines might be the most fun civilization in the game to have launched, but they are difficult. The way the olive groves work. I tried playing with Socerton and we played a FFA with a couple of guys, and I tried to make a strictly mercenary olive oil build, and I didn't do that well. I'm still trying to figure out how the hippodrome works, and it's so much to learn. So
100% production with Triumph.
Oh my goodness!
If you build cistern to have the HP regen, that's nuts,
dude. Byzantines are insane, but I think they're just not quite figured out yet. That's why I said they are the new premium civ for premium players. Like if you're a Byzantine man,
you were saying French, and now you stop saying French as soon as I pick up John Dark. Come on.
Yeah. I don't mean to cut you short, Sir Nevels, but my recording software might be wigging out here. I'm a little worried. It might not take any of this at all. I need to stop it right now.
I'll cut it right now.
Right after
if it stops responding here and I lose this whole episode, I'll be very sad because we've gone.
That'd be horrible.
I'm getting a little bit worried.
New civs are fun. There you go.
All right, Beale, really quickly, what do you got for us? I'm really worried I'm going to hit stop and it's just going to sit there and think and crash. But hopefully,
Dark, Warcraft 3 plus AOE 4. She's great. Press Q, delete villagers. Good stuff.
Excellent. My extra sheep, I'm really hoping this works, guys. I'm like, if there's no episode this week, I'll be so sad. Anyways, mine, I've got 2. One, farm placement for Japanese. When you do the storehouse, it always starts the first farm in the northwest corner. Always. Use that knowledge to your ability. It's going to do that and then work its way across the top. So if you can, put your thing on the south side. It'll keep the farms close and safe. The second one I wanted to talk about was momentum in games. I've never had a winning streak like I did yesterday. I went like 10 games in a row. The momentum I carried game to game actually carried. So much so that when I went against Beale, I thought he was going to crush me because he's better. I was thinking that he would beat me and then I'd lose my momentum, but I didn't realize I came into the game with so much momentum that it actually ended up being just really fun. And I carried that for a couple games after that too. And then I finally fizzled out and I felt the effects of that. But yeah, so there is momentum from game to game and it really does affect your play. Boy, I hope that hits.
I got one more sheep. One more sheep.
Go for it, Beale.
Yeah.
I'm diamond now. I made it diamond.
Let's
within
go!
A week of the new expansion.
There you go.
That's
our first diamond dog.
7 games
Our
of
first
Sean
diamond dog.
I hit
Go
platinum
right in
3.
there.
I hit platinum 3 and I was on the verge. I think I'll get there. Anyways,
you'll get there.
This has been the extra sheep. We were rushing to the end, hoping this saves. If it doesn't, I'll be so sad. But thanks guys for hanging out regardless. And
man,
have a good rest of your guys' day.
Software is telling us to shut up. Software is like, guys, enough. All right, yeah, been great.
Please,
It's not responding. It's not responding.
don't.
Oh no.
Let it think.
Oh,
Like,
that
give it a
makes me
minute.
worried.
Give it a minute.
It's been thinking for a while.
Just walk away.
So yeah.
I'm worried.
Just close on Discord. Listen, we'll talk later. Close on. Let your RAM work. Let it.
I upgraded my RAM. To be fair, I have a lot of RAM. I've upgraded to 48 gigs, but we've been going on a long time, and the Adobe software gets kind of finicky. Oh.
You go through Audition?
Yeah.
Oh, that's premium stuff. You'll be good. It's taking a minute.
Hoping it might cut us off at the very end, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, it's probably taking forever to render out. It'll be fine. Yeah, you probably leave your PC on.
Yep. All right,
let
guys.
it chill.
Well, hopefully we
Even
can
like
lose this
2 weeks.
episode.
We'll be fine.
It's all right. No big deal. Only 4 hours. No big deal.
I'll let it just sit for a bit. And at worst, it might have the file saved and it'll just cut off at the end whenever it stopped responding, which will be still like 3.5 hours of content. So if that happens, I'll just say sorry. Thanks, guys.
It's all right, boys. Listen, good thing. Listen, with the crazy part, we have a lot more to talk about too.
No, we didn't even cover. We can go in 4 hours.
Exactly. We didn't know the expansion is going to crash your software. That's how much we can talk.
Jeez. All right, guys. Have a good one.
That's good. All right, guys. It was fun. Peace out, guys. Till next time.